Hey man, we are live for the New Year's Eve celebration. You got your boy Strick, man, and I can't tell you how excited I am tonight about what's about to go down. I got my people waiting on me. Big shouts out to my dude LP already in the comments, and thank you, brother, for definitely shouting us out. And man, Kevin, what's up? What's up? I got people coming through already, and I want to get this off the screen. Like I have all of my hot ways to get in contact with me. It just pops up and it never wants to go away. But I want to have like the whole screen. Come on, almost there. I'm gonna get it to go away. Hey, this is your boy Strick, and I need you to do me a favor. We're gonna actually do this together. Like, if we can take some time. My beloved girls is on. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna be coming up in a few minutes. Shantae and Shantae Via. I got it. I got it. They're gonna be on. My man Robert Kennedy III is gonna be on. And man, what's going on? Shayla's there. I'm telling you, it's going to be a wild night. So y'all hang on. I got some guests coming through today that I know you're going to love. But while I do this, I need you to do it with me. Like, can you share this stream tonight? Strick City New Year's Eve party. I want to call it a celebration, but it's a party, Miss Williams. It's a party. Can we not party together? Like, if that possible for us to kind of like have a good time, all of us together? I think so. I think so. I think so. I want to have a good time with you. And literally, like, I can't tell you enough. Like, I'm sharing this and I need you to do it too. Can you do that for me? Strick City Live? Huh? Can you do it? I'm on, like, what's that page I'm on? I'm on Strick City, the DJ Strick page, the fan page, and the profile page. And all you have to do is hit that share button and then decide where you want it to go. And people have already shared it. That's what I like. Why not share this with me? Boom. That's what I'm talking about. So tonight, I'm actually gonna be on for a while tonight, like for a while. Like, I have 10 of my friends that are gonna be coming through tonight. They're gonna be talking about who they are in their business. We're gonna do some encouraging talk. So if you're out there, what's up, Tracy? Yes, Strick City Live is here. I'm throwing them up right now. I guess I forgot to actually throw the lower thirds up, but there you go. We are live. And Miss Williams, I got you. Miss Williams, thank you for sharing it. She said she shared it, and there my girls are, the Be Love Inc. girls. You know what I'm saying? My man LP. I had to go right back through all of these so everybody can see. We're gonna be kind of like interactive tonight. So there's gonna be some people that are gonna come on tonight, and you have a question about who they are and what they do. Just put it in the comments. I'll see it and throw it up for you. So don't hesitate to do that with me. All right. So I have people on from all over the country tonight, like literally all over the country, and they're going to be sharing who they are, what they do, and then how you can get in contact with them, of course, because you know what, these people, they are pretty tight with what they do. Like some business owners, content creators, and just good people. At the end of the day, they are really, really good people. So I want everybody I know to definitely be at a place where you can share this. And I am still trying to share these pages. Facebook is like, I don't want you to. And I'm like, I'm not going to stop until I share these pages or my other pages tonight. So one more to do. And then I'm going to bring on my first guest for tonight, because I have a few people that are going to be coming through. And you're going to enjoy every piece of this, because I promise you, I couldn't bring all the people that I wanted to on. So there's more people that I want to come on. And if you're one of those folks and you already know I need to be on with Strick, let me know. Hit me up in the inbox, and I'll do my best to bring you on tonight. So I have shared it, and I'm ready to focus on my first guest tonight. He's given me a little bit of his time, and I am oh so appreciative of that. He is a content creator, a business owner who creates content, and he is from Florida. You know what I'm saying? Right down below Orlando. And again, he's sharing his time with your boy Strick tonight. And I'm also happy to have him here. So without further ado, you know what I'm saying? I want to welcome out with me Kevin Lyons. I should have called you like the CEO, Kevin Lyons. Should I have addressed you that way?
You know what? Kevin is fantastic, man. I'll give you a roar.
There you go. You gave it a roar. See, I like it. You're already ready to go. You already
How you
ready to
doing,
go.
man?
Man, I am great. I am great. It took me a minute to figure out how I was going to share everything. But everything has been shared. We are ready to go. It's going to be a great night, and you're kicking the show off for me tonight. So,
Man.
what better else? What better person could I have kicking off the show other than the CEO? You know what I'm saying?
Hey, you know what? I'm just Kevin, but I'm looking at the show lineup, and I'm not going to reveal all your guests, but I'm looking through like 8 o'clock, 8:30, 9, 9:30, 10. I mean, I'm kind of like the cheap warm-up act to all these guys. I mean, you got a lineup tonight, bro.
Listen, the lineup is really, really nice tonight, but you're absolutely not a cheap warm-up. You got to kick off your show with some of your best content, right? To get people to stay
man.
on. So
You're
I'm
too
like,
kind.
man, I got to have Kevin. Listen, I've watched tons of your material and content. I've already, from the first day, I'm like, this guy knows what he is doing. From the first day I saw your content on YouTube and a part of what we're doing with Let's Get Live. Big shouts out to our guy, Doc Rock.
That's
and
right.
Diana Gladney, and for everybody. There you go with the Lions
That's
roar.
right.
You know what I'm saying? And CEO of it is a media company. Tell me what your company does, what you do, so the people will kind of understand why I'm so excited about you.
You know what's so funny is my mom asks me all the time, what in the world is it that you do, right? And so we do a couple of things. Well, first off, it's not just me. So Lions and Solutions, we are a solutions factory. I'll talk to you a little bit later about what we truly are as far as the value and why we do what we do. But we're a solutions factory. We have clients, predominantly, we do a lot of work in the nonprofit space and like the associations, with our primary client being in healthcare. So we have a team of employees across the country. We've been a virtual company since before virtual was cool. I mean, we're talking about since 2008. We've always been like a virtual company. No building, no infrastructure. We have employees across, I think it's 8 states right now. We have about 12, 13 people on our team. So we're not a huge company, but I started out back, the short history is my wife and I, my first wife, my only wife, we got married in 1993. In 1995, we started a Christian lifestyle and events magazine. We started a media company after that. I worked for one of the largest motivational presenter companies in the world. And then after that, we jumped into the 2006, 7, 8 span of jumping into social media. I launched on Twitter, and I had this experiment that I was doing to see, and this is Lemuel, who I think is going to be coming up soon, Lim Drops, on your show. He's talking about like the giving economy. That's like a shtick with him right now.
Right.
And what's so funny, I'm like, Lim, man, you completely stole like 3 videos I was about to do. So, thank you very much. Because we went on Twitter, and I went on Twitter, and I was like, you know what? I want to go help as many people as I can find figure out problems and solutions that they have. And I'm a web developer, a marketer. I've been a chief marketing officer, chief technology officer. I've done 9 startups. I mean, there's some experience. There's a lot of failure, but there's some experience. Right. And, and I was like, what if we go out and help as many people as we can? What type of following and what type of involvement can we get on Twitter? Well, I went like 2.5, 3 years of 100% of our revenue was coming from the relationships that I was building on Twitter. And I was not trying to build revenue. I was trying to help people, and opportunity comes. I just did a video recently. Jim Rohn, who's a motivational speaker, he had a quote saying, opportunity shies away from need.
Okay.
When you go after things and you're hungry, sometimes that can mess with your vision and your purpose and your why. And opportunity has a way of shining away from that. Zig Ziglar has this quote, and I had the privilege of working with Zig and then his son Tom shortly after Zig passed away on rebranding as a legacy brand. But he had this quote: "If you help enough other people get what they want, you get what you want." And I kind of like
We
took
can't go
those.
by that too fast, because those are some very, very important, I guess, life principles, to
Man,
be able to help people, like to really have a heart to say, hey, I want to give you this and I don't want anything in return.
right. And I even kind of started to trim that phrase because in the time that Zig was sharing that, if you help enough other people get what they want, you get what you want. It was a different season. I think in today's world, I like trimming, you get what you want.
Right.
I like to say if you help enough other people, period. And I think we see that in a lot of the people, the circles that we're currently in, like with Doc and what he's doing, with Lim and what he's doing, Bradley, and on all of these amazing people that are surrounding around this, this vision of live streaming and Ecamm and everything else. We're altruistically or giving without expectation. I like calling it seed. I'm a believer. I'm a Christian. I'm just going to flat out like lay that out. I truly believe that there is a seed, a time, and the harvest.
Come on.
And in that, the seed is what you're responsible to what you do with it. Are you going to bury it? Are you going to sow it? Are you going to bury some and sow some? Are you going to be conservative? Or are you going to go all out and put it on the altar, right? The time is where that's the battleground. What do you do in that time? And then harvest is the work, not only so that you can get the reward back from what you're sowing, but you can get your next seed that you can resow, right? So internally with Lines and Solutions, and I really teach this culture with my team and our team, I mean, I'm like a puppet out here compared to the amazing team of people that we have behind Lines and Solutions. We have all of these virtual people. We have so many stay-at-home moms who had MBAs and everything else. And I was like, I need you to come into my team and you can have flexible hours and unlimited paid time off and all of these other things because you have a gift and you have a purpose that you need to sow into. And it gives all this purpose. And that's a whole nother conversation as far as the culture of Lionson and how we do it virtually. But we truly believe that we are a seed factory.
Wow.
We
I like that.
are not a profit center. We're not a revenue producer. We're not a fast growth accelerator. We are a seed factory. And every time that we keep focused into that as a seed factory, there's blessing there and there's increase there. Soon as we take our eyes off the fact that we're producing seed to sow, and we start filling up those combines and those harvest towers and everything else of saying, okay, we're having seed to collect, all of a sudden blessing starts drifting away.
Kevin, let me interrupt you while you're saying that, because this is some good stuff. I got Gloria and Alicio both in the comments. We're just some church people. They're already saying seed time and harvest. Like it is right there with where you are. And for you to come with a term that we are a seed factory, come on, man. Hey. So the reason why, I would say some of the reasons why we're together, and I got to mention Alicio because he actually came in on the beginning doing some reviews for the Let's Get Live community. And then I had an opportunity to get on, but I've kind of followed his lead in giving of our time to be able to do some of those recaps, but it helped build the community as far as people being able to see themselves be critiqued in a nice, wholesome way to help them build their business. And people were willing to give their time and information to help build somebody else. So I have to give him kudos for, even in this community with Doc, help setting the scene along with Lemuel of we want to be a giving culture.
That's right.
Like we don't want to be a group that is, follow for follow or, hey, let's sell this product.
No.
The first thing that we did outside of doing some of the recaps was helping Bradley get to his 1,000 subscribers, with just using our influence to encourage other people to, hey, get on board. And that wasn't about any of us. It was about helping somebody else. So when you say I
You're
want to be
sowing.
sowing those seeds, because at one point it's going to be a point in time where all of us need help getting to that next phase. And even if, me, I have a small channel, but if the people that know me and respect me, if I can introduce them to somebody else that's on the cusp, I mean, he was 50 subscribers away from getting where he needed to be, and everybody could help give him that momentum to do it. Actually, he made a post today where he's now 1,200 subscribers, and that all happened within 30
So good.
days. So to say, I know it, right? You got to have the roar. So for him to, for you to say you have a seed factory as a business, I want people to grab a hold to that as an idea or for a mindset for life. Like we all should be seed factories. Like you
Yeah.
having the preacher come out of me, Kevin. Come on, man.
Bring
I
it, bro.
love that. I
Bring it,
love
bro.
that. So
Yeah.
so I stopped you, so I want you to continue.
Now, and so some backstory. So Lines and Solutions, again, here's a place that I'm at. I'm pointing to transparency with you. Is we have sowed so much into other people's visions, right? There's like other people's money in that whole conversation. There's this other conversation about other people's visions, or
Okay.
OPV, right? A lot of us as creators, and I know that you were working on a church gig and stuff and stuff right before you came on tonight live. We sow so much into other people's visions that Lions Den, we kind of like, okay, God, you've allowed us to develop a team. You allowed us to grow this nonprofit client that we have. Now we're a for-profit company, but a nonprofit client, I mean, they went from, I don't want to go through numbers, but
Right.
basically it's like a 15x growth period over the course of 6-7 years with this client, predominantly utilizing social media, utilizing live streaming, utilizing a whole bunch of technology that we're all like vibing in right now. And it's like, man, he's brought so many talented people and resources and know-how and abilities around this, that we feel that we're at that point with Lions Den that we want to kind of go through a little bit of a metamorphosis, keep the client intact, grow the client. One of the principles that we operate by as a company is we want to do exceedingly abundantly more than our clients can ever ask or hope or think. You know where that comes from, right?
Right.
Because we're created in God's likeness. We are creators because he is a creator and we're creating his likeness. And so therefore we should take on the character of God, and he does exceedingly more than abundantly more than we can ever ask or hope or think for us.
Right.
So why should we not do that for our clients, right? And so that's part of our culture. And and we hit it most of the time, but we're also flawed, flawed, right? We're human. So we always strive to make sure that we're doing quality improvement, continual quality improvement. But we are like, man, we've learned so much. Not that we feel that we want to build this big platform so that we can trumpet all of our successes, but rather we feel the responsibility of taking that content now and pivoting it and coming into our Lines and Solutions YouTube channel, which I think we're like 48, 49 subscribers. So we're not all that on YouTube. We're not all that in the space,
Right.
but we have years and years times multiple people of doing pivoting this year during the pandemic, all these live conferences. So we used to do like major conferences in cities with, medical education, accredited education. There's all these complexities and grants and sponsorships and working with big pharma and Pfizer and Amgen and all these people. And we had to pivot all of that into a virtual space. Well, thank God that we had already started working in the virtual space on live streaming and Facebook and YouTube and all the things, right? So that we were able to pivot this national conference into a conference in a virtual space, all using Ecamm. I hope you have your affiliate link.
Come on.
All
Come on.
using Ecamm.
It's in the descriptions, Kevin. You already know.
There you go, man. And so we did a 4-day multi-speaker. So we had, goodness, 20-something speakers, 4-day event, and it was all produced right here in this top bedroom that turned into my office/studio using 3 Macs and just all types of craziness. And man, it knocked out of the park as far as the results and the feedback. So coming all the way back around, so we have these gained experiences, and I think this is a message that I just feel in my heart that I want to share with you and your viewers. We have all these gained experiences. I know there's a lot of chatter about imposter syndrome and so forth. I think that there's something even deeper to, especially those who feel that calling, that anointing, and so forth on their life of all of these skills. And you know what? I think there's an army of media producers sitting behind pastors every Sunday morning that have more skills than they realize that they have.
Wow.
That that they and us and me, all of these things that we're doing, I get okay, and this is not pride, this is not trying to boast, but a lot of what we do as CEO and as executive director of this nonprofit is myself and my senior director of business development and my senior director of medical education. We get on these phone calls with big pharma. For
Okay.
our nonprofit, these relationships are literally like hundreds of thousands of dollars of relationships that prop up this nonprofit in the medical space. One phone call can be $100,000 phone call, not for me, not for Lions Den, but for our client, which is a byproduct of, we get a piece of that, but still it's for them.
Right.
And when we pivoted and said, you know what, we're going to use Ecamm Live, we're going to use our virtual camera, we're going to put branding up, we're going to have our client colors around us, we're going to pull branding through with logos and showing lower thirds and all this other stuff. We had big pharma like Pfizer, and this ties in not to just all you creators and content producers out there, but also those media guys that are sitting behind the pastor, and also those, if you have any pastors watching, all of this pulls through to you to where it's obtainable through a lot of these platforms. Is we had executives of pharma, and we have friends that are in high places that, like I said, Pfizer and Amgen and all those drug commercials you see on TV, and even like the COVID, vaccine that's coming out from Pfizer and Moderna and so
Right.
forth.
Right.
We don't interact with those people. We interact with them on a different specialty in rheumatology and the biologic therapies. But they were coming back to me and our team and saying, you know what, we had that Zoom call with you. We had that, Microsoft Teams call with you. What did you do there?
Right. What
Because
was that?
you made this all look like, we're amateurs on this call. And all of a sudden we started hearing feedback. And this comes back around to a spiritual piece of this. So bear with me. We started hearing feedback from these executives of saying, there are so many nonprofits that are asking us for money right now because they need help. But you look like you have, not Kevin, but Lions Den and our client, you look like you have figured out this virtual space and virtual event space. And we feel safe investing with you, our
Wow.
sponsorship and time and resources.
Wow.
And I'm like, all we did was be brave and kind of said, hey, let's pull some technology into this and
Right.
put a little bit of polish on this and show them that not only are we trying to oh my goodness, we're trying to figure out COVID, what are we going to do for our clients, but rather we're here and we're trying to figure this out together. And we want to work with you to help you achieve the outcomes you need, because your whole business model is destroyed. And we want to come in and help you fix that business model.
Right.
And it all kind of layers back down to Ecamm. So coming back all the way down to that, what did we learn through that? Not just how to do a value proposition to pharma, but what
Okay.
we learned from that was an experience. I mean, Proverbs, right? Ask for wisdom, he gives it to you without, without hesitation or without, restriction. With all of your get not only knowledge, but understanding.
Right.
So in that understanding that we got, that is a gift from God that we can then, and I'm talking to you as a pastor, as the media guy behind the camera, Sunday mornings and everything else, that understanding that you've received through the season of COVID and live streaming services and preaching and everything else, that is valuable seed that you have that you can sow into other people, sow into your peers as seed, but then also there's value to it to where you can go into the marketplace with that and turn that into opportunity.
Right. Right.
So
That's really good. That's really good. Your wisdom in this and how you actually said it. Let me say it this way, because this was on my mind. First of all, I got to
sure.
give a shout out to one of my pastor's friends, Tal Prince, that came in to say Happy New Year, Strick. Definitely shouts out to
Happy
you,
New Year.
Tal. Man, you beat me to it. I was supposed to say Happy New Year to you first. I hate when my friends beat me to saying Happy New Year's, but definitely Happy New Year to you. Kim Bella is on tonight, and the beloved twins actually shouted her out, and I got I think this is Coach Fritchie. You know what I'm saying? The coach is in the house. He said both of you guys are awesome. Coach, you are awesome. Jody's in the house saying good stuff to what you were saying, Kevin. And it's amazing how biblical principles apply directly to those areas of life. And man. Understanding is paramount from Alicio. Like, guys, this is oh so important for us to understand. But this is what I want to say about us as a group. A lot of the guys, and the reason why I think we kind of gravitate to each other is, number one, there was a solution out there, Kevin, that everybody could have got for free. Mm-hmm. Everybody knows about OBS, right? And I'm sure you probably went that way first. Is that not the first thing that you looked at?
So I'm a church guy as well. I play some keys on some worship teams and get pulled into my brother-in-law's church a lot on media. I'm thankful for OBS for all the purposes it serves, but at the same time, there's an easy way and there's a hard way, right?
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
and OBS is the hard way, and thankfully, I had the wisdom of abandoning OBS quite a while ago.
So what happens is we all were in some kind of way introduced to Ecamm, and not only was it a better solution over OBS, but it gave us some additional tools that separated us from the crowd, because OBS was an option, but also StreamYard was an option.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like, well, we're Mac guys. You know, so everybody's using Mac, and this Ecamm is only a Mac-based platform that you could use. All those things kind of led us this direction, but also, I would say it again, the additional tools that would make us look better. Guess what? You could use it for Skype, or you could use it on those Zoom calls and be able to do so much more than anybody else could. And having that information, I mean, you shared it in your story, having the information and be able to do more, this kind of separates you from the crowd.
It totally does. And it doesn't matter if you're sitting in front of pharma or some big dollar thing, but think about that. Like, let's say you're a client or a consultant for a small business or a consultant for ministries or something. When you show up on a Zoom call, you should always have, I mean, I was green screen for a long time. I always had my logo up here. I always had the lower third down. I mean, just simple things. And they were just like, mind blown. How in the world are you doing that? Now, what we did do is we went through a journey, because the conference that we had to convert, that 4-day multi-conference, now since then we've done about 30, roughly 30 of various sizes events that were funded for 2020 as conferences or dinner programs or summits or forums, that we've pivoted all those to virtual, all through Ecamm. And we have a recipe behind our Ecamm. We don't just go Ecamm to Facebook. We go to Ecamm to Restream to Vimeo to Meeting Pulse to a WordPress site that has a custom configuration to it on the EC2, blah, blah, blah. So, you know, we have some stuff there.
I loved it. Yes, sir.
But, you know, what we did, though, is we had, I mean, basically this conference for our client was $500,000 of revenue that they either had to say, we're going to reschedule, we're going to refund, or we're going to thrive and figure this out. And so we did that. Again, that's not my revenue. I don't want to pretend that, you know, I got cashed in $500,000 to produce this conference. But at the same time, it was tied to our livelihood and the livelihood of the people that are part of Lions. And more importantly, it was tied into the seed that we had, you know, that we needed to steward over. So we went through and we looked at vMix, we looked at OBS, we looked at, Wirecast, we looked at, I mean, all the across the board. StreamYard looked promising for quite a while, but then you get into the limitations. We looked at Hey Summit. We looked at, I mean, we probably went through tons of platforms, and we had a budget. So it wasn't a money limiter. It was more of what can I stand behind with my brand and Lions, and to say, we will deliver this. It's not going to be perfect because it's going to be live, but we're going to deliver this and it'll be exceptional. And we stood behind Ecamm, and Ecamm stood behind us. And the founders, not to turn this into an infomercial for Ecamm, but the founders, Glenn and his brother, I mean, they reached out and they were working with me. We put together a Mac Daddy studio, and we're like, let's stack this for success.
Right.
With that being the case, that's a Timothy principle, right? Study to show yourself approved.
Right.
And so you don't just jump to something because someone gives a recommendation. Diana Gladley, she preaches that as far as, don't just buy a camera because I'm showing you a camera.
Right.
Study to show yourself approved so that you know what you're doing, and there's a blessing into that. So anyways, I could go on forever because
And I
I
love it.
can
I
geek
mean,
out
come
into
on.
that.
I got time with the CEO. You know what I'm saying? Like
Wow.
this is some real good content for people that are watching this. I know this is a celebration for New Year's, but as
That's
a
right.
content creator, as someone that has their business in media, some of the things that you're mentioning with Ecamm, of course, I use it. We use, you use it. The descriptions or a link to Ecamm. If anybody is watching this and want to know, man, how can I have a set like my man Kevin Lyons, the CEO and Chief Solutions Officer? I mean, look at how cool this guy is in his
Oh
setup,
my.
and I'm actually bringing him into my network and in my setup. I'm sorry, I don't look as cool as Kevin tonight, but look at the quality that we're able to present not only on Facebook but on YouTube and Periscope through Twitter. So we're doing some things to reach a huge audience tonight, and you can see the quality that Ecamm allows us to do. That being said, Kevin, you are a leader of people. You have a great foundation. We're leaving a year like 2020 with the devastations across the country. I mean, not in years have we had this many people die in 1 year,
Right.
especially over one virus. Is there anything you could say to the people that are watching tonight to encourage them a little bit?
Sure. A couple of things. We work in healthcare. A lot of the nonprofit that we work with are nurses and rheumatology, and not to go into a science conversation of rheumatology, but their therapies are immunosuppressant therapies, meaning that their immune systems are suppressed for their patients. So it's so critical for those nurses not to contrive a virus because they could infect many people, not just in the infection rates of COVID, they can infect many people because of their immunosuppression. Also, my wife is a cancer survivor. She just finished up breast cancer and she's cancer free, thank God,
Wow.
as of
Amen.
the end of the past year. She actually has a follow up surgery not related to cancer on January 8th. I'll take all your prayer on that. We have peace from
Yes,
God
sir.
that she's going to be fine. But, so there's a lot of things. And we just found out that a group of friends of ours, that they were out caroling and they ended up all contracting COVID. Um, and during this, I mean, this is a real time. And so a couple of short stories, because I know you have a lot of amazing people coming up. I don't want to take their time. Is it's a serious time, but we also
Right.
serve a serious God.
Come on, that's true. We do.
It's a time of peril, but He gives us joy in the morning.
Yes, he
It's a
does.
time of sickness, but by His stripes we were healed, right? He knew about this year 2021 well before we were even thought of in our mother's womb.
That's right.
And I just encourage you to put your trust and faith and hope in Him, because all things work together for good for those who are called according to His purpose, right? And so if you put your faith and trust and hope in Him, but also there's this other thing. I don't know if you remember an evangelist pastor, Freddie Price.
Yep.
I cut my teeth on him a long time ago, and he had this book called Faith, Foolishness, and Presumption.
Okay.
And it was like one of those slap in the face, thing. It's like, okay, God is not a vending machine, you
Right.
know, but at the same time, we need to take care of things ourselves.
Right.
So all of that to say is 2021 was, or 2020 was, see, I'm already past 2020.
Right.
2020 was a terrible year in many ways. However, there was so many things that happened that we count as blessing through 2020. Look at all these live stream innovations. Look at Ecamm evolving. Look at this community coming up. Look at how we met
Right.
together, and
Right.
the people surrounding us. There's so many different things that are happening. There's blessing that don't. I just encourage you, don't let the bad overshadow what God's doing, because God is doing a work in the bad, and He's getting us through this. And with that, going into 2021, is, I mean, is He surprised? Does He have some big reveal? And I hate to bust this bubble, but at 12:01 a.m. tonight, there's not going to be, unless Jesus comes back again, not to go completely biblical on you here, there's
Come
not going to
on.
be
Come on.
some major shift that happens at 12:01. God's the same yesterday, today, and always. So what's happening in your life today is probably going to be there tomorrow, but so is God. So is
Right.
the Father, and He will meet every need that you have according to His riches and glory in Christ Jesus, right? So I just encourage you, don't get caught up into the hype. Be safe, wear a mask in public, do it for my wife. I mean, she needs to stay safe and get through these surgeries and stuff. But don't get caught up in the don't get taken away from all of this stuff. Don't get caught away from what your purpose, your calling, what your vision is, that idea, that dream, that business, that innovation, that book, that website, that blog, that YouTube channel. Don't get called away from that by being sucked into so many things of a world that we're not even necessarily residents of, right?
Right.
So just want to share that with you. Be encouraged, be of good
Man.
cheer, because God is good and His mercy endures forever.
Brother, that's awesome, man. You got to add another tagline to your name, man. You got to be the CEO, preacher, and chief solution officer, man. That
Uh,
is awesome. And I appreciate you doing that. People need to hear those kind of things from us right now. Everybody should be optimistic on what
that's right.
2021 is, but let's do that with a sense of where the optimism should come from. It
Right.
should be us putting our faith in the Father that He's going to make the changes for us and not we doing something different or the virus just miraculously goes away. Those things are not going to happen. What's going to happen is if we put our trust in God and allow Him to be who He is on our lives and across the world, things will
That's
be
right.
just fine.
That's right. It's people. So Vicky went through Moffitt Cancer Center in Tampa and stuff. So we've been in and out of there for the past couple of years. Of appointments and follow up. She went through chemotherapy, a mastectomy, radiation, and so forth. And we always said, God, we want to go there on assignment for you. And we were like, we were really grappling with the word hope. Because
Hold
we were
on,
like,
hold
hey,
on. You're saying you're going to go to the cancer center as an assignment. Is
right?
that what
Because I
you
mean,
said?
we're there. Yeah,
So so
we're
so you know you needed to go, like you're going because of a
right.
health need from your wife, but you're also like in your mind going on assignment saying, God, I'm willing to be a vessel here. Is that
That's right. That's my wife speaking through this. She was like,
wow.
if I'm doing this, I'm doing it, and I'm taking the and again. Sorry to go. I'm going to go a little deeper here. I'm going to take the glory of God or the overshadowing of God of His glory. All right. There's a whole message on Peter at the gate. Peter when his shadow fell upon the man, at the gate.
Right, right,
And
right.
there's a Greek word for that called episkiazo. And that episkiazo is the overshadowing of the glory of God. And when his shadow fell upon him, right, he was
Right.
healed. And so we prayed. I mean, every morning, we would drive from Winter Haven to Tampa. It's about an hour drive. And my wife and I would pray. And it's like, okay, God, be unto me, be glorified in this. You know that I need to live and not die. And I claim that. But let this be an assignment to where, as we even walk through the halls of the hospital, that our shadow would even cast your glory and bring hope and bring healing to
Wow.
those who need it. And it's not my shadow. It's not Vicky's shadow. And we're not looking for crowns in this or anything.
Right,
But it's just,
right.
we took that as a seriousness of saying that God's presence and His glory should overshadow us into these things. And we took it as an assignment. So coming back around to as far as, what we're talking as going through, as an assignment to to the cancer center, is we actually felt the intentionality of God's got this. He's in
Right.
control. Same thing with coronavirus. Same thing with 2020 and 2021. He's the same yesterday, today, and always. And what was important for us, though, is to draw near to Him. And I was talking about the word hope because we were really grappling with hope. What is hope? Where do we put our hope? What is our hope? We want to share hope. We want to spread hope and all these other things about hope. You know, and it really came to the only hope that we could share with anyone was not a word of encouragement or you got this or you can make it through it and everything else. Our hope is in the name of the Lord.
Wow.
And sometimes in life you get to this point, and we got to that point when she went through breast cancer because the diagnosis in the beginning wasn't what we wanted to hear, right?
Right.
It was, and then they revealed to us later how bad it was after we were past it. And it was like, oh, thank God
Wow.
you didn't, and all that. And she's fine and she's good, cancer free. But we learned that during those times we were empty to ourselves. I had thank God for our team at Lion's Den, because they had to run the business, because I was out of there. I was like all into, taking care of my wife and my girls.
Right.
And we learned that at the end of the road, the only place there's hope, and I speak this even into 2021, is your hope is in the name of the Lord.
Come on. That's right. That's right.
And so again, sorry to go all churchy,
No,
into this,
man. No.
but in
Listen,
business,
there's no better way to start a year than to be reminded, where our hope should be, and doing that with somebody that's experienced. Like this is something that's still like this year, right?
that's right. She finished her immunotherapy the beginning of this year, and 2 months later, COVID, right?
Wow. Wow.
And
So that's
so,
awesome,
and
man.
yeah. So, anyways, I'll leave you with that. Put your hope in the name of the Lord. If that's not of you, if Christianity and this whole Bible thing is not there, I encourage you to still take a look at Proverbs. Proverbs is universal. You'll see the biblical truths in there. And I just encourage you with, seek wisdom in 2021,
Right.
seek knowledge, gain knowledge. With all of your gain understanding, and that will drive your content creation, that will drive your business, it will drive your opportunities, and just, be of good cheer. I mean, God's got this, and we have a great year ahead of us.
Hey, listen, I have to book you to be on the show where we can kind of talk about both things, because the time that I have tonight is just not enough for us to talk about your business solutions, and then to, kind of share our faith with people, because that's what I do. You got to talk about real world stuff, which is people go to work. These are some solutions for you as you are doing work virtually or whatever. And then how do we even come up with taking the extra step to make sure that in everything we do it in excellence, because I know that's part of what, you're all about. So I'm going to call you. We got to sit down and talk. I want to know some more information from a technology sense that you're doing there, so that we can help some more people, man. That is awesome.
So
Thank
good,
you
man.
so very much for your time.
Hey,
I want you to stay.
New Year.
Yeah, happy New Year to you. Stay on, because if you haven't met my next guest,
oh man,
they're gonna brighten up your day. You hear what I'm saying? So let me do this. Let me see if I can bring them on really quick. I didn't do all the stuff I needed to do to get it ready, so I'm just gonna pop them on the screen right now. It is the Be Love Inc. girls, Shantae and Shantavia.
Hey, peace be unto everybody. How y'all doing, family? How you doing, Kevin? You was preaching, brother. Oh, preaching. Blessing us, dropping gems, y'all. Oh, it was so good. Oh, great. You hit it off. You thinking you left the first no. You started the night off powerful. I'm so happy you was first. You set the mood that we are all in gratitude for what the Lord has been doing in all of our lives. So thank you for being the first. Yes. Wow. You got me on fire. We all energy all day, every day. You got me hype over here. I'm like, I can't wait to get on after him. Can't wait.
I need some of y'all's coffee.
I know it, right? Whatever they're drinking, we want some of that.
I don't drink coffee.
Yeah, please don't start. Don't start. Kevin, have you ever met the girls before? Have you ever?
I followed y'all, and of course in our communities, whether Ecamm or on the Let's Get Live and the doc world there. But no, I've watched y'all. Your energy is just it's infectious, and you guys are awesome.
God bless you. You're the bomb.com as well. That's raw. Yeah, I know, right? I love it.
There it is. There it is. Hey, Kevin, man, I appreciate the time you've given me tonight. I don't want to take so much of your time away from the family, but thank you for your words. Thank you for the information you've given us, and God bless you in 2021.
God bless you guys. God bless you, girls.
God bless you, Kevin. God bless your family.
See you next year.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Happy New Year.
Wow. What a way to get started, right? And then I have Shantae and Shantae.
Love. And you did it good today too, DJ.
Did I had it together? I had
You
it
had a
together.
little dancey in it. I appreciate that. You gotta add the little dance when you say my name. I'm
You
glad.
did. So it's a little harder for me to tell who's who today, other than you guys are sitting in the appropriate seats. Like no one switched seats tonight, so I know who I'm talking to. That being said, Shantae, I see you decided to go straight as well.
I did. I needed a haircut, so the big hair was becoming a lot. So she chopped off a few inches. So I'm loving it right now. But trust and believe, once water hit it, it's back to normal. It's back natural.
I got you. Well, let me do this really quick. Now that I have Kevin off, I want to restructure my scenes just 1 second. Okay. Give me just 1 second to get you guys in the right spot.
No problem.
And see if I can get you right back to one. And then I add one back in, and take two out.
Oh, that's
there
so cool.
We go.
It changed the shirt color too. You see
Did
that?
it?
Yeah, I look orange. That is so cool. That's hilarious.
Did I? Let me see if I did anything to make that change.
You're wearing yellow.
Are you wearing yellow? I didn't. I don't have any settings that'll make it change. I'm not really sure.
That's okay.
I see you in one of the slides, and you are yellow. I don't know why it would come out that way.
I think this is so cool.
Well, hey, let me not mess with anything. We'll go with it. So I have the Be Love Inc. girls. I'm getting it together, Jody. I'm trying my best to get it together over here.
Great job. The hostess with the mostest.
Yeah, I know it, right?
Fire.
So we listen. What a way to start out 2021, right? You know, to have our community on, and everybody has great content. And I know that if I had these people on, they're going to provide something to my audience. That being said, the energy that you guys provide and the faith that you are so willing to share, and now with me, the time that you're willing to share with us to talk about what you guys are doing. So for people that don't know, can you kind of give an idea or tell us who you are, what you do, and how people can find you?
Yes, so I'm gonna introduce myself. I'm Shantae.
And I'm Shantae, Via
from Be Love Inc. And Be Love Inc. is short for Be Loved in the name of Christ, and that's Jesus Christ.
Okay.
And that is our mission, that is our business, our ministry, our purpose, our calling. What God has called us to do is to share his love. So that is what we are doing. We are sharing. I know you guys always say we have great energy, but it's literally glory be to God. It's how God has created us to be, just to share love in our products and our message and just how we are. So yes, you're always gonna get love when you're referring to the Be Love Inc. twins.
Yeah, we just want to spread the word. We've been called to evangelize and bring others to Christ because we know Jesus Christ as our Lord and Savior, and it has been like amazing, a game changer. Like I want to go to heaven. Not just me, I want us all. So we just been called to spread the word.
And there's no other way to be, and you guys definitely have to be who you are, and you do it so well. But you guys are business owners as well, right? So let's talk about the business.
Yes, this is our business, Be Love Inc. is our logo. And so it's really special because God, our friend, is a graphic designer, and the Lord just dropped this into him for our logo. And it actually has a lot of significance in it. It has like the heart for love. It has the 3 in it for Father, Son, Holy Spirit. It has the stripes for the stripes that Jesus took on the cross. It just has a lot of significance in our logo. It's a B to evangelize. If you look at it, it's a B, but upside down, I seen a fish, and God said to be a fisher of men. God just kept giving us more revelation with our logo and with our name, because when we first got Be Love Inc., we just kept asking the Lord for a name, and then he gave us Be Love Inc., and we was like,
so excited,
so bomb. And then he told us later on,
he gave us revelation that it's actually in the name of Christ. So then we like, Super blown.
What an honor.
So
What
yeah,
an
for
honor.
right now, currently we offer Bibles and Bible essentials, and then we also do like apparel, not just for ourselves, but for other businesses as well. So yeah, that is what we are offering. But more to come. Trust and believe. We're really excited. We can't say just yet, but I'll show a hint. Some books are coming out very soon.
Yes,
That's
some
what's up.
and some planners, and we're really excited about. Like God already told us exactly how He wants us to do the prayer journal. So I am so excited. I'm just down.
That's what's
I'm
up.
so excited.
So Couch Mom says, Couch Mom Club says, yes, Be Love Inc. is amazing. And you guys truly are amazing. I'm just so encouraged by your heart, your love for God, and your willingness to share it. But you do some things that are very unique, because not only are you doing YouTube content creation, but you're on Instagram. And you guys are on TikTok too, right?
We're on TikTok.
Yeah, because we're like some people know we're worshipers and we always dance. And that's why you always see me do my little dance with my name. I'm actually a worshiper. I'm a flagger. I'm a dancer. I have been called to dance onto the Lord. We both have. And so I just doing TikTok is just really fun and stuff like that. But we literally just dance before God. Yeah. He called us to dance.
So let me ask you this question, because you are you said a flagger, right?
Yes.
So, being completely transparent, have you ever hit anybody with a flag in church?
No, I actually hit myself. I hit myself in it because when you
that's a good question though.
No, listen, black girls scare me.
Really?
Yeah, because if they get too close to you, they can hit you with the pole.
But trust and believe, if you do get hit by mistake, it doesn't hurt that bad.
You
hurt yourself more when you're flagging.
This is my swing flag, and with swing flags, you're supposed to never do this. And I did this, and my eye hurt it so bad, and that's why the Lord told me when I first He told me to start using flags. He told me to get a swing flag. He said the exact word: "It don't mean a thing if you ain't got that swing." I said,
Lord. So you're telling me God actually said something to you that rhymed at the same time? He was rhyming to you about what flag you need to use.
Yeah, because I asked him. That's what, like, when me building my relationship with God, I had a certain flag that I wanted.
Okay.
And I said, you know what? The ministry that I brought it from, they said, ask the Lord, ask him for a color. And so I was asking the Lord, and he told me to get a swing flag. And I'm like, I don't want a swing flag.
No, she didn't.
I don't want being a big old baby. God is amazing, because he wasn't just looking out for me. I'm new to flagging. He's also looking out for my children, because he don't want them to get poked in the eye.
Right.
So I thank the Lord. I said, Lord, you are amazing, because you not only looking out for my safety, because I'm learning it. He's looking out for my husband too, because I probably would have took out an eye. I'm serious. I probably would have hit him by mistake. And so, because with a swing flag, is no rods in it.
Yeah, and then for me, when I started flagging, I seen a flag on Amazing dance ministry, and I was like, I want those flags. And not just so happened, but so Jesus, the next day it was completely out of stock, and the next day it came back in stock like in a few hours. I was like,
you didn't even know what ministry that was.
No, I just seen flags, and I was like, I want those flags, Lord. I just said it in my heart, and I was like, I want those flags. And I think I shared it with my sister a little bit later.
God led me to the flags. Isn't we serve an awesome God? Like, I just love when God does those intimate things just for you and him. It's like your friendship with him. So it's like when you continue to build that relationship with God, you have those little inside jokes. Like, Lord, you're funny. Like with the swing flag, that was a funny inside joke, because I hit myself in the eye. I'm like, oh, my poor eye.
But we don't talk about flags forever.
Yeah, sorry.
So I didn't know both of you guys did flags, so that's very unique. And don't hit each other with the flags. But you guys have been doing a good job with balancing your material. With some things that are engaging the people, like the challenges. And I know you kind of mentioned you got some stuff coming up. I need some like hot off the press. This is what Be Love Inc. is going to do. We can give Strick, you know what I'm saying? We can give Strick that exclusive into the information. Like, I'm ready for some hot off the press stuff from the girls.
I will give you a snippet. So the Lord, I told you about this on our last interview. Okay. Remember that Strick? DJ
Yes,
Strick?
sir.
And so we started recording for it.
Yes, we did.
And it's going to be out very, very soon. Okay. Does that help?
No, it does not. No, it does not.
Okay,
But
so
I'm
just
cool
know
with
we're
it.
gonna be in a. Okay, I'll give you one more hint. Where studio isn't involved. Scripts are involved. Production is involved.
Yes.
So that will be the only hint I'm going to give after that.
You see my little teasy smile? I'm so excited.
Listen.
So hopefully that helps.
Okay, listen, if y'all, I'm telling you, I'm on your coattails. Whatever y'all are doing, I'm going to be there. You can just put like a little monitor to the side, and I'll just be inside of the monitor doing whatever I need to do with you guys. All right, I'm on the Be Love Inc. Ride. Like I'm in the car, you know, I'm on the bandwagon. I'm on the fan club.
Fan club, we in your fan club. We felt honored to be in this amazing lineup. We like, I told somebody, I said, he won us again. Oh snap!
Yeah, I'm telling you. I'm gonna be honest with you. You girls, God's gonna bless y'all for your heart. And all you have to do is just be ready for, like I said before, just be ready for the additional attention. Be able to handle everything that comes with having more attention on what you do. If you can handle it well, he's going to give you more. It's really that simple. So enjoy the ride, enjoy coming up and having a relationship where you feel like God is telling you certain things to do. Just enjoy that and you'll be just fine. You'll be just fine.
I'm excited because every time they're going to come to us, you're getting directed to the Lord. Every time. They're like, man, can y'all, like, I love how you had that conversation about forecasting, and you said, well, just be prepared. You know, maybe they try to say like, oh, can you let a little low, not with a little Christ? Can you give a little less?
Right.
No.
No. Because they're going to ask you to, part of the test always is, okay, can you compromise a little bit? Well, can you give us a little bit? Can you wear a little smaller shirt? You know, could you put your hair? It's going to be so many things that you're going to deal with. Just be ready. Yes. You know, you've already forecasted it, and try your best. Even with the lows, there's going to be some extreme highs, but even with the lows, try your best to enjoy the journey. That being said, I have to introduce the next person because I want to be sure that he has an opportunity to meet you guys as well if he hasn't, because the little community that we have, it is so cool, and I want to be sure that we kind of all get around. So without further ado, I want to bring this guy up. I absolutely love what he does, and I'm so thankful what he's doing. So Philip Edge, you know what I'm saying? It's on Strick City. You know what I'm saying? What's up, brother?
How you doing? Your wife is gorgeous, by the way. Sorry, just want to say that.
You know, I mean, hey, look, I'm married up. You know what I'm saying? So I do what I can. But listen, I'm gonna tell y'all this. First of all, Kevin was straight fire.
Come on now.
Y'all come on here 100 miles an hour and y'all straight fire. Look, I'm over here sitting. I had to do some jumping jacks. I had to go pray. I said, man, I gotta get on up here. No, it was definitely good, man. You all are so awesome. It's great to finally actually talk and meet you all. And Strick, man, thank you for, having me on tonight, brother.
Have you ever met the girls before? Have you ever had a chance to talk to them before?
So we have kind of just, hey, awesome video. Hey, that's great. Hey, I really like that. Heart, those kinds of things. But this is actually the first time that we've spoken live. But it can't be the last time. Those are my sisters.
And I wanted to be sure that, I did introduce you guys because you never know what can come out of meeting people, especially in our community. We see each other so often, but those real meetings could be everlasting. And I know, Philip, where your heart is for ministry. And then I know these girls. So if you ever have young girls that need to be inspired, to be honest with you, I don't know any other young ladies with a better heart and perspective and energy to introduce to other young ladies that may be dealing with any issues, especially their connection with God.
Thank you.
Right. You're absolutely right. Yeah. Hey, look, it's evident. It's all over you. I mean, like God oozes out of you all. And that right there, that's something that we cannot take lightly. You all can't take lightly. And I get so excited. Like literally, I get jacked up when I hear you all, when y'all talking. It's like that thing just goes around. See, Strick, you're gonna get us preaching over here, man.
I know it, man. I know it. Hey, you do me a favor. Can you turn your mic up just a little bit?
Yep, I sure can.
There you go.
Is that better?
Ryan started it. He kicked it off.
Yeah, Kevin really did. It's an awesome night, and you know, it's a new, we're going into a new year, so I'm excited about it. Ladies, before I let you go, can you please tell people how they could get in contact with you if they want more information about Be Love Inc.?
So we are currently on YouTube. Our YouTube channel is Be Love Inc. We're on YouTube as Be Love Inc. We're on Facebook as Be Love Inc. Our Instagram is Be_Love_Inc. TikTok Be Love Inc. So you literally can find us literally Be Love Inc. on all platforms. So
yes, and with the mouth open, that's how you're gonna know it's me, okay? The one with the mouth always open, that's me, y'all. Shantae Villa from Be Love Inc. Can't y'all tell? I told you I like saying my name. I like saying my name. But I appreciate you again
so much for having
us on. It's so nice meeting you, Philip. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
likewise, y'all. Likewise.
Bless y'all.
So no, ladies, you know you can't leave without doing the you know the love you thing. Come on, I'm gonna let you have it. Let's do it.
I appreciate it. And if you don't know,
now you know.
Be love you. But who loves you more? Jesus. And don't you forget it.
Listen. If y'all don't record that, put some music behind it. I absolutely love it. Thank y'all for coming and hanging out with me tonight. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year. Bye,
Happy New Year, y'all. Happy New Year.
Love
All right, ladies. All right.
Blessings.
Oh man. Let me move things around just a little bit if you don't mind. Get you in the right spot here. Wish it was easier way for me to do this, but I got you.
Here we go.
Yeah, man.
Here we go.
I wanted us to meet, man. I really did wanted us to meet because I've been watching your videos and I'm like, this guy has it. You know, he's on it. And not only from a technical standpoint, but from a content standpoint, man, I absolutely love what you've been doing and what you've been providing. But I don't know you that much. So what I do is I like to interview people. So
that's right.
Dude, tell me about Philip Edge, man. Tell me about what you're doing in the am I right if I'm saying you're in the Atlanta area?
I am in Atlanta, where my wife and I, we serve as the executive pastors for Crossover Church Atlanta. Crossover is
you were about to say it. I wanted to get the details of Crossover because that's a huge thing. So Crossover is
So Crossover is a church that focuses on hip hop, right? We believe in loving the city, drawing the city, and building the city. And honestly, we do it through hip hop music. So our church right now, we're a little bit over a year old, and God is just continuing to just show out and bless us. And, you know, it's really cool. My wife and I, we started pastoring in 2003. So, you know, to be at this place right now, which is a totally different role for us, to kind of sit behind the scenes and kind of work strategy, it's really, really awesome. It's really awesome. But God is blessing, man. God is blessing. It's crazy, Strick, when you have every Sunday, we got rappers every Sunday.
I love it. I mean, that's crazy. My ministry is built off that. So, you know, I did a lot of work in Atlanta. I say a lot of work. I have a lot of friends out of Atlanta. Of course, you know, if you're in the Atlanta area, you know, Canton Jones, of course.
Oh, yeah.
And, we did a lot of work.
Matter of fact, Canton was at our church 3 weeks ago. They did a joint tag team sermon. It was dope. It was, and he and his wife sung. They sang. They did it up.
Those are my people, man. Those are my people. We go back. I actually started ministry. I started my ministry kind of around what he was doing from the beginning of his, and you know how he's just so engaging and relevant to the community. And that's cool, man. So what's the connection with Urban D? Are you still kind of under that church?
Yeah,
or
so
is this...
we're literally sister churches. So Crossover Atlanta, it is a plant church from Crossover Tampa, which is I don't know what came first, like the chicken or the egg, but I will just say this: Crossover Tampa has focused on hip hop culture for years, and Pastor Tommy Kalana is the lead pastor there. And literally, we planted this church here in Atlanta. It has the same DNA. It has the same heartbeat of Crossover Tampa. And man, we're just, at the end of the day, we're just trying to reach people and meet them where they are and love them where they are. You know, I know for us, one of the things that we do that's super, super interesting is we love when people come to church, but we're about being the church. We're about getting out there in the highways and the byways. We go to the homeless shelter every Monday. You know, we're going to the jails. We're going and we're feeding. And we're literally sitting arm in arm with people who, as our pastor would say, some would term them the least of these. But we just truly believe that they're all God's people. And man, we're just excited, man. God is doing some wonderful, wonderful things.
So what got you into creating content and wanting to be a content creator?
Oh man, I've been creating content for a while. Also worked a secular job for a while. I was the director of training for a large company, $20 billion company, man. I mean, it was a huge company. So being the director of training, I mean, I had to make sure that the content that we were delivering was meeting people where they were at. And we had to always be cutting edge. And I literally took those same concepts that we were doing in corporate America. And I said that, hey, listen, I'm going to become the Robin Hood, if you will. And I'm going to take those same principles and I'm going to bring those same principles to people who need them. I love people. I mean, I'm just, you know, I would say I'm the people's champ, right? Championing for the people. I love people. So for me, getting in front of a camera, getting on YouTube, that's something that literally I've done for probably since 2011, 2012, somewhere around there. Now the crazy thing was it took Vlogmas to really light my fire again.
Wow.
I've left that large company, and started my own consulting company, Edge and Associates. And, you know, for Edge and Associates, it's literally how can we help people live? How can we help people love? And how can we help people lead well in family life and business? That's what it comes down to for us. I've seen too often strict people who gave everything and we're totally empty.
Wow.
So what Edge and Associates does, it fills people up, and we give them the gospel, man. We're not gonna candy coat that thing. We're gonna fill people up with the gospel, and in doing that, we truly believe that God will show you your purpose, and from your purpose will bring fulfillment. And when you have fulfillment, you don't need nothing else, brother. You don't need nothing else. So that's kind of what Edge and Associates does, and that's why we're back in the YouTube game, if you will. That's why we're back, you know, on Instagram, and you know, I haven't got TikToking yet, but I sure enough can do some of those reels, and you know.
Are you gonna do the dance, man? Are you gonna be dancing on TikTok?
I did one dance. All right, I did one dance. Yeah.
I know eventually I'm gonna have to do a TikTok dance. I'm just trying to hold off as long as I can, if that makes sense.
Man, you got to. Listen, I saw this guy. His name is Bishop somebody, and he is on TikTok. He and his wife are amazing, and this dude, you know, he a little older than me. You know, I got gray on my face too, but this dude is out there. He and his wife are dancing, and I'm like, I said, well, if the bishop can get it in, I said I might be able to do something, but I'm gonna have to hit the old two-step, because you know that's what I got.
I'm gonna have to figure it out. So they're doing different things. I just have to figure out my niche and what I feel comfortable in doing. Because I'm telling you, I just, you know, it's a medium that people are using in different ways now. We can get caught up in seeing all the dances, but there are tons of things out there that people are doing on TikTok. So I'll do one dance and come up with something else to do.
The dancing, like you said, I think it overshadows some great content. One of my friends, Latasha, matter of fact, in our group, Latasha, she has seen exponential growth of people wanting to hear about her content, and her content is Jesus when she's on TikTok. Wow. And when I saw that, I was like, oh, wow. So now she's going live, sharing the gospel on TikTok, and people are coming. She's like, I don't even know where these people coming from. But so it's an amazing platform. It's one, again, that I haven't quite mastered or figured out yet, but I see it and it's working.
Hey, brother, we're gonna have to try to figure it out together then, because I know I have to get onto it, and we'll just figure it out. There's just so much going on. I mean, now, I mean, you can spend hours and hours and hours listening to Clubhouse. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, people are on, and there's a lot of great content, a lot of great information there. But how much can you have? Like, if I'm on, like, I'm having to create and listen at the same time, and you really can't do both efficiently. So I want to do all I can to kind of grab the information I need, but also be extremely productive at the same time. With what I am currently doing. So I had to kind of figure those things out.
Yes. You know, the other day I did a YouTube video and I was talking about Clubhouse, and I said, you know, I gave several positives about Clubhouse, but I did say the one negative that I see with Clubhouse is people can get stuck in analysis paralysis.
Come on.
Meaning you're listening to Clubhouse all day long, but from an action standpoint, you're not executing anything. Right. I had a friend of mine, Strick. He said he was on TikTok from about 10 o'clock in the morning to midnight. And I said, what else did you get accomplished that day? You know, like what did you do? He was like, no, I was just in there. I was like, you had to have your phone on your charger, because I mean, that's a super phone right there, you know? But I think we can get caught in that place of analysis paralysis if we're not careful. So for me, and you know, I'll just say this, I use Clubhouse as a tool, right? And I go into these rooms with a mindset of, hey, listen, there are some things that I want to get, but guess what? I got to get out because I got some things that I got to do, because if I don't come out, guess what? The message that is on the inside that's burning that I got to get out, it's not going to get out if I'm, you know, stuck on Clubhouse all day long. So that's just my 2 cents.
I'm with you 100% on that. I have found and heard some nuggets, or some things have been repeated enough for me to say, hey, or the right question that I didn't know I need to ask was asked by someone else, and I was able to get some information that was probably next level for me that I didn't know that I didn't know, if that makes sense. There are some creators there that I never would have come across without the platform, like other people introducing you to these other people. And I appreciate my man Alicio. He's definitely been helping introduce me to some other people that are content creators that are way above us and as far as what they're doing. And they're sharing some real simple information that we would never know. I do believe as a content creator, especially when it comes to, let's just go to YouTube, like, I want to say it. When you go into something, you have an idea that if I post and if I make my thumbnail graphically just right, if I do my title just right, if I have descriptions just right, that should be enough. And all of these million people should just flood to my video. And today, you know, I learned another fact about engagement. Like if you don't have a certain level of engagement, that hinders you from being seen as well. I mean, it's just so then you have to build content the right way to make sure that when people watch, that they continue to at least watch half of your. It's just all kind of stuff that I never thought about as we are building. And of course, you know, you're not going to be perfect, but the more information you can get. Now, what do I do with the information? I can't keep listening to Clubhouse. I got to go now and look at some of the content I created. Let me see where people have been falling off and correct that mistake, which is, I think I have it. You know, Diana has been helping, and she's hanging out with us tonight. And she's
Diana,
been helping. She's been helping, along with Doc, which is they're telling us to get to the doggone point. You know, hook them and get to the point, and to get people engaged enough to hear what you're trying to say. And then when you say it, just say it, you know? Just get it on out there to help folks, because we all have great content, but if we don't master how to give that content to people the right way, we can really miss it. And I gravitated to a lot of your content, like how you were doing it. I think I think his name is Chris. Chris Glass is another guy that's kind of like in the formula of giving great content as far as trying to help people and encourage people. And those things have always gotten a lot of attention from me. So I was like, man, I gotta have this guy on. I want to know more details about what he's doing, what's next, and at the same time, I want to know how can I help in that journey with you. So that's the question I have, like from where I am and what we're doing, and me and other people, how can we help you get to the next level?
You know what? I'm going to say this first and foremost, doing what you're doing right now. The one thing that is amazing about you, Strick, is that you are a bridge builder. And literally, you have this unique ability to be able to take people and really help them along their pathway to get them where they need to be. And that's amazing. So for me, keep encouraging me, because one thing that we have all learned, those of us who are doing Vlogmas, content creation is not easy.
It's not.
You got to be consistent in this thing. And I know that there were many, many days over the past 31 days that I was like, I don't even want to do a video today.
Right.
But something on the inside was like, no, you got to get up and do this is bigger than you. So you got to get up and do this video. So I think number one, continuing to encourage me and others like me. Number two, continuing to have platforms like this where we can come and share and learn and be connected to other people across the country. Because here, I mean, just think about this. If there was not this, Let's Get Live group, if you weren't doing these things on Facebook Live and YouTube and all these things, we would never be connected. But I truly believe that we're family, man. You know, I'm like when I called the twins my sisters, man, I meant that. When I called Kevin my brother, I meant that. And we've only known each other 31 days.
Right.
You know, so we can go so far.
How did the community affect you? Like, I know how it affected me. Like, getting in this community, like, is it different? We're church guys, and we have community in church. But was it different for you at all?
It was different because of the focus of the community. I'm going to say this, and I'm just going to be really, really real. The Let's Get Live group has the Let's Get Live group has changed my life and my family's life, and they don't even know it yet. You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
And I say that being very, very real, because had I not done this, oh my gosh, I would not have seen the things that I'm seeing. I would not be as excited and encouraged as I am to keep on going. I wouldn't have even known of the possibilities. I mean, it's funny, you know, but Ivy here, coach, you know, you are amazing. You're awesome.
Come on.
You can do it. You know,
absolutely love that.
Right?
Yeah.
It gets you excited and it keeps you. I'm seeing it's possible. And that's the thing that I see. That's what I see from Diana, from Doc, from Lim, from Alicio, from you. You know, Alicio, we're talking one day on Facebook, and he simply said, "Hey, brother, you can do this." And something so simple, just a couple words, was the encouragement that I needed to keep on going. So again, we can't despise the little things, because I truly believe that, as Kevin was saying, the little things are seed, right? And if we scatter seed, it's gonna grow. It's gonna grow. So we can't despise those things, man. Yep.
That's right, man. And you're right on it with what you said. We have. Let me say it this way. From the first video I saw that you actually did, not only were you punchy, like in the beginning with your hook, but the graphics. So you already have the entertainment side down. It's what I call on-air talent. I don't know if you have that in your background, but you could do it. But then the technical side, to be able to do the graphics behind that. I mean, some of the stuff you were doing, like, I'm not doing that. I didn't even want to take the time to do that. Like, whatever he did, great. The edges could have that, but I knew that took some time to do. That separates you in your content. And then when you top that with what you're actually saying to empower people and to help people, man, I mean, you're a man after my own heart. Like, dude, I absolutely loved it. So continuing is like, yeah, like this is what the plan should be. Like, it should be an idea of how do I take what we learned in the last 31 days of 2020 into all 365 days of 2021. Like, the plan has got to be set. Like, are we doing, you know, one video a month that has some incredible graphics, incredible B-roll, that sounds on point, and we take what we were doing in 7 days, we put all that energy into one day and posting once a week with some incredible videos and allowing those things to stack up until we have an audience, but we got so much content behind us. Viewership is just crazy. Like, is there some of the things that you're thinking about for 2021?
Yeah, definitely. We actually have a plan of action. My wife and I gotta shout out my baby. You know,
come on, man. Yes, you do.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I gotta shout out my wife. I didn't tell you, Strick. You know, my wife and I, we've been married 20 years.
Man,
she
congratulations.
Has been, she's been my ride or die for 28 years. We got 5 children and a grandchild. So
y'all are happy then. Y'all like a happily married.
Man.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, that's my boo-boo, you know. So I gotta shout her out, man. Gotta shout her out. But seriously, we've put together a plan. The plan moving forward is to have 3 YouTube video style videos, if you will, a week. We also do a podcast, the Edge Life podcast, every Sunday. And we have all kind of edgy topics on there. Edge, you got to edgy.
Right.
But,
I like that.
So we're looking at 4 specific times where people can see us and hear the content that we really want to share, just to be able to help people. And then on top of that, we do have a couple of courses on the horizon for 2021. And we have a couple of groups that we're putting together for 2021 with our Edge Up Academy. So these are things that are all working together. Ebooks, you know, gonna re-release my book. I mean, just all kind of stuff, you know. But we put together a calendar, and I think for me that was the big thing this month, being able to see, number one, you can do it. So if you're gonna do it, let's schedule the thing out and plan.
Come on, right. So I want to do this. We gotta talk offline, because I want some more of those things. Even if as I am planning my year out and have some ideas, I know from that ebook that you were talking about, there's so many, I've heard pieces of the interview that you did the other day. I want to be sure I got the information on that, because I feel like, number one, digital properties, intellectual properties is king, but digital properties are going to be the way for the future, especially for content creators. I love a t-shirt, and we're going to sell tons of t-shirts. I mean, you're going to sell tons of what they call merch, but the electronic or the digital merchandise that you have has so much upside. You know what I'm saying?
It's so easy, because again, there's no there's no overhead with it for the most part. You don't have to go print books. I mean, it's a click of a button. In one of my videos this week, I talked about a software that I stumbled upon called Designer, Designer with 2 R's, and literally, Strick, this thing is amazing. Like Strick, I can take a YouTube video and put it into it, and it'll transcribe the whole YouTube video.
But what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Man, listen, it's called Designer with 2 R's.
Let me write this down. You know what I'm saying?
I'll send you a link later on too.
I got you. Please send me the link.
This thing, Strick, I did 3 ebooks this week.
This week.
This week. And literally all I did was take content that I had, I put it in the tool did the work, and then it allowed me to create the cover. I could edit it, I could do what I need to do. So now, as I'm sending out information to the tribe that's around us, you know, they're getting good content. So I'm just like, here's a free ebook. Hey, check this out. Here's a free ebook. You know, today I sent.
And the ebook is to be able to get that email address so you can talk to them, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely, because at the end of the day, you're building the tribe of people. So I'm saying, okay, this is what we're about. Now let's see what that tribe looks like, and I want to be able to communicate with that tribe, and we communicate with that tribe by just giving them stuff, man. I mean, I want to give them so much stuff that they're just like, oh my gosh, I ain't even finished with the last one. You know what I mean?
On,
but
man.
I want them to have that information because I know that knowledge can change their lives.
So let me do this. I want to bring on the next person with you because I want to introduce the two of y'all because y'all are, all three of us are doing very similar things. So you an executive pastor, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm not an executive pastor. I'm a pastor of ministry, so I handle all of the auxiliaries. You know, in different churches, there's different terms for it, and I do the media work as well. But my man, Noble Bowman, I want to bring him on real quick. If you haven't met Noble, man, this guy he's in the lane with us. I mean, this brother is super cool and has tons of information that he can share us. Let me be sure I get your camera right. There you go. That's on me. Noble, how you doing, sir?
Dude, I've just been sitting here listening to Philip spitting some fire.
I know. Hey, I'm not getting your microphone right now. I don't know if it's on my side or yours.
Showing it's coming out.
Yeah, it's just kind of low on my end.
All the way up.
Gotcha.
You're not getting that at all, huh?
No, I can hear you. It's just really low. I'm gonna be sure it's not me. No, talk for me real quick. Let me look at the signal.
My roadcaster's pushing all the way. The lights are going to the top.
It could easily be me getting old over here, Noble. No problems.
I'm having trouble with this. I mean, I can't been sitting here for a little bit trying to figure some things out because I'm still getting some audio through my computer, and I don't know what to do with.
So let me explain to you. I'm using Ecamm Beta, and as soon as I hit the button to go live tonight, it actually switched my microphone. So I had to go back and apply my microphone that happened before, and once I did it, it's fine because I'm actually hearing some feedback as well. So it may be picking up your computer. And this is what we do in the Ecamm community, man. This is live, but I wanted to be, this is how we work it. Listen,
Is that better at all?
Yeah, make sure your mic is selected. Can you see, like on your side where it says mute, I think there's a way for you to choose which mic you're using.
It's in that little settings cog on the bottom left of your little window. You see, Noble, there's a little cog.
Okay, you muted yourself on that one.
Now,
okay, that's it.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's it.
My man,
what was it? What was it?
Well, my roadcaster's showing up twice in that thing.
I got you.
I don't know. It's been messing up since I came over here and got on it a while ago. I don't know if it's something's happening.
Can I tell you what it is, Noble?
What's that?
Operator error.
Are you getting feedback?
No, you sound great now.
Okay, good.
Great. Sounds great.
Well, I just said great. I've been sitting here listening to Philip spit some fire, man.
Come on. So Noble, can you tell Philip what you've done in the past as well as far as your work with churches?
Oh man, so I've been most of my ministry career was spent on college campuses doing ministry to college students and collegiate athletes. I've worked with collegiate football teams, basketball teams, and been chaplain in life and leadership coach for those guys, also doing campus ministry. Then I went on staff at a mega church up here in Springfield, Missouri. Was there for 2 years, and I left that to go back into some business stuff. And then about a year and a half ago, we launched a church in a bar. And I had actually been working
kind of church right there, Noble.
Come on. I was working for this company that had a music venue, and I helped design the music venue. And as we was designing, I was like, man, I could design this thing to be a multi-purpose facility. So I put a $50,000 sound system in this thing. I put a big LED screen in this thing. I did it all. Yeah. And then we started having our church in there too.
That's what I'm talking about, man. That is what I'm talking about. Yeah, I love it.
So Philip is an executive pastor in a church in Atlanta, and man, I just think that it's so encouraging for the Let's Get Live crew to have such a foundation of people that love the Lord, but also that are extremely technical and want to be content creators. And not only that, but at a high skill level of content creators. Philip and Noble, man, I see both your sets and look good. The backgrounds are great. The quality of your cameras are great. And I'm just like at awe at what you guys have been able to do during this Vlogmas time of sharing content, but making it relevant to who you are and who you think your audience is. Man, it's been great.
Well, I know Philip and I mean, so Philip, my day job is a business coach. So I do business executive coaching, and I was hearing you talking.
Awesome.
I'm coming from a strictly business executive coaching, but what I have found is that every one of those opportunities creates an opportunity to share my faith.
Wow.
Come on.
And it just happens. I mean, it just happens. One of the things that I've literally loved about the Let's Get Live community is, there's a lot of times in the past where when you're coming into something like that, you kind of put your faith over here on the side. You know what I'm saying? We put it over here. But man, this community from the very beginning, I mean, they're letting Bishop in there. They're letting, these pastors in there, and everybody's just being real. And the thing is, they're being real in a real way. They're not being spooky Christian real.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They're just being real people.
I love it.
And that's been amazing to me just to see the rest of the community embrace and not give a care, in a time when our country seems so crazy divided.
Yeah.
We got Doc he's loving on the pastors, and I know he's changing his verbiage a little bit sometimes because the pastors be in the house.
Right.
But it's just cool to see.
I love Doc though.
Yeah.
Oh man, I love Doc. Yeah,
that's my guy.
Because of the characteristics or the principles we all should have as being a giver, he exemplifies that for all of us, giving all the information and helping any way that he can. Of course, we want to be the same thing. We want to be the givers. I mean, the greatest among you, right?
Right.
Will be the one that's one that's going to serve you.
That's the thing I've loved, and even Lim jumping out and really talking about, just a giving community. And having that giving mentality. I mean, I think that's who we are. And it's run by some agnostic dude.
Yeah.
I love that.
And he says that, it's just for a moment. Sometimes you can have these adjectives to describe yourself, and they're just for a particular time, Doc.
I get it.
And then you change. Who
you
knows?
hang around fire long enough, you're going to get burned.
Come on, you sure will. Philip, man, I want to ask you this question before I let you go.
Sure.
2020 has been an incredible year, and we're going into 2021. Is there anything you would say to the audience tonight to encourage them a little bit?
You know what? I would just say be consistent and be authentically you. And at the end of the day, when you can be consistent and you can be authentically you, what's going to happen is your message is going to go out because people are going to be drawn and gravitated to real people. There's an old saying that I know where they say real recognize real. And that's just the truth of the matter. So in your YouTubing, in your living, in your life, just be real, be real people and go out and be consistent in all that you do. And I think when we do that, everything else will take care of itself.
Dude, I love it, man. Thank you so very much for your time. We got to talk some more.
Yes.
Hey, me and Phil, we got to hook up sometime offline and chat.
I'm getting ready to DM you, Noble. Getting ready to DM you right now.
Let's do it, buddy.
That's what's up.
That's what's
up, man.
Bless
Thank
y'all.
you.
Bless y'all.
Thank you for your
Happy
time,
New Year.
sir.
Happy New Year.
Listen, I can't let you go without saying Happy New Year to you, Philip. That's
Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year, y'all. Y'all take care.
Brother.
Bless
yes,
y'all.
Sir.
Peace.
Hey, Noble, let me move you around just a little bit.
I
want to put you in guest number 1, and I'm going to take guest number 2 down so we can have this, and I'll be able to switch back and forth a little bit easier. Man, your set looks great. Tell me what you did behind you, what you changed.
All I did is I got some. One of my boys bought me some little LEDs for Christmas.
That's
and
what's
so I was
up.
coming back there. I'm moving downstairs as soon as I'm able to get everything lined out. But I'm gonna have a real studio. I'm in my dining room, man. My wife wants her dining room back.
I bet she does, but whatever it takes to get the information out, right? Hey, I'm only going to be here for a little while, right? Just hold on.
I told her that back like 6 months ago.
I got you. So that only lasts for a while, right? So,
right.
How has Vlogmas been for you? Like creating content as often as you could. How has that been for you?
I'm gonna be honest with you. When I jumped in Vlogmas, I was fired up. I was ready. I went, I think 6 days. I got sick for a day, and then when it came time to come back on the wagon, I started watching. And I'm gonna be straight. I started watching the reviews at night. You know,
right.
Everybody going over those videos, and I started picking my stuff to death. Like, I hadn't got that, so I can't go till I get that done. I don't have that, I can't go till I get that done. And before long, I let myself get inside my head and totally talk myself out of doing it for a bit. I just couldn't find the creativity.
Gotcha.
And but I'm a business coach, so I know somewhere in there I got to get back to being real with it. And so I started reading this book that is a great coaching book. It's called The Book of Beautiful Questions. And it takes 4 categories of life and business, and it creates just a series of questions to help you navigate. And one of them is creativity.
Gotcha.
And it's got a ton of questions to guide you through creativity in the creative process. So I just decided, look, I'm starting back January 1, and I'm going to be real, and I'm just going to walk whoever listens through this process of people that don't think they're creative being creative. The number one principle that these guys talk about in this book is that we have to have a renewed creative confidence. Most of us, when we were younger, were creatives.
Right.
Everybody's creative. But when we were younger, we were creative and we were dreamers, and we talked about all the stuff we were going to do. And when we were little, our parents thought it was cute. But then at some point, our parents told us to get real.
Right.
Right. And then some teacher told us to get real. And then some friend told us to get real. And everybody started saying get real. And we started taking that creative juices, that creative part that's designed inside of us, and shutting it down. And most of us have lost our creative confidence. Right. And so this book talks about a series of questions to resurface and develop your creative confidence. And so for me, that's what the last week I've just been digging into this and putting some content together to pull out of that. And I'm going to jump back on tomorrow with a series on this. I'll be honest with you though. I think, I'm trying to figure this out. I really think this content would be best delivered with an interview type environment.
I got you.
So I've been thinking about the possibility of trying to grab a few people in each day or every 3 days, whenever I decide to do it, and talk through this in a community. Cause I think it's something that we all experience, but there's some strength in community. I think change happens best in community.
So let me say, and Philip asked what the name of that book was again. He wanted to check it out.
The Book of Beautiful Questions. The powerful questions that will help you do life. I think it's what the subtitle is. But the title is The Book of Beautiful Questions.
So, Noble, let me say this. I know that you have 2 sons, right?
I got 3, yeah. I got twins, and then I got yeah.
And you were telling a story in one of your videos about how they were cross-country runners. And they have started the year off really engaged with doing better academically, and kind of hit a hard place, and they weren't doing as well as you wanted them to do. And you told a story around that.
Right.
I probably saw that video twice, and I can remember what you were talking about. I'm saying this because a lot of the content and a lot of especially at where we are today, like all of your content is already inside of you. And all Noble has to do is open his mouth and give it in the way that Noble could do it, with your personality, with the way you tell stories, like to have that, what were you calling it? It was the Noble, Like you started with just telling a parable. Like, I'm going to tell you this parable. Like those two, I loved it. You know, I'm just one person that's in your audience, Noble, but I actually love the fact that you're able to share some real principles, but even with your Christian background, you're able to share that with biblical principles. Noble, you got it. Like, don't get stuck in all this other stuff. Like, man, listen, right where you are, no bells and whistles. I mean, you could just go on and talk about whatever it is, a story. And if you don't have 50 stories, I'm telling, if you tell me you don't have 50, I'm gonna be like, no, but you're lying. I know you got 50 stories. I know you do. And that's one a week, taking 2 weeks off. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you. You know, the truth is, man, I coach guys every day in business that get in their heads, and that head trash is, man, it can mess you up, and you start listening to yourself. I started listening to my own stories that aren't the real stories that I need to be telling. And before long, man, we all face that, but you're right. It's and part of it for me is I'm a big guy that accountability is huge for me, and so I've got somebody that I've given them permission to ride my butt if I'm not doing it, and that's part of what I have.
Noble, you haven't given me permission. You haven't given me permission, but if I'm like a subscriber with my notifications on. If I don't get a notification here, I'm calling you up. Hey, Noble, what's going on? I'm saying that, and because I think you're extremely talented. I think you got it. Like, not only that, you have a lot to give us with all the experience. I mean, with being a business consultant, whether you're doing that for corporate America or you're doing that for the church, man, the information you have is important. Like, I need a session. Just tell me, hey, Strick, this is what you could do to be better. And sometimes all it takes is someone to give you one piece of the puzzle for you to go to your next level. And you're a type of person that can give pieces to puzzles to people. Like, you can read people, you can read businesses and say, hey, do this better. And I think you'll be good. So definitely want to shout out Rob, who's in the comments tonight, Miss Eva Johnson, who's in the comments tonight. Y'all thank you for coming through, being a part of the conversation. Stuff, we're doing this New Year's. It's a New Year's Eve party, but we have a lot of our Let's Get Live crew being a part of this tonight. And man, we're going to have a good time.
Buddy. It's my birthday, man.
You're turning 35.
Come on. Everybody parties on my birthday.
That's what's up. Everybody does, right? They get it in. Listen, I got to tell you this. I don't know how hard you've been working on it, but, man, you look good over there. Tell me what camera you're using now. What are you using?
Oh, come on. I'm going to get in trouble for this one. I watched somebody's video, and I'm not putting it on her, but I watched somebody's video, and I got an M50.
That's what's up. Dan, I got another person with an M50.
But I'm already looking to sell it. I got to go Sony.
No. Listen. We all understand the next level. And she says happy birthday to you as well, Noble. But you gotta get to a place to where you are. How do you crawl before you walk, man? You do what you can with the information you have.
This is what I did. I listened to Doc and Miss D talking about the most important thing being audio, and I had a Blue Yeti, so I couldn't quite swing the Shure that you're rocking, but I went and got the Rode pod mic.
I like it.
So I'm stepping my game up.
And you sound good. You sound good, and you look good. Like, there's nothing stopping you from making like tons of content from right where you are. Dude, I promise you, man, you and Doc's like, you're looking dope, and happy birthday to you. I'm not trying to be like just completely on your bandwagon, but like, no,
I hear you.
But dude, when I saw your material and I knew where you were going with your content and your videos, I gravitated towards it. We had a personal conversation, and it was just more of what you're talking about, man, more of who you were and your life's journey. And I was like, man, this guy really, really has it, and he's going to go far because your business is helping people.
Right. Right.
And, you know,
That's the thing that's all about it. And we talked about this when we had our private call. It was, you know, I was in ministry for so long. But when I was in campus ministry, I told students constantly, hey, you got to go out there and live the real life and be marketplace missionaries. And so live your faith in the real world. And so when I made the choice to step out of what we call full-time occupational ministry back into the corporate business world, what I realized is that, man, it's the same thing. I'm just still giving and loving and listening and caring for people and seeing them grow. And that's what it's about.
That's what it's about. And I have LBC Brandy says, I know how you feel. I got the Blue Yeti too. And Rob said that he had somebody in the comments that had that Blue Yeti. It's very enticing, right? People talk about how to get this Blue Yeti, and you know, there's a bunch of people that kind of missed it on that. I
bought mine like 3 years ago with plans of maybe doing a podcast 3 years ago, and then it's sat in my closet for 3 years. Wow. And until this all came around. So,
but 3 years ago, it might have been a great pickup, you know,
great
right? Idea. But you know, things has happened. Now, I will tell you this: the mic you do have, man, with the Rodecaster Pro, man, it works all together very well. Cool. I'm listening to you, man. You sound great. You sound great.
This is the first time I've used it with somebody like this, so it's good to hear that.
Cool. So, any plans for 2021?
You know, yeah, I am going to be a more committed content creator. I feel like it's not only going to be something. Turkey's
you see, Doc.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see for the next many years, me and old Doc's going to be rocking between the Chiefs and the Raiders. That's going to be a fun one.
Hey, I'm trying to get Doc, trying to get us to do a conference or something, man. I think that would be really cool.
I'm looking forward to that.
And that's right down your alley too. Now that's right down your alley as well. Putting things like that together.
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm going to be a committed content creator. I feel like it's a space that I've got a voice that can make some difference in some people's businesses and their lives. So that's something I'm committed to. I'm going to continue to grow my business. Man, I've got 2 years left or so with my twins in the home, and I'm going to make every bit of effort I can to be the best dad I can for the next 2 years to those guys.
That's cool.
Until they go off to college. So, you know, that's life for me.
Have you ever got to the point where you're thinking, hey, I want to be this content creator and do it, but I also have this business and trying to figure out the best focus before the two?
You know, so that has been a struggle for me. And I'm actually talking to a marketing consultant right now because, and that was one of my other struggles when I was jumped out to do Vlogmas, is I went 3 or 4 weeks and I was putting 2 or 3 weeks, I was putting everything under Noble Bowman, but should I be putting it under my business name? And so I just got in my head, that's some of the other stuff that got in my head about, but yeah, so I'm still trying to figure out exactly, how I need to brand that, because my business is called Noble Business Strategies.
Okay.
But
which is a great name, by the way.
Well, and then when I got my website and all that, I also bought the website talktonoble.com.
Okay.
And so I've been trying to figure out what I might want to do with that. There's also my marketing coach has been talking to me about, you know, that there may be a space for both of those because in coaching, they're talking to Noble. So, you know, I don't know. So I'm still just playing around. I don't know where to land on a few of those pieces.
So I will say this, from the little parts that I saw, your parables go hand in hand with your coaching. From my standpoint. So the content with a coaching content, whether that's, you know, professional or business or just counseling people, I think all of those work. The biggest thing I can say is coming up with a plan that works for you, something that I've been thinking about because I can be extremely busy. And I want to throw it out there to you based on your own. So I had to go with Diana Gladney when I say this. I had to go her direction. It's use case for you. And I would say virtual assistants or outsourcing the editing of some of your videos. It doesn't have to be when you get monetized, you know, based on your budget and what you're doing and your time.
Right.
Like, it costs you money to edit your video, like however much time you're taking away either from family or from work to do it. What does that cost? And if that cost is cheaper by doing it with a virtual assistant, then you really, really have to think about that. You have to think about that piece.
That's a great point. I'm an oral communicator. I can't write. I mean, I can, but I don't like to write, and I don't do it very well. And it's kind of like editing. I can bumble my way around Final Cut and edit something. But yesterday I had a conversation with a copywriter, and she writes for a big national organization, but she wants to do some stuff on the side. So we are actually going to start working together. And she set me so free with what she needs from me to be able to develop my content.
Wow.
And so literally it's recording some thoughts into my phone and sending it to her. And she's going to flesh it out.
Oh my goodness. Hey, let me
me
know how that goes for you. Noble. I'm with you, brother. I don't write at all. Like, listen, if it wasn't for this phone being able to talk into the notes of my phone, I would be in trouble. Like, in a lot of cases, like that's how I write. Like, I just talk into the phone and I copy and paste.
Yep. Well, I was listening to Designer with 2 R's, Philip, talking about that.
Interesting, right?
A YouTube video and just types it out. I'm going to be checking that out because
interesting.
I'm going to check that because I can sit here and do a video, but and then
all
have
day
be able
long,
to take
right?
and do that with it, right?
So let me do this. I want to bring in our next guest, just in case you haven't met him yet. Phenomenal guy. Like, this guy.
I'm looking forward to it.
This guy, like, if we all got together, we all would be like, okay, let him speak. You know what I'm saying? Everybody else, like, we're cool. We know how to do this, but I want to hear this guy speak. Like, this is his business. And Robert Kennedy III is hanging out with us tonight, and I am so happy to have him. How you doing, sir?
Big DJ Strick. What's happening?
There he is.
Man,
he's rocking that pod mic too.
Yeah, he's got a one too, man. He sounds great. Brother, how you doing tonight, man?
Man, I am phenomenal. Life is good. God is good. I cannot complain. We're ready to rock this 2020 out and head into the big one, 2021.
Man, Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year, brother. Appreciate you.
That's
Dr. Noble. Man. What's happening?
What's up, my friend? Happy New Year to you.
Yeah. Good. I'm so glad to be here. Thanks for having me on, man.
I wanted to do my very best of I don't know. God always orchestrates things better than I do, so I can't take anything from it. But RK3, you gotta meet Noble. Noble, you gotta meet RK3, because man, we all have similar I guess attributes or giftings. And as much as we can kind of collaborate on stuff and talk behind scenes, again, Noble is a puzzle piece guy. Like, he always brings the extra puzzle piece to people, and that's how I see him. So he's a good person to talk to. And of course, man, Robert Kennedy III is just all around. He knows what he's doing. He's got a great business, and I'm just happy to have you in the community, dude. So if you guys haven't met, I wanted you to meet.
We'll have to meet up and talk offline sometime soon.
Let's do it. Let's trade pod mic secrets.
Come on, there we go.
Yeah, there you go. How do I make these pod mics sound like the SM7B? Y'all can talk about that.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Y'all trying to make me spend money in this Let's Get Live crew.
Right? Come on.
Yeah, man. We're gonna teach people, like, before you spend a lot of money, let's figure out how we monetize ourselves, and then when you get to the point where you can make the next step, you make the next step. That being said, both of you guys sound great to me. You don't have to do a thing audio wise.
Well,
awesome.
It's kind of
I gotta give a
yes, sounded good.
I gotta give a confession though. I did say that once I got to 1,000, that SM7B was going to be a gift. That's how I celebrate.
There you go. There you go. That's a great gift to yourself, man, for celebration. There's definitely ways to get it so it don't have to be so expensive. But but before I let you go, man, encourage the people a little bit. We're going into 2021, man. I would love to have you say a couple of words to the people leading into this new year.
Let me just tell you what I'm committed to do this year. You asked me a while ago, but this is something I posted earlier on Facebook. This year, I want to be more like Jesus.
Come on.
I want to hang out with sinners, upset religious people, tell stories that make people think, choose unpopular friends, be kind, loving, and merciful. If we all do that, life will be a lot better.
Man, you are right. I told you, man, Noble's got it. Noble's got it. Like, I love that, man. Very encouraging.
I'm talking to champions right now. I'm sitting here looking at champions. So we in this together. But I'll hit you up, RK. I'm looking forward to getting to talk to you, DJ. Thanks so much for inviting me in tonight.
No problem. We got to connect again as well.
We will. Happy New Year to both of you guys.
Thank you, sir.
Happy New Year, man.
You too, sir.
All right. Take care, folks.
Yes, sir. Hey, let me move you around just a little bit here to get you in my number one seat, and I can take this down so I can, man, dude, your setup is just nice, man.
Man, I'm learning so much from y'all. I'm like, if I show you, we did the Level Up Challenge or whatever earlier this year, right? And I kind of took y'all back. My mug's up there. I got my mug because I took y'all way back to like 2013 and between then and this year. But even since joining the Ecamm community, man, there's some things that I've changed. The monitor's been here, but the lighting, the bookcase, some of those different things, man, just little things like accent lighting.
Right.
Man. Yeah, those are things. Yeah, I've got the underneath lights, the RGBs on the floor, but just like little things like the Goldie light I got the other day.
Yeah. You said that was for Doc. Like, he's been talking about that for a while, right?
Yeah. So, man, my son put me on because my son, he got LED strip lights for his bedroom.
Okay.
Right. So I'm driving up to the house at night, and there's like this glow coming from one of the rooms.
Like, what is going on in my house?
Yeah, but he put me on, and so when I got these, he's like, "Yeah, Dad, you want to come up?" I said, "All right."
You got to be the cool dad, man, for a little while, right?
Yeah.
Hey, why not, right? Hey, tell me, man. I know we've talked, but I want you to share with the audience tonight, like, what you do. Because people need to know. I want to be sure that my audience understand and connect with you, because I'm blown away by your talent. Like I said in the introduction, like, if we were all hanging around, we would be like, hey, let's let RK3 talk for us a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Let him speak. Because that's one of your gifts, man. Tell me about your business.
Well, I'm honored, man. First of all, I believe that everyone's words deserve to be heard. And as my shirt says, I'm going to get up a little bit. Okay. There we go. It says, your story deserves a stage. And so my job is to help people figure that out and figure out how they can do that most effectively and with confidence. So what does that look like? That looks like there's two sides of my business. My training company is called Kinetic Communications, and we work with organizational leaders, helping them to deliver critical messages with confidence. So that may be in how do you deliver a message effectively in the boardroom? How do you connect with your teams online in a virtual environment? How do you speak so that they hear you? What does executive presence add to that? And how do you deliver a message with gravitas and confidence? What are the assets that you need to really pull all of that together? So that's the corporate side of things. And then in the online world, I do a lot of online courses. I work with entrepreneurs, coaches, small business owners, service-based businesses, and help them to figure out the techniques and the technologies of storytelling, how they can deliver their messages for more visibility and impact.
Man, I absolutely love it. There's room and space for that, especially with the technology. Yeah. How have you had to pivot a little bit based on the pandemic for you and your business?
Well, it hasn't really been a big pivot. I think what's happened is my business before this was I had an e-learning company, or where we developed online training for corporations. And then we kind of went from the development of the online training to teaching companies how to develop their online training. And so we really ultimately learned that, you know what, we're really teaching them how to communicate their messages in a virtual space using slides, using videos and all of that. So when the quarantine happened in March and I had a bunch of speeches and keynotes and trainings and workshops that were canceled, I turned around, and I think this is just one of those God things, man. I didn't really intend for this to happen, but that week, my son's teachers were trying to figure out how to deliver their messages or how to deliver their lessons. And so they were getting ready to send home worksheets and then do some stuff via conference call.
Like
and
the
I'm
packets.
Like, what?
They were going to send home packets,
Yeah.
paper packets.
I said, yeah. So I said, what? So I called up the teacher. I was like, listen, y'all need to get the kids on Zoom so you can see them. They were like, well, we don't know how to use that effectively for the classroom. I was like, cool, let's hop on a workshop and I'll teach y'all how to do it.
Wow.
So it's like 9 o'clock on a Monday morning. I get on this workshop, spend 90 minutes, show them how they can apply this stuff to the classroom. By 12 o'clock, the principal calls me and is like, hey, we got such rave reviews from that training. Can you do that for another school?
Wow.
And I said, I don't know if I want to do it for another school, but here's what we can do. Call up the superintendent and I would love to do the workshop for the entire district. Wow. Listen, an hour later, the superintendent's on the phone with me and the principal, and they set up a workshop for the school, the entire district, like 2 days later. Wow. So that happens. And then I get calls from a few other school districts. Hey, can you do this workshop, this Zoom, not just the technology of Zoom, but how do we apply it effectively? How do we engage? How do we communicate and connect with our kids in this virtual space? Wow. So I'm doing that. And as I'm doing that, I'm getting calls from more schools, and that kind of stems the tide until corporations start to call saying, hey, we're having to do these meetings online and they're dry. People are tired and we can't get them to turn their cameras on. And it's crazy. How do you engage people in a virtual space in the online world? How do we speak to them? How do we make it interesting? And I said, well, part of the challenge is that we took for granted a lot of things in the in-person space. Right. We got away with a lot of stuff. Right. We did. Right? We did. And now it's exposed because you're online. So let's talk about how to create even more engaging meeting or virtual experiences. Not just how do you do this one-time Zoom call. Right. Let's figure out how to do that. And I can teach you how to do that and how to do that more effectively. So as I was doing that, man, I started to get more and more calls for that. And so some of the leadership stuff that I was doing in my business, that kind of like leveled off a bit. But this other part of the business, as far as virtual communication, really started to pick up. So I don't know if it's a pivot, but that's what happened.
Man, hey, gotta work things out, won't he? You go from one thing to the next, and then when you have the talent to be able to do both, and I say talent, but it's giftings of being able to communicate and understand the technology and communicating through technology, man, it was just time for us. So I'm glad that happened. I don't know of people in my area that have done that. And I know some teachers really struggled, but hey, they made it through, at least through 2020, and we'll see what happens through the first quarter of 2021, where how schools continue to grow with how they're using their technology. That being said, I really want to know, how'd you come about the community, like the Let's Get Live community with Dot Rock? How'd you get into that?
Man, I've been using Ecamm Live, or at least I had it. I shouldn't say using it. I've had the software for, since maybe about 2016. I was messing around with it then. I used to do a lot of podcasts. I still do a lot of podcasting, but I was messing around with Skype and Ecamm's screen recorder software and all of that stuff. And I came across Ecamm Live, was using Be Live and some of different things back then. And so earlier this year, once pandemic hit, I said, okay, live streaming is kind of becoming a thing. I need to get back into that. So I joined the Ecamm Live community. And as I started to meet people there and just kind of see who people were following, I saw a lot of great people. I mean, Big Brad Vinson, Bradley Teaches, he was always doing stuff, you know, seeing Diana did the like the 1 week takeover earlier this year. And so just seeing all of these amazing people. And then of course, Lem, my man Lem Drops, kind of met him and just kind of had some conversations with him. And so as soon as the Let's Get Live thing started off, he hit me up and said, hey, get in here.
Wow.
So I was like, let's do it. Let's do it.
That's cool, man. It's funny how everybody's journey is a little different. And how God just kind of all positioned us to go this direction. And for Doc and Diana to be leading this, I mean, I think it's really, really cool. I'm excited about it, but more importantly, because of what I do, I love to meet new people. And when I saw your stuff for the first time, I'm like, who is this guy that's got all of the stuff already? Like, your stuff was very, very well put together. Wow. You know what you're doing so much that I'm looking at this picture tonight. I'm like, man, like, first one, I want to know, what camera is that? Like, what are you using, man? That's clean.
I'm using, man, I learned from y'all, man. I'm using a Lumix G7, but I got I got the 20 millimeter f1.7 lens. So that man, that was a game changer once I switched the lens.
That it makes a big difference, doesn't it? It makes a big difference. It looks great. And those things, I think, so my idea is, I'm still learning, but I want to use everything that I know right now. And I believe that, you know, most people are so visual. I want to be sure that they can see me well. And of course, Doc would say, before we go with the visuals, we got to go with the audio, making sure the audio was right. So when I had an opportunity to get the right microphone, like I was using, one of those $20 condenser mics, or you know, it was the cheap one, and you can hear the cheapness if you look at some of my earlier videos. But when I was able to step my game up, that because I'm in media, I wanted to have the legendary mic. But then I said, hey, you know, my camera's not doing it for me. And I didn't know that my first step should have been, even on the old camera, let's get the right lens first. And let's learn how to dial in that lens manually and not allow that lens or that camera to do it itself. Let's dial in manually, like learning what all of the what the f-stops are, you know, learning with the ISO is and all of this stuff, so you can get the best out of whatever camera it is. Like, you want to be able to get the best out of it and then know what's going to take you to the next thing, which is the lens. And then, you know, you got all that. Then what about your lighting? Like, that's the next thing. In order for you, you know, you can take a bad camera and throw tons. You can take a phone and throw tons of light on it and make it look really good. So, you know, it's different things that's out there you could do.
You know, when that hit me, man, when we first moved to this house, I was praying to God. I said, like, when we moved to whatever house we moved to, I want an office that has like a big front window. So we go to this house and we get this big front window. And so this window's always open and my desk is facing the window. So now at this point, I'm using a Logitech C922.
Gotcha.
Right. And so one day I'm on doing this live and I'm getting texts like, yo, why does your camera look so clean and clear? What kind of camera are you using? I'm kind of like, I'm just using a regular webcam, a Logitech. Right. And it didn't hit me right then, but I recognized what happened was the windows open and the light hit me just right.
Yeah, for that
and so
second,
the camera focused. Yeah, the camera focused in. But the problem was that because I was in front of the window, the lighting was, and because the sun was coming in, the light was not consistent.
Right.
So the lighting kept shifting and changing. And I'm like, what's wrong with this camera? Why is it sometimes I'm fuzzy and other times I'm like super clear? Right. And I recognized that it was the window. And so I said, you know what? If I'm going live stream, if I'm going to be on camera, I can't have that. I can't put that to chance. I cannot have that shifting for me. So I said, I got some blackout curtains. When I'm not on camera, I can open the windows, but I got the blackout curtains now. one of the biggest lessons I learned was, not using the overhead light at all. So I got Elgato key light airs, which I love because I'm able to control those from my Stream Deck, man. And so all of that is, yeah. So, I mean, just finding all of these little things out and just kind of leveling up, or as Lem says, glow up.
Right. Gotta get your glow up. You gotta get your glow up. You're right. So what's the plan for you in 2021?
As far as what, live streaming or business or life?
Well, I'm really asking for all of that stuff, like from you. Like, now we talked about live streaming and some of our technical stuff, but we have a vast amount of people that are watching us tonight that would really could be encouraged by where our minds are with what we're planning to do, whether that's content creation, whether that's family stuff, but just where your head is based off of what you've gone through in 2020.
Yeah. Well, my biggest business thing is continuing on what we started in the Let's Get Live group in December, really dialing in my YouTube, really just locking in my content creation where that is.
Hey, can I interrupt you just 1 second? I do apologize, but one of my people asked, like, Strick, who is this? And to be honest with you, this is the same question that I had when I saw your first video. Like, who is Robert Kennedy the third? That's who he is, and he's a content creator. But we've already kind of gone through his information. Can you give your YouTube channel name really quick?
Well, my YouTube channel name is my name. It's just Robert Kennedy 3.
So please look him
number 3.
Yeah, please look him up. So I apologize to interrupt you, but I wanted to be sure people knew in the midst of what we're doing. And so I thank you, Val, for asking that question. Now, 2021.
Yeah, so my goal really is to, I've had this YouTube channel for a while, and I've had some videos, I've done some how-to stuff, and there are a few videos that hit like 30,000-40,000 views, and I was like, whatever. But I didn't really dial it in or focus on it. So I had only, remember back in the day when YouTube was like, you only need 500 subscribers,
right,
to get monetized or whatever. So I was like, let me get the 500. I got the 500 and I didn't pay any more attention to it. And so, I kind of was dabbling around, and now I'm at like 7 something. I was actually like 690 something before Vlogmas started. Wow. And I've gained about 75 to 80 subscribers over the course of this month. Right. And so I'm like, listen, forget the monetization piece of this. There is a real opportunity here to establish even more expertise and serve even more people, right? Just by being consistent in what I'm doing. So, and it's this thing, right? When you're a leader, when you are somebody who's like, I'm not waiting for permission to do something, and people kind of look at you and they follow you and they're like asking you questions. There's a point where you're like, man, there's some stuff that I'm slacking on. There's some stuff that I gotta get my stuff together on, so that really when I speak to people, I can speak to them not from a place only of knowledge or expertise, but experience. Right. I want to be able to say, listen, this is what I did to get to 1,000 subscribers. This is what I did to get to 5,000. This is what I did to get to 10, 20, 50, 100K. This is what I did. And oh, by the way, here is how you incorporate storytelling into that.
That's good. That's good. And I think that hits home. Yeah. And I think that, man, you're well on your way of making all of that happen. And I appreciate the introduction of you to actually see like where you're going and to be on the journey with you. Like this, like, I know like everything that you're doing, it is absolutely going to happen, and to know that it's going to happen and kind of watch, it's kind of like watching the twins. Like, you see people that, they're at the beginning stages, and I know you're not at the beginning stages. You're at the stage where you are clearly focused on what your future is, and man, I know it's going to happen. Hey, if people are watching tonight and they have, really struggled through 2020, and we're all going into 2021 in just hours, what would you say to encourage them a little bit?
You know what? I think the big thing that I've learned this year, and that I think that most of us have learned, maybe we haven't paid attention to it, but this year has been one that's been filled with such chaos. It's been filled with loss. It's been filled with uncertainty. It's been filled with crazy. So my big thing for people is, listen, every day, every moment, every minute that you're alive, be intentional about that. Celebrate all of that. Grab onto it. Squeeze every bit of juice that you can out of each day, because you just never know what the next thing is. Don't put things off. Don't decide. Don't say, "Hey, listen, I'm going to do this thing in June of 2021 or 2022. I'm going to get to that." Don't, live. Don't, as a friend of mine said, don't live on someday I'll. Right? Someday I'll do this. Right? It's time. Each of us has a story. Each of us has so much rich experience inside of us that now is the time to just step forward, get out of our comfort zones, get out of status quo, and decide that you're going to finally stop hiding in plain sight. Decide that it's your time. It's your time. And so that's the big thing that I would say to people: stop playing. Stop playing.
Absolutely. Love it.
Stepping.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. It's time.
I would say, let me say this. When we're getting ready to go into this next phase, I believe we're gonna kind of build into the first quarter. All right. So going to March we're really not going to see that much difference when it comes to the pandemic stuff. Like we're going to continue to get people vaccinated. The numbers are going to kind of decline. We're going to get past this new strand. That's going to happen first quarter, maybe into the second quarter. I truly believe by June, the economy is going to be building itself back up in such a way that by the end of 2021, going into 22, that we're going to see a economic surge like we've never seen before. And what we did in 2020 to get us prepared for this surge and having our eyes open to see the signs of the time is going to be important, because you can either be like some people, like there are people that made money, like doubled and tripled their money during the pandemic, during 2020.
Yeah.
Like I personally, I said I hadn't doubled money. I done well, but I haven't doubled my money. Hadn't got in debt either, but I know that I can see the signs of the time that if you do certain things right now, I mean, come on, the stock market is down. This is the best time to get your nickels and dimes together to go into it while it's down and just allow 2020 to come. And then the numbers are going to be phenomenal. 2022, that is. The rise on the stock market is going to be crazy. The rise in the economy is going to be crazy, but you have to prepare yourself and get ready now for that.
Yeah.
Do you think I'm off base when I say, by the end of 2021 that, economically, I think the world is going to be in a different place?
No, you're right on it. I think what people have to understand is that even with the health stuff that's happened, there has been still an explosion of technology. There's been an explosion of technological opportunities. I mean, so this is not like the pandemic of 1918, right? Where people were kind of the inside of the pandemic, and then we were going into World War I. So there was like crazy happening at the time. This is a time where people are like, okay, we don't have to work for anybody anymore. See, back then something happened and it's like, okay, we can't go into work. So businesses shut down. What happened this time was like, now we can't go into work, but businesses were operating from home. Businesses were starting from home. So now it's just like a shift in mindset, and people are saying, wait a minute, you mean we can do all of this while lowering our overhead?
Right.
You mean we can do some of this stuff without all of this crazy? We don't have to fly to all these places. We don't have to sponsor or pay all of this stuff. So okay, let's turn that finance. Let's turn some of those dollars somewhere else and really begin to reinvest. So yeah, I think this time has created some opportunities. It's shown people some lessons from a business perspective.
Right.
And yeah, you're right. There's going to be some stuff that's going to come out of this that we're going to be like, oh my, yeah, we haven't seen before. So it's going to be a good time. So don't get left behind, y'all.
So one of the things that I think is going to help all of us into this next phase, you've actually done already, which is making the ebooks and making, I guess, digital material. Are you planning to turn back around and do some more of that, maybe for yourself, or some products that you could put out into the market on your own?
Absolutely. I've been doing that for quite some time. I mean, that's my second shelf, man. So
man, I'm missing it. Grab some stuff for me. Let me see what you got, man. I don't want to miss an opportunity to sell some products. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So these are books that have kind of developed over the last, I would say, 7 years or so. So this was like my second book. Here, this was like a personal development book, 28 Days to a New Me. And this is on Amazon. And I was kind of like in this phase where I was working with my business coach, and we were really going through the process of developing habits. Gotcha. And so that's where that came out of. And then a few years ago, I was doing a lot of leadership development, exploring the leadership world a bit. So seven ways to know you were meant to lead was the next one that I wrote then. And then earlier in the beginning of this year, the beginning of 2020, I did this men's devotional. My dad and I put together, and we created this men's devotional, 75 leadership devotions for men. We, with 13 other authors. So we released that this year at the beginning, just before the pandemic. And then this one was in September, Find Your Voice, 28 Secrets to Inspire You to Speak Up. So those are projects. I mean, I've got about 4 or 5 other projects in the can that are going to be released within the next 18 to 24 months. As far as book stuff, there's ebook stuff that's happening. There are courses that are happening. So that's kind of that online space, the online courses that I work with in my business. Right. I've got a membership site. So these are all pieces. I mean, I forget who says it, but everybody knows the whole deal about, you got to have at least 7 different streams or different ways to create and generate income. Man, I've got 3 kids. So yeah.
You got to put in that work. I get it. How important is it to your business model though? How important are these books and what you're doing with the digital properties? How important is that to your business model?
Well, you know what? I would say from a revenue perspective, they don't form the majority of what I do, but they are like this. They hold you over sometimes, and they also open certain doors. For example, this book that I wrote in 2013, right? It's done a couple of things for me that have been amazing. Number one, there was a company that called me to speak, and they said that, hey, we don't have the budget to pay you what your full fee is. And I said, okay, well, what about purchasing some of the books for your employees? They bought 150 books.
Wow.
On top of what they were going to pay me, because for some reason, I think employee resource groups, et cetera, have a different budget than the larger company. So they're like, okay, yeah, we'll be able to pull from a different budget to purchase your books. Now, here's the thing, and I want people to hear this, right? When you self-publish a book on Amazon using, at the time it was CreateSpace, now it's KDP. In order to print and distribute the book, to print and just bring the book to life, I'm losing my words, it costs you like $2 and change to do that.
Got you.
So if you're selling the book for like $15, what's your profit margin?
Yeah, right? You're making some money.
Right. So I give this company a break because they're doing a bulk purchase, but I'm still making like $10 profit, right? So the second thing that happened with this book is that there was a colleague of mine that I used to work with that was a professor at a university, and said, hey, we where we want to take people through the process of just kind of getting disciplined and locked in on certain things. And she got me into this college distribution center and got my book put in or placed in the university. Right?
Wow.
I get a check every month or every other month from this book from at least a couple of universities that I'm doing nothing to promote.
Wow.
Right. And so
that's pretty cool.
So build assets for yourself. I mean, you can go out there and trade dollars for hours for dollars all the time, or you could figure out, okay, what are the things that I can create? What are the assets that I can create? What are the seeds that I can plant in different places? And they may not look like they're going to turn into anything big at first, because here's what happens. A lot of people, they write a book and they're like, oh, I want to go to bestseller status, or I'm going to make a lot of money with this book. And then you put it on Amazon or whatever, and you sell like one in like 2 weeks.
Right.
So I mean, you just plant the seeds, water them, and keep pushing, because you don't know where and when the fruit is going to bear. Right. So you just got to figure out what are the seeds and what are the assets that you can plant for your business.
Man, I love the fact that you shared that. I will be honest with you. Having a book, whether it's an ebook or anything, is an area that I struggle in actually putting the material together. So hearing you talk about this stuff is things that I know that I should be doing. Like I need to have. I don't care even if it's simple as an ebook. And right now with books and how Amazon is doing it, what do you call it? It's direct. What do you call
on-demand printing or on-demand publishing?
Yeah.
Or publishing. Yeah.
So those are some of the things that's on my mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, man. This book didn't come because I sat down and wrote.
Gotcha.
This book came because I was doing something with a Facebook group, and I decided I was going to create videos every day during this 28-day journey.
Wow.
Most of this book came from the stuff that I was saying in those videos.
And I said that in the beginning of Vlogmas, how I was going to do my Vlogmas stuff. I got off. Of course, I have all the content in the world, but putting it in the book, I got to get there. And I think that Philip Edge has already put another software inside of the comments. So guys, if you guys are watching this, go to the comments and look up designer with 2 R's. Is another way. Are you familiar with that software?
Yeah, I've used it for like the last 5 years.
Oh my God. Nobody told me, RK3. Nobody told me. I've been out of the loop with designer, man. I'm going to get this. I want to get the details of it because, I'm one of those kind of people that kind of needs help with it. And I will not let this beat me. I plan to have a book, with my name down at the bottom. You're going to see a book and it's going to say Strick at the bottom. Like, who is Strick? I don't care. Buy the book.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm excited to see that, man. I'm like, when Strick's things come out, I'm gonna be putting on my page saying, "Hey, y'all, I know this cat.
Go buy the book." Like, who knows what I'll be talking about? I don't know. I'll find something to talk about in the book.
Yeah. I mean, it'll come to you. God's gonna bless you with that, man. So just be open.
So my man Chris William, he's like, I know, right, in the comments, like that's going to happen. I tell you what I want to do right now, RK3, is man, I gotta introduce you to this next guy that's gonna come be on the panel, because we have a lot of creators, but in this group we also have some people that are techies and producers. And man, Brent is like one of our producer guys. Like if you ever need any kind of production help, he has years and years of experience behind him. And I think he's like one of the coolest guys. So I definitely thank him for coming on the show. So I want to bring him on to introduce you. Brent, man, how you doing, sir?
What's up, everybody?
Man, sounding good, looking good. I like it. I like it.
Good.
So, have you ever met RK3 Robert Kennedy III before? You guys on the beard game together?
That's it.
Yeah, we share beard tips. No, we haven't actually met in person or even really chatted offline. But I watch all the videos and watch all the. I try to comment on everybody's videos. I try to watch them all, but they got to be so many every night. I wasn't going to bed till like midnight, 1 o'clock. So
yeah, I had to find ways to watch during the day as people were kind of loading stuff up, man. But that's so. Can you give like RK3 now, Brent, like some of your like background when it comes to technology stuff and production, I should say?
Sure. So, I started out I was in the Navy, so for 5 years, and then got out and went to college and I was a fine art major. So I learned sculpture and painting, and I wanted to learn computer animation, but the computers weren't ready yet. So I took all my extra time and volunteered at the TV station, and then ended up getting a job in television. I don't know if you remember a station back in the day called UPN 38.
Yes.
We had a station here, and I was the promotion producer. So I did all the, we talk about editing. You learn how to reel edit on tape to tape, no computers. And so like when you see, tonight at 5 o'clock on the Hughleys, so they would give you all of those little liners from the show, and you had to make the little promos. So that's how I kind of cut my teeth on editing. Then did about 10 years head of production for a company. We had TV stations all across the United States, did all kinds of Final Cut Pro stuff, built out my own, Macs, and ran crews, about 20 guys. My wife does production too. She's done stuff for History Channel and A&E. So, and at one point I quit my job for a year and tried to do a tech startup in about 2006. I thought that video on the web was going to be the next big thing, but everybody disagreed with me and said YouTube would never be anything.
Wow.
So, but I became almost famous. I became almost famous with a craft beer show in about, I think it was 2006. And by the 6th episode, I had a sponsor. By the 20th episode, they were flying me to the Great American Beer Festival. I'd made it all up, right? I just pretended like I knew what I was doing. Met with Budweiser. I met with all the big beer companies. I thought this was going to be it, right? And then the recession hit. Things kind of fell, and people loved my show. They wanted me to do it, but they didn't want to pay me to fly to Portland or wherever. And I was like, I can't do that. So I folded up shop, and then that turned into me and my wife ran our own ad agency and production company for 10 years. And then we took a break about 4 years ago from that and went back to working for, other people, and kind of got burnt out for a little while. So now I'm ready. That's why I did Vlogmas. I was trying to kickstart all this creative stuff. So now I'm ready to go and start 2021 and get after it.
Well, I definitely wanted you to tell RK3 who you are, and for you guys to meet. From a production standpoint, I mean, I don't know anybody in our group that has as much time and years behind television production. So I want you guys to know, and everybody else that's watching tonight, Brett Collins, and you'll be able to see his information. I'm going to talk to him a while, but he is the guy, and I'm going to show you why he is the guy through our conversation. But RK3, you got anything you want to say before you leave tonight?
Be great. That's it. It's your time.
Man, perfect. From the speaker. You know what I'm saying? Great job tonight, man. Thank you for your time tonight. Happy New Year to you, sir.
Thank you, man. Happy New Year to you. Same to you, Brent.
Happy
we got to
New Year.
get connected offline, man.
Yes, sir. Happy New Year. Good beard game. Keep it up in 2021.
There you go.
That's right. All right, y'all.
All right, sir. Be blessed, man. All right. So, Brent, man, let me move you around really quick so I can get you in the number one seat. Thank you so very much for hanging out with me tonight, man.
You're so pro. Look at how pro your setup is.
Man, I don't know about pro. It's just, I got 1 or 2 buttons I'm pressing. If I can just stay in those 2 buttons, I'll be just fine. If I hit button number 3, we all going to be in trouble.
Hey, I stayed up the other night just to watch you interview. It was Roy Wood Jr. I mean, I was watching on YouTube, and my wife was like, that's the guy from The Daily Show. I was like, yeah, and I'm going to be on his show tonight. Yeah. She's like, what? So you're the man.
I don't know about being the man, but I appreciate you taking the time to hang out with me tonight. I've been really blessed to know some great people, and those people actually trust me with their time, and I say the same thing to you. Thank you for trusting me with your time. I mean, it is New Year's Eve, so happy New Year's to you. And
well, Happy New Year's to you. And if I can just provide any value as much as I've taken from everybody in this group, then I'm more than happy to.
So when you say if you can provide any value, number one, you already know that you can. Like, I haven't had the time because we all have done so much Clubhouse and lives. Oh my God.
Yep.
Like, Brent, man, I'm trying to figure out how to use all of the content. Now, I've got some great tools today, some things I didn't know today. And
Right.
that was 4 or 5 hours of listening while I was doing some production work. And I don't know how long I'll be able to do that. Like, I have to have time to implement some of the things that I'm learning. Like, what's your idea behind this or thought behind all of that?
Well, I think one of the things I try to remember is I watched one of your old videos where you worked at you did the DJ stuff at the radio station, and a lot of that stuff that we did back in the day still works. So you have to remember that YouTube's kind of becoming the next radio station, right? So I've even talked with, doing like a live remote for places via YouTube, because everybody knows they need to be on YouTube, but they don't know how to do it. They don't feel comfortable talking or whatever. So sometimes you could just, sell your services just like you would in the radio days, especially for you, since you have, that history in Birmingham. So, but I mean, I think right now it's to learn.
Time out, Brett. Listen, if you're not around people that are smarter than you, change your circles like right now. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
One of the reasons why I have Brent on the show today, is because he's got experience, like years of experience in productions and media, like going back old school. There's nothing wrong with some of the techniques we used back then. We just have to figure out how they could be implemented with the technology that we have today. That's mind-blowing that you would say that to me.
It's the same stuff, right? Everybody talks about telling a story. It's about the hook. It's about the intro. It's about the outro. It's about the cue. You're queuing up all this. You did it back in the day, right? On the fly, making up interviews, bringing in promotions, doing contests. You just have to take that, what you know how to do, and just, you're just doing a different tool now. Really, you just added a video camera. Everything else is the same.
So this Stream Deck is nothing compared to a radio station soundboard.
Right.
Nothing compared to that.
A lot easier.
Do you know how many buttons I had to turn and how many buttons there were in front of me? Like on a daily, and then at the end, not only do I have buttons, but I would have. I think in the studio we had like 4 or 5 monitors.
Right.
It's just
probably had 4 or 5 people in the station with you. You had salespeople coming in and interrupting you, or phone calls you were trying to answer. And for me, when I tried to really look back on my life, and this year, I was really trying to look back at when I felt like I was the most productive, the most happy, or not even happy, but just probably I felt like I was in the zone. And that's when I was producing live TV, because I had a boss one time that just said he knew he could throw anything at me at the last minute and I could make it work. And he said he didn't know if that was my military training or whatever, but I'm just used to doing it live. And sometimes it's kind of like a comfort thing for me, because I used to run a show, late night show at midnight, get up, go to the station, get the crew set up, get the cameras set up, get the talent ready. And we did a live call-in show. And, you learn, you make mistakes, but you just have to do the best you can and move on. And I think that Ecamms and things like that we're doing now, live streaming, kind of brings all that back for me. And I'm like, sitting in the captain's chair again, pushing buttons. So I think it's great.
So you mentioned your time, and I want to see if we use some technology the same. So when I started doing some tech and production, it was a machine called Toastmasters. Are you familiar with Toastmaster at all? Where you got one VHS and another, and you kind of splice and cut between the two?
Yes. And that's how I learned how to edit. I learned tape to tape editing. So you actually had, you set up your edits, and it was copying from one tape to the next tape. And I remember back in high school, I did that for fun. I took 2 VCRs and recorded shows on TV. I don't even know how I figured out how to do it, but you remember Max Headroom?
I do remember that. I'm showing my age, Brent. You know what I'm saying, Brent?
Yeah,
I'm showing my age.
I did a video in high school where I did a dub over of my voice using 2 VCRs and some cables. I don't even know how I figured that out, but but yeah, I learned tape to tape, and then I learned how it was called a video toaster, which was the first computer kind of based system. And then
that may be what I'm talking about, video toaster. I'm not sure
been.
why I want to call it Toastmasters, but it may have been just video toasters.
And then somewhere along the way, I was working at a college here at Arkansas Tech University, where I went to college, and they just built a brand new library, and I was a Mac guy, and I just got OS 10. I mean, it was OS 10 just came out, and I saw this box on a shelf that said Final Cut Pro 1.
Wow.
And nobody was using it because nobody liked Macs back then, right?
Right.
So they gave it to me, and I taught myself how to edit, and then I got hired at a TV station and converted all of their systems over to Final Cut. Then I went to the next TV station and I did the same thing there. So I was kind of the Final Cut guy.
Gotcha.
And but that's when you had to build Macs. You had to spend a lot of time with everything. Then when the iMacs came out, you just bought an iMac, throw Final Cut, and I had a production crew ready to go. But then that leveraged me to be able to start my own company with me and my wife, because, 2 PowerBooks and Final Cut Pro, and we were shooting videos, doing commercials and doing production. But the web has always been my passion since 2006, because if you've ever worked in TV, it's hard to make it. It's hard to get pitch your show, get chosen to have a show. And with YouTube and today's technology, you just choose yourself, right?
So it is, and if you choose yourself, I think you always win. Like, even if you don't go and have all these subscribers, if you're doing some of the things that you like to do, and people would say, hey, the end goal with YouTube is to be able to get to where you're monetized and where you're doing what the audience wants you to do. It depends on if you really have the heart and the gift to be in front of the camera. Like, I could do both. I could do on-air talent, and I could do behind the scenes stuff. I'm actually better in front of the camera than I am behind the camera, but I know right now I can't afford an editor. So guess what? Guess who gets to edit?
That's right. But you're learning a lot, right? And when you learn how to edit, you learn how to deliver, because then you start getting smart about how you're planning your videos so you don't have to edit them. Right. So the more you can do live to tape, that saves you on editing time. So
that's why we're all at Ecamm, right? So it reduces the whole editing process if done right. All I have to do is take some of the air out the end, or beginning and end, and boom, I got a very well produced show.
Right. And that's all you have to do, But it is another thing too, is like I have 33 subscribers. I just started my channel this year, and I'm not really trying to stress about that. I'm just having a good time and enjoy it. So, I know I've been in the business a long time. I follow a lot of the tech trends. Like, I started my beer show the same time Gary Vaynerchuk started Wine Library TV, so maybe I should have stuck with it, but it's, I've talked to brands before. You got to have, you can't even have a conversation unless you have 10,000 followers. Gotcha. But having a video channel helps me get speaking gigs. It helps me teach other people how to do it, or gets me hired to consult, because, hey, you know how to do all that stuff. Can you come show me how to do all that stuff, or do it for me? So that's hopefully what I'll do more of in 2021.
Is doing it for people.
Or consulting and teaching them how to do it themselves, because I think we're in that kind of economy where you need to be able to do that, because of COVID. If I can come in and show you how to do it, then you can do it yourself.
Gotcha. And people want to do that to reduce the cost. If they can, whatever they could do to reduce the cost. I really feel like, depending on your budget, I've said this earlier today, depending on your budget, man, finding some good editors that can reduce the time of you editing. I'm saying that because in my mind, I'm better in front of the camera. If I can find somebody, I can, put it together, give you all the elements, boom, go put it together for me, and I'll pay you for your time. It's kind of like where I'm at, because I want to be able to create more content, and I can't do that if I'm stuck behind the computer editing.
Well, the same thing for me is if you watch like Gary Vaynerchuk, who has a team of people to film him, right? I mean, I feel like, and it's kind of, I always aspire to be somewhere between him and Seth Godin. Seth Godin's another great marketing genius. And, but you don't have anybody to follow you around and do all that. So that's why for Vlogmas, I did 90% of mine on my iPhone and edited on my iPhone just to see if I could do it faster, cheaper, and still keep my quality up.
Gotcha.
And I think I liked doing it because the phone was easier. I mean, I have a Lumix G7. I have a DJI Ronin, but you can't film yourself with that thing. It weighs, by the time you put it all together, you're 40 pounds. And it's easier just to walk around with the iPhone as long as you have a good microphone on it. I'm using LumaFusion, and I can edit faster on my iPhone than I can my Mac.
I was going to ask you about that, like what you were using, and I haven't broke down. Like Doc has been talking about LumaFusion. I haven't added that yet. I'm so much easier for me to just sit down and airdrop the files to my computer and then go into Premiere Pro. Now, that being said, is only because I haven't done LumaFusion yet. So I guess I can try to see how that works. Would you compare LumaFusion to Adobe Rush?
I think it's better than Rush. I think it's as good as Premiere. It's as good as Final Cut, in my opinion, because the longer you get in the editing game, the less you use. So you'll use some cuts, some cross dissolves, some color correction. That's probably it. When you first start out, that was kind of a joke. You're a new editor when you put 35 transitions in one video.
Right.
The more seasoned you get, the less you use. Does that make sense?
It does.
But then nowadays, and that comes from news. So you only have, or I do a lot of commercials for my job, and I also do it for clients. You got to get it done in 30 seconds. Sometimes you get it done in 15 seconds. So you got to be real quick. You got to just boom, 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 boom. You don't have time for stuff to linger. I mean, I've also done 48-hour film festival contests and made a feature film in 48 hours with, my wife and a handful of friends. You learn how to work fast, and then when you're trying to work for yourself to make money, that's the thing, right? Time is money. So you gotta be, and one of the reasons I'm trying to do the smaller gear is because there's this trap when you get into production, especially professionally. You got to have the bigger camera. Well, then you got to have the $30,000 lens. Now I got to have the lights. Well, now I got to buy the 1-ton truck to carry all the lights, So then I know so many people that are so, then something like this happens and they have all this gear to pay for and people to pay for.
Right.
So my goal is to be somebody more like a Peter McKinnon, even though I know he has a huge crew, but if it can just fit in a backpack and I can walk in by myself, get my stuff done, be professional and leave and, still get paid a good wage for my quality.
Right.
But not, my wife does this professionally for an ad agency. You're not going to touch her crew for anything under 10 grand.
Wow.
Right. So, but that's but then they're going to Dallas to shoot stuff and they have actors and makeup artists and, that's a whole different production.
Right. So, one of the things that I do know about you is your experience, and I trust exactly what you say based on that. And I also have Doc here. He's has chimed in on my Adobe Rush question, saying it's like iMovie and LumaFusion is closer to Final Cut. I get it. And then Mr. Riley Worlds, what's up to you, sir? He says minimalist is the way to go, and I get that. Yep. I get that. I enjoy shooting on my iPhone. I have an iPhone 12 because it's so easy. I'm still working on the color, getting the color the right way, because most of the time when I'm on the iPhone, I'm outside. But
right. So what I did in LumaFusion, for some reason when I got it, it was on sale, so it was like $20. I think
it's not on sale anymore. No,
I think it's like $40. It's only $40.
Gotcha.
But it has color correction, and so what I did is I fiddled with the color correction to get it to where I wanted. Added a high contrast, a vignette, just kind of made it look film-like. I saved that as a favorite. So every day that I did a Vlogmas, I dragged in my clips, click it, hit the favorite filter, done. I wasn't spending hours trying to tweak it. I mean, some people can. I just didn't. I'm not that way.
That's why I have you here. That's why we're talking. Like that shortcut is not only could save me time, or everybody else that is listening. And that's not just LumaFusion, but like, I'm sure that I could do favorites and all other kind of production software. I just never thought of that. I'm always
Trying to
trying to do it by hand, and when I get done with it, it could be the same shot that I did a cut with. Okay, let me get you full screen here.
Yeah,
I see
so
it.
that's the editing software. So I'm just doing it on my phone. And one of the tricks that I try to tell everybody, in TV, it's called a donut, right? You're just changing the filling. The outside's still the same. So your opens, your bumps, all these different things, the little segments you have to fill. You leave those places, I just edit over the same project every day. I just delete the files, the open music and the bumps, all that stays the same. It's just kind of copy and paste and, upload it to YouTube. So I can do it in, 10 minutes, and feel like I have a product that I'm happy with. I could tweak it all day, but sometimes I purposely did the phone so I wouldn't sit and tweak it every day trying to make it better than Doc's video or better than, Elio's video. You know what I mean? I just wanted to get it out, get it done, but do it well. I mean, I'm not trying to cut any corners. So
do you see this comment right here about the young lady using her SD card from the camera into LumaFusion? Like how is that?
So there is, if you really want to do this, what really kind of got me started is one of my favorite YouTubers is Henny the Business, and he's he does music production, video production. I think he's done some Grammy Award winning, beats and things like that for big time people. And his whole YouTube channel is how does his whole life on iDevices. He does his music production on an iPad, shoots with an iPhone. And so when OS, I can't remember which version came out, but when they added the little files that you could transfer files to your phone, there is a certain hard drive. I'd have to look it up, but it actually has a Bluetooth hard drive with SD card. And so people are just using that to get the Bluetooth from that hard drive, and a capture card to their phone or their iPad. And, that way you can have 2 gigs or whatever. And you're just kind of doing it over Bluetooth, and bring in the files you need to use, and then, take them off your phone when you're done, obviously, if you don't have a lot of space on your phone. But most people are doing it on their iPad. I just was trying to challenge myself to do it on the phone.
I got you. I got you. That makes sense. I understand. I would probably do it on the iPad because you're younger than me. You probably can see a whole lot better than I can. So
these are bifocals, brother. I'm 50 years old. But I tell you what a lot of people do, and this is kind of what I did. My perfect work life is I was a mobile guy. So, I'd get up in the morning, I'd go to the local coffee shop, break out the laptop, and I'd always meet other people. There's always other hustlers out there that one's a music producer, one's a voiceover talent. We'd all just, kind of make our little groups. But what a lot of people, and I like to work that way. So my goal would be, and this is what a lot of people do, you go out on your shoot for that day. You're going to stop for lunch at the coffee shop, and you just do a rough cut edit on your iPad real quick with LumaFusion. And then when you get home, you export that as a Final Cut Pro XML file. And so then you can finish it and sweeten it all in Final Cut. So it would just give you a way to be more productive.
Doc talks about that all the time. And, I'm a Premiere Pro guy. So when everybody goes Final Cut, I'm like, man, I'm not using Final Cut.
I'm a Premiere Pro guy too. So if you need any help there, so I'm original Final Cut 7 guy. And, was Premiere. That's what Premiere basically was the old Final Cut. And I like it better. The only reason I still use Final Cut is because I bought it years ago, and it's paid for, and it has some really good tools that are fast, like color correction and things like that, and some of the effects. Like I'm looking at buying Motion again. I think it's on like $50 because I love what Bradley does, but I don't have I'm just not going to sit and keynote that long. I want some of those pre-built animations that I can just kind of
That's Envato Elements for me, brother. I can just I got the subscription. Just download the template and keep going. Now I do need a little bit more time than After Effects, but that's coming soon. I know. So what happens with me is
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
What happens with me is like I learned After Effects enough to do whatever that intro was that I was trying to do, a video for my wife. And once that's done, I forget what I've done. Like, I'm not, and I would use it like twice or 3 times a year, and it wasn't often enough to remember what I did. That being said, let me do this, because if you really want to geek out on technical stuff and how to do editing and all this stuff, let me put these 2 people in the same room together, and it would be a complete geek fest in a good way. In a good way. You'll learn a lot. So Diana Gladney is a wealth. Like, she's almost like an encyclopedia when it comes to do anything with video. And so I got to bring her on so you 2 can talk, because
I'm feeling the pressure now.
You're not pressure. Diana, how are you doing?
What is going
on? Hi, Diana.
Hey, what's going on, Brent? Good to see you. What's going on, Strick? Thanks for having me.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Now, I know you had to be geeking out on the conversation we just had. Like, if you were listening.
I gotta get myself together before, because that's a great rabbit trail to just dig a whole nother tunnel. So, editing and all the different things. Yesterday's video, actually, just to get more familiar with LumaFusion and stuff like that. I'm really honest. I hate mobile anything. I want my camera and my lens. I want my computer and the keyboard and all those different things. However, I don't devalue what you can do on the phone. And so I've been editing even some of the Vlogmas videos using LumaFusion. And then if it's something that I know specifically with Final Cut, even though the 2 can be, shared between each other, I think it's amazing. But it's just like, I prefer my computer.
I got you. So go ahead, Brent.
My wife's the same way. She's used to shooting a shoulder-mounted camera that's 3 times bigger than she is, right?
Right.
And that's what her comfort zone is, because that's what she, that's what she knows. And I have, other people are DSLR people, other people are phone people. I always think about, I saw years and years and years ago, there was an episode or a documentary about the swimsuit illustrated calendar photo shoot, and they had all these photographers, and one guy, he was like me. He had bifocals. He couldn't see. He used the autofocus point and shoot camera. Another guy used like the cardboard click cameras that you would get, disposables. And then there was a guy using the $30,000 camera. They all got in the magazine, and all are top-rated photographers. They know how to do their craft, So sometimes we can get, a little focused on the tools and not just go back to basics of lighting, shadow, sound, storytelling.
Exactly. And that's the biggest thing when it comes to video content specifically. It's like when you find your right fit, it's like I always like to explain that as your right pairs of shoes for the kind of sport that you're getting ready to do. It's just like, you wear tennis shoes if you're getting ready to go for a jog or just for walking or whatever. There's a specific kind of shoe for the kind of function that you want to do. And then you find not just the genre of shoe, but the right pair that's the right fit, the right brand that's just fits for you and your feet. And I kind of look at cameras the same exact way. It's like, so for me, it's like I've literally tried so many variations of things to figure out what's my right fit, and just really finding a home with the camera gear and stuff like that. And that's like one of the danger zones when people try to duplicate. I'm gonna buy everything that you buy. You probably don't want to do that, because this is the perfect fit for me. It's like a custom fit. Either you're going to, get your own tailor-made stuff that's right for you, and then you'll be just as happy and be able to produce the same kind of quality content, because it's the gear is removed. You learn the principles and you're good to go.
So let me do this for everybody on the East Coast. Happy New Year to you. Like, they've been shouting it out already. So it is 12.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. That's really, really cool. So I'm Central Standard Time, so I got a little bit more to go. So
whole hour.
and I love to stay and talk with Diana and you guys, but I did promise my family I would do my half hour, and so we could do the last hour of New Year's together as a family. So,
and I completely understand that. Listen, thank you so very much for your time. I mean, wealth of information. I'm going to be calling you, brother, and we can go back down the line. Yes, sir.
And hopefully next October, when COVID's gone, I'll be back in Birmingham for the Barber Vintage Motorcycle Festival that I go to every year. So I'll look you up there, and we'll go have barbecue.
Sounds good, brother. That's what we do. We eat barbecue around here, so definitely let's do it.
All right. It was good to see you, Diana.
Good seeing you too, Brent. Take care.
Happy New Year to you, sir. All right, so Miss Diana, let me see if I can move you around just a little bit here so I can get you in the right seat, and bam, I have it. How are you doing tonight?
I'm fantastic. I took today off, so for the most part. So
I got you.
I've been offline for most of the day, and it's been good.
That's what's up. Well, somebody had to be offline. All the rest of us, golly, like how much time could I spend on Clubhouse and all the other stuff? I'm trying to do. Go ahead.
I checked in this morning because I was like, well, what room are y'all doing? Nobody said anything. And then I went click. Next thing I know, as soon as I touched down, Alicio pulled me in.
Pull you up,
I'm like, no, I'm getting out of here. Not today.
Not
today.
It's easy to pull. It's easy to get right into it. It's easy to get right into it. Like I did learn some stuff today that I hadn't heard before from some people that have been doing YouTube for a while, and I can appreciate it. I just need time to like when I'm going to implement some of this stuff.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like it's very, very easy to get caught up in the I don't know enough, or do I know enough, or am I going to miss it? It's like at some point, it's like I think that's one of the great leadership qualities that anybody can develop and should develop. Is just like at some point, it's like I make plenty of decisions where whether I'm comfortable with it or not in the moment, I move on. It's just like I'm removed at some point completely from the thing. It's like because you have to make a decision, and so like I'll stop. And like literally, I was on with the incredible Rochelle Shaw in a room day before yesterday, and she gave me some tips about some things that I'm launching. And she hit me up also on Instagram. We started communicating things like that, and I was like, she's like, "Is there anything I could do to help, or stuff like that?" And I'm like, "I need to implement what you just told me." So I'm not going to ask for anything else until I implement what you just told me, and I'm going to do it, and I've been doing it. And so it's just like until then, I haven't been back on Clubhouse minus this morning for that quick, probably like 5 or 10 minutes. And it's just like, no, it's just like everything else can wait because it won't matter if you won't implement the first thing that you did. It don't matter if you learn steps 7 through 15. You'll never get to the rest of those if you never do step 2. So at some point, it's just like you got to cut your losses and go for it. So, I'm never afraid of losing at this point.
Ms. Diana, I mean, that's great information for people to use and to kind of live by. And for the time that I've known you, you always have a very thoughtful way that you think about life, and you present that to other people. Like, when I think of you, I think of systems. I think of systems. Yes. So that's one of the things that I feel like you bring to all of us, saying, hey, wait a minute, I may have said something, but how does this work for you? What system do you have in place that works well for you? That being said, when people think about you, what do you want them to think?
I don't worry about. I'm not gonna lie. I don't even care.
So let me reword that. What do you want people to think about when they think about? What's your brand? I guess that's a better way to say it. So because it's kind of like I did my little branding vlog, and I'm a Nike guy, right? So when I see the Nike box, I already have an idea of the fit of the shoe. I know that I have to normally buy a size up than normal shoes. I know I'm going to get the feel. I know my colors. Most of the time, they're going to have the colors that I want. And what I'm saying, what brand do you have, or what do you want people to say or see? There's something that you're projecting out. You want people to know this, this, and this. And if you come to me, this is what you're going to get. That's kind of the question.
Okay, I got you. Because they just like, it can go both ways.
Right.
So, okay. So from a branding aspect, it's just like what the thing that I want people to think about when they are thinking of my brand, or if furthermore, when they come encounter a problem, that my brand is one of the first ones that comes to mind, is simply video simplified, period. You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
If you need to do anything when it comes to simplifying video for your brand and your business, especially video content creation, video simplified. That like when you're trying to figure out what video simplified, that's what I want to be the go-to theme. And it's just like, okay, let me go to YouTube, let me go to Entree Woman TV. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me go and start to figure out where's the guide for this, where's the course for that, where's the, you know what I'm saying? I want it to be the answer and go-to resource when it comes to that. So that is what my current focus and direction has been like all year, is around making sure that becomes more clear when it comes to video simplified.
I like it. I think Doc has said it, and maybe you've said it as well. If you can't do a pitch in, a couple of seconds, what do you say, 8 to 15 seconds about who you are, what you do, this is one of the issues you may be having in connecting with your audience. So it helps me, but I want everybody else that's watching tonight, for you to understand, whether you're a content creator or, man, you're a business owner that you got to sell a product. Like, it's simple. It's video simplified.
Yeah. And that's one of the things. It's like, even in Clubhouse, it's like somebody, you host in a room or be in a room listening, and somebody will come up and say, okay, what's your question? And they have, let me give you a little context. Let me give you some backstory. And it's just like, if we have to hear the whole life story to understand that you, I don't know, make custom bow ties or something like that, or customs, so for men, it's just like that. We didn't need to know, like, well, one time I got a whooping. It was really bad. And I went
when I was 5 years old,
it's like, wait, what? It's like, what commercial have you ever seen for something completely brand new? Did you ever have to go into the, you know what I'm saying, your whole life? It's like, so just that, and that takes a refining process. And I think people are afraid to say, I'm trying to refine that. I'm still like, right now, it's too big. It's too wordy. It's too much. I'm trying to refine that down and find that thing. And so it took time to do that. And so the best thing that I ever learned from my coach to help me further get to that point was always being able to answer the question, who are you helping with what specifically? Even when I ask people that question, they'll say, well, I'm trying, and it's still, and I'm like, you did not fill in the blank. That's a fill in the blank kind of a sentence.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Who? I'm helping entrepreneurs do what? Simplify video creation with what specifically? You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's it. So it's
I
like,
love
so
it.
if you gotta
Listen, I'm thinking in my mind, like, I'm telling myself, Strick, write that down. Like, she just gave like a major key, and of course I have the video access to be able to go back to this point to hear this again. But you have your who and your what right there inside of what you do, and it's so easy. So if someone thinks so about Diana, it's, I'm having entrepreneurs do video simply because it could be really, really hard, right?
Yep. And that's the thing. It's like, but that it becomes, and I learned this honestly from in the ministry space.
Wow.
It's like, that your vision and the message of what you're trying to do gets across when other people can easily describe it. Right. And it's like, and this is even from, like, if you have a digital ministry, which everybody should at this point, and you are trying to do, is just like, what is your church about? What is your ministry or your nonprofit about? And if you have to go, and it's the same thing, even when I would sit down and talk with pastors and stuff like that, it's just like, okay, who are you? Well, we helping everybody. It's like, oh, no, you're not. Right. Every church has a role, or every ministry and nonprofit has a specific role. So it's still the same question. Who are you helping to do what specifically? Because not all churches focus on very, very people that get them just simply, their goal is to go from not knowing about Christ to knowing about Christ. Right. Period. You know what I'm saying? Like, everything is about relationship development, from getting you from not knowing about him to knowing about him. And then others is like getting you further in your journey, going from being just like solely milk-based kind of, basic principles, to getting more in depth. And that's why it's like you have schools of theology, the same difference. same difference. They're only going to focus on going really deep text wise, you know what I'm saying, historical text wise. So if you can always answer the question, who are you helping with what specifically? And you now get to the point when somebody else asks a question and then somebody else is able to answer that with that right answer, you know that your marketing, you know that the clarity in your message and what you're doing is right. And I see that a lot on Facebook to help me further verify that when somebody tags me or adds me or something like that. And when somebody asks a question, somebody that and these are people, both of them, I don't know who they are, and say, hey, Diana has a video on this about this and well, and she'll teach you how to do X.
Wow.
That's a beautiful situation.
It is. It is.
You know
it
the
is.
marketing work.
So it's Kim's down in the comments saying that one guy gave a whole 5-minute intro yesterday. She had to just leave the chat. That's crazy. I wanted to shout her out. And they're still saying,
good to see you.
People on the East Coast is still saying Happy New Year. We still
Happy
got a
New
little
Year.
time
Yes.
over here. You know what I'm saying? It's not yet. It's
Right.
coming though. I want to do this. I'm changing it up just a little bit, Diana, because me and you have a date set in January where I'm going to dive deep into who Diana Gladney is. Like, I want to ask all of the questions because I want to introduce you to my audience as well so people can kind of know like what you do and how you got to that journey is more important. Like how you got to where you are and what you are doing in your space. I think is so like what you bring is so unique. Like it's uniquely you, and you do it so well. Like I'm just happy to say that I know you. Like I know that young lady, and I'm super proud of what you're doing because I know it's just the beginning. Like when you have your staff of people and you're running and you're giving away the ebooks and hey, this is the free offer that I have, sign up and you'll get this. Like you're on your way, and to actually be able to see, like I've seen all the old videos. I was there. Listen, I saw the M50 video and everything. You know what I'm saying? I've seen it all.
Right.
And I can appreciate where you are now leading and teaching other people in that space. That being said, I have another leader because I want to change where we are because we're going to do more of a group discussion leading into the new year that I want to bring on. So I'm going to bring on my man Kirk right now. Nugent, oh my gosh. Listen, I didn't know he was so close to me. Kirk, man, how you doing, sir?
I'm doing well, guys. I was listening for a while. I was like, whenever they call me in, I'll go ahead and get myself ready. Yeah. Cool.
Man, you look good over there, sir.
I appreciate you, man. I appreciate
you. So you guys actually had service already tonight?
Yeah. We do the sundown thing, right? So just, even as I say that, I'm thinking to myself, like, how specific should I get right now?
I got you.
But yeah, as Adventists, we believe, the sunset, scenario. Evening and the morning was the first day. So we believe that, it's not at midnight kind of a deal. So we do it at sundown. So like 5-6 p.m. somewhere around that time frame. But yeah.
That's what's up, man. Well, I'm glad to have you on, with Diana. And between the two of you guys, I'm going to throw a question out there and then shut my mouth because I know you guys are great when it comes to handling content and being able to explain it the right way. What I really want to do is to kind of step away from some of the gear talk that we've had, but mostly talk about mindset going into the new year. Like Diana was really good about mindset and you having your own mind because what you do is for you and your use case. And then I know how it all works. You know what I'm saying? Like even for me to be able to say it that way, like that's part of what, you do is making sure people know how it all works when we're leaving a year like 2020.
Yeah.
All right. And people are all over the place with people have great years. People financially did well. People are having some tough years. Like they got COVID and they survived COVID, but they have Now they have conditions like long-standing conditions with it. And then we have people that are, the family got together and several members of the family passed because of COVID. Like how those people could get their mind ready for what could happen in 2021. Can you guys talk to that at all?
Yeah. I'm pausing because I don't know. I figured
this is not a tech thing.
You know what? Okay. So
it's a heavy question though. It is a heavy question. Go ahead.
So I would say my opinions and my views on death is very different since 2015, which is when I had my own encounter with death. And you see that very thin, less than a hairline sliver difference between life and death, and literally meaning being here 1 second and not being here a whole other second, and like really understanding how very easy it is to make that shift. And so since that time frame, my views have progressively grown and changed in regards to that. And so to be completely honest with you, I think it's sometimes harder for people to understand maybe where I'm coming from when I'm about to say what I'm about to say, but I don't fear death. You know what I'm saying? I embrace the fact that that is a very real reality of life because I'm on my second go round already. Wow. You know what I'm saying? So like right. The fact that like the ability to live and not ever say eventually one day you completely dismiss that from your ability, the way you think, your vocabulary, your belief systems. You completely grow out of the, you know what I'm saying, the whole imposter syndrome thing. Because it's like those beliefs that you're having about yourself, it's like, what good does it do? And then furthermore, as a believer, being a Christian is just like, okay, well, why don't I fully believe the text that I read, or just even believe more about who I am and being good? You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, so why keep playing and dancing around the idea of not being good enough or not being, you know what I'm saying, comparative to this other person? That's why I was just like, the first question is a little bit is like, I don't really care what people think about me personally. Right. You know what I'm saying? It's like, because I'm not living based off other people's opinions, because whatever other people's opinions about you shouldn't matter, and you should not care. It's none of your business. Right. And so in at the time that COVID happened, other people's opinions, at the time when COVID happened, I got for about a good 30 seconds really, really nervous because I wasn't sure what was going to happen. And I'm like, how deep down the rabbit hole are we finna go with this? Are we finna all be like the normal everyday thing is hazmat suits, or like, right? Like how deep are we going here? Because we've all seen those kind of movies. Like, okay, now which movie is this going to play out to be? Right. Right. Okay. Well, I had about a good 30 seconds of a freak out of just like, man, what am I going? And I was like, you know what? I quit my job and walked out with literally, for the most part, no plan. Had I been doing things prior to that? Absolutely. But at the same time, like that day, I really didn't know what I was going to do. And so I was like, well, you know what, Lord, I trusted you day one of this. So it really doesn't matter what happens day 100 and whatever, you know what I'm saying, kind of a stuff. I'm removed from it. And so as far as a mindset and like what happens, you have to really be removed from making decisions based on things that have nothing to do with you and that are literally outside of your control. Everything that could happen always could happen anyway. Right. Meaning that you could always have lost your job. You could have always had family members pass. And I'm not trying to, I've lost people too. Like seriously, I've had very close family members get sick. Still dealing with some issues within my family about not knowing where, you know what I'm saying, do we need to prepare our services here, or do we need to be rejoicing? You know what I'm saying? Because they, you know what I'm saying? So it's still but being able to not necessarily not care. It's not about that, but it's like you do, but being able to remove yourself from making decisions in weak states of mind. Right. And so if you're constantly making decisions from a weak state of mind or waiting for conditions to be favorable, who does that? Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, and so it's just like, I run my life kind of like how I control the thermostat in my home. I'm going to control the climate of the way things are. I'm not going to wait to see what the weather is going to do. You know what I'm saying? because we get dressed according to what the weather does, which is why we have variations
come on.
of clothes. So
Come
when
on.
it comes to mindset and the way that I think or the way that I behave, okay, well, what's going on? I say it's raining. Let me grab an umbrella. You know what I'm saying? Okay, it's like slip and fall, but bust your knee. Okay, let's get it wrapped up, get some medicine, move on. Like, you know what I'm saying? Everything's fixable. There's an answer for everything already. And a lot of people want comfort and clarity before they're ever able to take a next step. And honestly, again, as a believer, it said that the Lord will be a lamp unto your feet. Your feet is like right here. That's like right here. That don't mean you can see down the street, around the block, down the corner. It's just like a lamp unto your feet. Like that's right here. So as long as I got that, I can always take that next step. And that's all I really care about. You know what I'm saying? I don't try to get all extra about stuff. And then I was just like, and then I stopped being that 30-second freak out. And then I was just like, all right, back to normal. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, so it's like, you know what? All of this stuff could happen anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's for the amount of crap that 2020 pulled off. It's just like, this stuff could always have happened. Right. It didn't matter the year. It didn't matter the president. It didn't matter who, what country you were in. It didn't matter who you was married to. It didn't matter what kids you had. Like all of the possibilities were always endless. We always knew these things.
Right.
So the fact that stuff happened is just like, am I going to wait for decisions to be favorable, or am I going to run it like I run my house, which is I set the thermostat. Wow. And then you know what I'm saying? So that I know, okay, I'm getting hot. Let me turn the air on. Oh, I'm getting cold. Let me turn the heat on. Kind of a deal, and make it to a thing of what I want because those are things on the inside that I can control. And that's how I operate my mindset.
Man, let me say, man,
Kirk, let me do this. Let me do this before you say what you gotta say. I need to change a scene really quick. Hold on 1 second. Oh man, I already did that one. I want to get this right. Hold on 1 second, Diana. Let me see if I can put Kirk here. There you go. I'm sorry. Okay. Go ahead. I'll let you go with it.
Okay. All right. Well, let me say this. Just piggybacking on what Miss D just said. One of the things I shared, I think we're doing the Vlogmas wrap up with Alicio the other day, and I was talking about TD Jakes being interviewed by Stephen Furtick, and him talking about that mind. The mind is what God gave us, right? When you look at the animal kingdom, and it was like, okay, God, I see the power of the lion, I see the size of the elephant, I see the speed of the cheetah, but what did you give me? And God's response, come almost audibly, as TD Jakes tells the story, is that I gave you the mind, and with that mind, you can have dominion and rule over the entire earth. And this is what sets humans apart from the rest of the animal kingdom, why we're not a base creature, because we have a mind, and that mind gives us the power of choice. And so one of the things that Diana is talking about just a second ago is activating that mind. A lot of people don't exercise their mind. And by exercise, what I mean is throw more at it than you're used to.
Got you.
You get what I mean?
Right.
Because you can get into a routine and operate at a certain level and think that this is all that there is. But the truth is, you've got to push more in order for you to actually do more with that same mind. And so you have this whole conundrum here. And I want to kind of throw back a little bit. A couple months back, in August, I think it was, I was asked to speak at this purpose conference, and we're chatting about purpose, right? Whole concept and idea of purpose. And one of the things I was sharing, just resonating again with what Diana shared as well, was I shared a story of, and I do it in a very interesting way, where I kind of I'm telling a story of about a person who is a twin, right, as a baby, and then his twin died with SIDS. This person also was a IT guy and was supposed to travel to Haiti, and because of an arbitrary decision that the boss made, he had to travel to Philippines instead. But when he got to the Philippines, he recognized that there was an earthquake in Haiti, and that the earthquake shattered and completely destroyed the hotel that he and the team would have been in. And then at the end of the story, I share that person that I'm talking about is me, right? I'm giving you guys like a personal stories of detached, but I wanted to kind of give you that nugget at the end. Like, so, what would that twin do, right? if he had a chance to, if you had a chance to ask that twin who lived when the other twin died, and it just kind of seems arbitrary, right? It seems like there's really no plan.
Right.
What would you do, right? And or if you had an opportunity to ask that IT guy, you know, whose boss just seemingly arbitrarily decided, hey, you go to Philippines, we're not going to do Haiti right now, and then all of a sudden that decision saved your life. What do you say to that person? And so I one of the things I always say to folks is God pulls back the veil a little bit every now and again for you to get a peek into what he's doing, for you to be able to get an idea of some of the chaos that he's kind of keeping at bay. And I think what 2020 represents for a lot of us, and to be clear, I don't really see anything significant about the clock changing over to another year tomorrow. I feel like whatever issues and troubles and struggles and trials and whatever you have decided not to work on, and whatever weaknesses you haven't decided to fix, whatever areas that you haven't put work in to better yourself, those are all going to follow you right into 2020. So I don't feel anything. There's no magic in 2021.
Gotcha.
But at the end of the day, I really feel like if we can require more of ourselves than we required of ourselves yesterday, right, today, and then a little bit more of ourselves tomorrow than we did today, then we're taking those methodical steps in the right direction. One of the things I often coach folks to do is to have a personal mission statement. And my current personal mission statement is, I'm Kirk Nugent, and I challenge everyday people to think holistically about their relationship to technology at home, for their families, and at work for career success. And that's, I kind of start some of my videos by
Diana,
saying,
he's got it under the time limit. I love it. I absolutely love it.
But one of my old ones when I was in college, and I really needed this, was mediocrity is what you accept when your situation and circumstance have fooled you into believing that greatness cannot be attained. And what I want to drive home for folks, DJ, is that it's an acceptance. There's a choice there. Kind of going back to my earlier, when you talk about the mind, what God gave us, the most powerful thing he gave us was the power of choice.
Wow.
And I don't want folks to walk away and miss that piece. Mediocrity is not a state of being. It's not just who you are. It is an acceptance. It is a choice. And so if you were looking for greatness in 2021, then choose greatness. Okay. If you're looking for greatness in 2022, or if you want to be great on YouTube, I don't know what it is you want to be great at, but you've got to actually choose that thing.
Right.
Because that is an enabling action. If you understand what I'm saying, somebody told me, just to use Diana's alliteration there, where she says the word is a light unto my feet, and a friend of mine said that the light is motion activated. You got to take a step. You got to take a step for the next light to come on. You're not going to see everything, because it's just not how God works.
Right.
He operates on faith. The currency of faith is very real in that realm. So I don't want to preach. I'm sorry. I know we're supposed to be talking about, the New Year's setup and everything, but I don't want people to feel like, 2021 is worse. It can, because it can be. It can be. It really could be. But what have you decided to do? You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Right. Like that thermostat that Diana was talking about. So you catch that the temperature is going to be colder, but you just still come out in shorts and a t-shirt. What have you decided to do, given the environment, given the space that you find yourself in? What have you decided to do? Have you decided to be mediocre? Have you decided to be great? And recognize that you're not competing against anyone else. You're only competing against self. I can't be DJ Strick great. I cannot be Diana Gladney great, because I'm not Diana Gladney. I can only be Kirk Nugent great. And there are going to be things that I do that will look like greatness to others, but I and God both know that to me, that's mediocre.
Oh, man.
And that's a tough space to navigate.
Right.
Very
deep, man.
Space. I'm gonna stop now, but I'm a talker.
Kirk, man, I know that's really deep, and there's something good that people need to hear. Like, I really feel like going into the new year, I mean, we talk content creation, we talk streaming, we talk gear and all this other stuff, but one of the things that is a biggest hindrance to people is what's right up here. you know, people's mind and their mindsets to be able to do whatever it is they need to do. Now, we need people to want to do better, to want to do more, because that's the business that you guys are in, teaching people how to do stuff. So we need people to be in a mindset where they're ready to go from the Logitech C920 to a real camera. Like, we need people to want to do better. That being said, I told Diana, like, this portion of the our New Year's is a little different, and we got people calling in. And what I want to do now is just add to I guess in Clubhouse you said platform or whatever. But this guy, man, is man, I gotta hear him talk, and I promise you, when he gets on, there's nothing else that I will be able to say. But man, if y'all don't know Keith Pelzer, what do you know? There he is.
Kurt, I was enjoying the sermon, bro. Kurt, I was enjoying the sermon, man. I was ready to tune you up.
He was off to the side shouting. That's what he was doing. He had his handkerchief doing like this at the camera.
Listen, sister, you know, I was in there. I was like, I popped the joint on. I said, "Oh, Kurt's up in here." I said, "Oh, it's lit right now, bro." I need to keep going because I'm about to tell my church members to show up right now because we got Reverend Kurt Nugent talking. He bringing the word on tonight.
Listen, man. Just a little confession. Let me just make a little the truth. Like, if I just a little secret to the four of y'all on the screen and whoever's watching.
Come on.
That's how it all works. That's all it's about. This is a ministry thing that God has been asking me after me to do for a very long time. And so I say tech, media, and leadership, and I say that because that's where my skill sets are. But I have felt that calling on my life to do something that is a little different than this traditional ministry for a long time. So when I say how it all works, you guys all four on the screen know the base of how it all works is Jesus.
Come on now.
And so at the end of the day, I'm going to be teaching folks how, best practices, tips, tricks for live streaming, platforms. How can we use them better? But I infuse in there in some very random ways, wherever the Spirit leads.
It's not random.
No, it's not random.
So let me do this. We can't talk more about that without bringing in the other preacher of the group. So let me see if I can do my very best job to
my goodness.
Get him on.
It's a problem now.
I dropped Kirk, so let me see if I can.
My Filipino brother. We are here. We come with B3. We come armed with Hammond B3 organs. Play a tune for us. Come on, bro. Play a tune. We come through
with a Leslie in my.
I had no idea,
bro.
I'm ready that you're gonna have Lem on here.
Hey, Kurt. That Filipino dude know about a Hammond B3 C3. Organ B3 A100. Y'all ain't talking to me up in here.
Leslie, baby. Don't forget the Leslie.
11. What's that? 1122. He know all of that stuff.
My goodness.
You can't play a C3 Hammond organ without a Leslie, bro. It just doesn't sound correct.
Hey, I'm gonna mess with you. You know that Hammond? Is it called the H? We used to have one where it only got that many pedals. And then the lever is here, and it got a speaker underneath, and then the keyboards are like shifted.
So Diana, let me say this: when Keith gets on, like, I'm sorry, like, whatever you have planned is just not planned anymore. It's just not, because
you know what, Strick? When you asked me to come on at 11 p.m., already I said, first of all, there's nothing scheduled other than nothing time. Like, this is bedtime. I don't stay up to watch the New Year come in. I'll see it in the morning, like every other day. So
I just watched the ball.
Favorite people in here, man. Miss Diana.
What's going on?
The other night she was like, it's past my bedtime. I'll see y'all later.
Listen, may the Lord bless you. Everybody. Shut up on you. Y'all have a good night. That's I don't stick around. I'm out of there.
She don't do the old Baptist sneak out and tiptoe. She be like, all right, y'all, I'm out.
Right.
You know, it's funny. I saw you put that in the comment. I saw you put that in the comments, but the church I grew up in, we always used to have to put the finger up and you tipping out.
You got to
like
tip
that
out.
Really did something. Like that made you more quiet because the finger went up.
Listen. Social norms, man. Social norms, man.
You ever had to remember when you had the wood floor and they got the high heel shoes? They go clack, clack, and they try to walk real slow, and it's really like annoying. But they got the finger up, and it's kind of like that. Didn't make it quiet, sister.
No, it didn't.
You know, it's like the fact the turnaround, like, oh, I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all be blessed. Now it's just like, get out, go to the bathroom already.
Heathen. You can't even stand for a few more minutes. What's wrong with you?
Right.
You kids ain't that important.
So let me do this. Let me do this. Lim and Keith, man, we really had a serious conversation going on before we start talking about having B organs.
Hey, listen, Lim. Kurt was closing. He was at I said it right.
Listen.
I know, right?
Look. DJ Strick is a musician. DJ Strick is a musician, so I can't.
I'm not a musician. I'm not. Like my wife is.
I can't be trying to sing, on DJ's show. I just,
he got a star. He got a Billboard chart and star. Grammy nominated, winning, and all of that stuff, selling records and units.
And listen, who's talking, right?
Right.
I want to make sure we get that thing straight. But
so
yeah.
Let me do this really quick. Keith, I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask you this question, man, because this is what's on the table before we go sideways.
That's ginger ale, y'all. Ginger ale.
That's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine. 20, like you already did a message, or you have a message ready for your people going into the new year. Like, how are you encouraging your flock going into this new year?
Okay, this is going to be weird. I'm 49 years old. I was born on August 29th, 1971. On a Sunday, the very next Sunday, I was in church, okay? Out of the hospital, home, still wrapped in swaddling clothes, and I'm in church. That's how much I'm a pew baby.
They didn't wrap you in swaddling clothes. They didn't do that.
Bro, let me say this right quick.
You had that onesie on.
Here's the problem. Y'all, this is how much I love y'all. To all of you on here and the nameless people I can't do. My Vlogmas, I flipped it. I had something else prepared, professional, and I was like, you know what? I look exactly like this on my Vlogmas. And I actually only said 2 names, and everybody will understand why I only said those 2 names to represent everybody. But here, let me get to your point and answer your question, DJ. So we had a church-like study meeting last night, and I asked, and I had been asking for Wednesdays after Wednesdays, which is our normal Bible study gathering, what do you guys want to do for New Year's? Because I, as Paul in Acts chapter 27, I perceive that this ain't going to turn out like we want it to. So the outcome is going to be a problem. So I'm trying to prep y'all for it. But unlike those people on the ship with Paul, my members were like, okay, we rolling with you. And we know that the outlook on what we are normally used to on New Year's is not really coming into play. And it became apparent as we got closer, the building is not a good place to be, right? And so then what confirmed for me was when I seen some of my other pastor friends around Philly, and it's like, oh man, it's kind of hurt. Like, what we going to do now? And some of these people were people that been having church, okay? They were just trying to figure out a way. And I'm just like, But here's what I'm going to get to. Normally, I'm stressed with I got to go to the church, and then if we don't have a musician, I got to play, then I got to preach. Then I'm kind of like, what do you say with the new year? Then it's like, instead of just being led by God, you have that kind of spirit in you that feels like you got to say something about a new thing, cutting things off. I'm leaving somebody in the past. I'm unpacking my baggage. This year is the year of this, and this year is the year of that. And we start dropping all of this. And then my spirit started thinking about how many people done prophesied last year in 2019 and told everybody that this is coming, this is happening, that's happening. And for some reason, some people getting looked at like, did you hear from God? Because he didn't inform you about this COVID-19.
Okay.
Let me go to another thing. He didn't inform you that you were going to connect with people that you wouldn't normally connect with. If we're talking about the same God, like for some reason you ain't get that memo, but when we trust in the Lord, lean not to our own understanding and all our ways acknowledge him and then allow him. As I came in on Reverend Kurt, he was preaching about the light and talking about motion. And until you get motion, that light ain't doing nothing if it ain't no motion to it. So what happened was the Lord spoke it to me, and I'm like, you know what? Here's what I learned in the Ecamm community. Because of the bullyship of Diana, because of the bullyship
you gotta let the Lord use you.
Licensed saint
of Diana, where she said no.
Ear slicing saint. She's got the Peterian order anointing upon her life.
My goodness.
Listen, you know what's the problem when your wife says, Diana said. And I'm just like, because Diana said, wasn't they glad she said, and Doc said, I'm like, who is Doc and who is Diana? So I'm doing Vlogmas because I don't want my wife getting on me because Diana said, okay. Then she even went to Felicia said, I'm like, listen, I'm the pastor. I don't understand. I'm the chief around this joint. Okay. I don't care about no Diana. I'm sitting there wearing her shirts and everything. But so I'm wearing a shirt and it's like learn to do. She's like, okay, girl. I'm like, where the girl at? She talking about Diane. I'm like, she ain't even in the room, and she's shouting you out. So Tina sends her love. But let me get to the point and let my my brother from another mother get some in here with the hat on. Now watch this here. I said to my members, I said last night, I said, you know what we're gonna do? I want everybody to take a text and have a quick 3 to 5 minute sermon for the new year.
Ooh, that's good.
I had all of the members to come in with a sermon. I got the paper sit right over there. And I took Ecamm. Y'all hear what I'm saying? I took Ecamm and I did. I'm going to show y'all what I did. Look at this real quick. Just one. That right there. Brother Sabran, that's one of my ministers. Here was his text. Acts chapter 14. Understand what I'm saying? So what happened was I allowed the church voice to be heard rather than me come in and say, oh, God said this, that, and the third, and everybody have to just take that word from me. Because I'm like, if God planted it in all of us, if we hear from one another, we can hold one another accountable.
That's
what did we do in Vlogmas? What we did was we all had the opportunity to express ourselves. And if anybody falters this year, we can go back to the Vlogmas. We can go back to the reviews and say, hey, you are better than that. Look at how far you came from Vlogmas 1 to Vlogmas 31. You got it in you. Don't give up now. You got to keep going, keep fighting. We have a reference point to go off of. But if all we did was come into a room and sit and look at Sean and look at Diana and look at Strick and maybe Kurt or maybe Lem and just got drops, then we stuck. But we heard from everybody. And when we heard from everybody, that allows us as a unity, a collective, to encourage one another. Colossians says, with psalms and hymns, you encourage one another. It also said, following in the apostles' doctrine. We do have leadership, but there's more than just the apostles, because when the scripture we get the deacons from, it said, we doing this over here. Y'all look amongst y'all and find 7 filled with the Holy Ghost, and you tell them to handle that problem. That means that there's more in people than we recognize. And so instead of me being the primary person and jumping on, I said, what won't he do it this year? Turn and tell 3 people. They not in the building, Reverend. They not in the building. There's nobody to turn to. They home alone. Okay, they in a room by themselves. So now what we end up with is the theme for my church is we've heard one another from the word of God.
Come on.
And so we take all of these perspectives that's rooted in our motto is centered in Christ, unified in the spirit, together in love. Cut. So that makes us cut for being better people. And our cut is we trim the fat, we trim off all the rest of the stuff, and we keep ourselves centered in Christ, unified in the spirit, together in love. And then we roll into the year and we've all expressed everything all the way down to what is joy. Because joy sets us up for what I just heard Kurt talk about, that, you know what? January might be the worst month that we've seen in years.
What I'm talking about.
But you know what I found in Ecamm, and I'm going to shut up and turn it over to the other reverend on the pulpit. Let me say this right here. I found joy. Now, I already had the Jesus joy, but y'all really lifted my heart. First of all, to my church family, my family and all. But y'all really have blessed me because I still was in a place of a spiritual funk. And without taking a text, without having a praise and worship song, I found these brothers and sisters since COVID-19 started. And in a sense, I literally had one of the best years I've ever had in a long time.
That's good, man.
So thank all of you. That's it. I'm done. I'm sorry.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
That's
Yeah.
good, man.
So to sum it up, this was the first time in all my years.
Hey, preacher, I thought you said you were good, preacher.
That's gonna be long before you. That's gonna be long before you.
Listen, Lem, if you don't jump in, it's gonna be a whole problem.
That's a preacher right there.
Or you got your mic on mute or something.
What happened to Lem's mic?
Yeah, Lem,
Fix
your
your
mic.
How's it now? You guys,
It's horrible now. No, we got an Alicia Way moment happening over there for you.
Oh no,
See, I
not an
didn't see
Alicia moment. Not an
I love you,
Alicia
brother
moment.
Alicia.
How are we doing now? How we doing?
Yeah, that's better. That's better. Yes, sir.
All right.
It's getting
I
there.
had the limiter on my audio interface here. I
It don't
apologize.
sound like it
I'm
was
just saying, that's
before.
the mark of the preacher, y'all. That's just,
You still got to tweak something, Lim. Lim, we know your mic is great. You still got to tweak something. We know your mic is quality.
When
But
you
it's not
first came
clear.
in, you were good, and so something happened.
So let me ask you this. This is what I learned about Ecamm. Do you need to log out and log right back in?
Oh no.
We'll work it.
Okay.
It's getting there. Say something.
There he is, Alicia, talking about the shade. Brother, you should be here, brother.
Hey, Alicia,
Happy
you
New
see
Year to
Diana
you.
started it.
He said the shade. That just shade playing them parked over.
Hey.
I got me staying up late tonight, so why not have a little bit of fun while I'm at it?
So Alicia, please know that I do have the frame segregated right now to the S and 7Bs on top. So just so you know.
I got it now, y'all. I got it now.
Wait, audio segregation. Aren't we supposed to be moving forward into the new year? We starting it off segregated.
We gotta segregate the
And
people.
look, don't y'all get me started on Alicio and his servanthood, like his serving.
Oh my goodness.
Let me
He's
tell
has a
y'all
mark.
something. The serve that he's been doing this year, I pray for that brother that God just enlarges his territory. Like
Amen.
that
I agree
dude
with that.
he's evidence in serving everybody. And I do gotta bust on Alicio. DJ Strick, all I remember is I was in here trying to fix stuff and Alicio went live and I'm like, oh, that's my dude. And I'm on there and watching Alicio sit on there and say, it's my first time on Ecamm. I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing, and I don't know what I'm doing here. And then he was like, I got strict. Then he got strict on there. And before you knew it, within about 2 hours, everybody is on there.
Yeah, I remember that was the first
crazy.
time I slid into I slid into Diana's private message. I felt like a creeper for a moment. I was like, I hope she accepts me. This lady don't know me from Adam, but I hope she accepts me. I hope she's seen me around.
Right, so I heard you say that, but I didn't think you were serious. And then I had looked on my phone, and I saw on the messenger because I'm watching on the live stream, and I was like, okay, he's serious. I said, man, let me go back in here and surprise. I said, because I'm never on late like this, so I'm like, let me go ahead and hop on. And Lem, he was laughing so hard. It's like I didn't know if he's gonna get it to work. Then next thing you know, it's just like felt like it was 30 of us on screen.
I knew he was gonna turn over. I knew he was gonna turn over when you hopped in. And I saw you engaging in the comments, and I'm like, if I bring Diana in here, this live is going to flip
the way
over.
you did it.
And I was right, bro. I was right.
Listen, Alicio started it in humbleness, just trying to figure and study to show himself approved, to know how to work Ecamm.
Oh, come on.
In his trying in there, he bought in, and him and DJ pretty much just met.
You know what's
I'm
funny?
looking at DJ like I was like, this dude is clean. I'm looking at DJ, he got that smile in the camera, and then next thing you know, he just pulled everybody in, and all of these people that you can't get. You need You need a what do they call it? An honorarium to get Kurt on your show.
Come on, you telling the truth now. You telling the truth.
That's not real.
The release papers for Kirk that night. I still have it. I'm still trying to build up my finances in my account to send the monies because I was like,
take out a loan. I'm gonna have Kirk on all conversations. I'm gonna take a loan out. You know what I'm saying? Jeez.
Man, y'all tripping, man.
Yeah, it was an incredible night.
I remember DJ Strick. He's trying to be all pro. He's like, can we go into a question? Can we? We were like, yo, it ain't question time. It's hangout time, bro.
It was definitely hangout time that night.
Oh, that night was hangout all the way.
We are trying to figure out who we are and what we're about to do. And sure enough, that's what happened. And it just kind of it perpetuated itself to a whole new type of environment. I mean, when you have people that are mature and driven and understand their place and understand that God is leading them to a certain place, a certain destination, when you have people that feel driven and feel like they have the will of God in their lives to achieve, when you bring them into one room, talking about progress, talking about drive, talking about destinations, talking about future, there is nothing that you should be surprised that happens within that conversation. Because the drive, the will, the understanding, the wisdom, the anointing of God that's going to be in that room is going to overflow. And you just can't help if there are 10 people that have the same mind. That's what happens when you have the same mind. 120 of them came into a room with the same mind and the same purpose.
His voice,
and when they had the same mind, and when they had the same purpose, yeah, right. When you bring like-minded people with a desire to see something happen, there is going to be tongues that are going to be spoken that never has been heard before. There's going to be wisdom that is spoken that has never been heard before. There's going to be vision and destination and prophecy and fulfillment that's never been heard before, because people of like mind and like desire and driven to see other people change and other people level up. When you have these people with a drive to change a generation and to change their community and their circles, when you bring them all in one room, bro, you better have a notepad, you better have a recorder, you better have some way to put these thoughts down in paper, because your life is about to change, and not only your life but the lives of those that are in the panel. That's what I'm just saying. And it sure did. That's exactly what happened.
Let me jump in. I'm not going to be before you long.
Go ahead and start.
Say a word, Reverend.
One of the things I was saying I was saying to a friend of mine, I was like, the church has for a long time kind of just had a question mark about whether or not we should use the online space for ministry. And I just don't know what that has been about, what that trepidation has been about. What the pandemic has done is really exposed that we have been missing out on a really great opportunity.
That's true.
So what we've done, we've taken this gospel, the good news that salvation is available for everyone. We've taken that and put it inside four walls. And then we tell people to come to the four walls to come get this gospel. What we really should be doing is putting it out in the street where people could trip over it and maybe even just accidentally rub up on some Jesus.
Did you say trip over it? Come on.
No, listen.
Did you say trip over it?
So I'm done. I'm landing now. I'm done now. So when Jesus when Jesus is on the shore and he yells,
that's what I'm talking about, Kevin. Say a word. Go ahead, Kurt.
He yells to the disciples, right? He's on the shore. He yells to the disciples. Disciples don't know who it is. He yells to the disciples. He says, "Have you any fish?" Right. And so they yell back, "No, we don't have any fish." And the Bible is specific. I believe the Bible is specific. So it says, he says, "Let down your net on the other side of the boat where the fish are, on the right side of the boat, on the other side of the boat where the fish are." And so what I've walked away with was that it wasn't so much that they weren't fishing properly. They just weren't fishing in the right place. They needed to let down their net on the other side of the boat. And so what I hear God say in my techie geek mind, I hear God coming. I hear it coming. Go for it. I hear God saying, let down your internet. I mean net. I mean internet. On Facebook. I hear God saying, let down your internet on Twitter and on LinkedIn and on Instagram and on TikTok. Let down your internet in these spaces. You will find fish. You will get a catch. You've been fishing in the wrong place. You need to fish where the fish are. That was the last thing he said to them. Let down your net on the other side of the boat where the fish are. And I really believe that it is far past time for people who don't necessarily hold the mantle and title of pastor to really get into spaces that God has called them to be able to share the gospel from a perspective that is not the pastoral perspective. The body of Christ is not one mindset. Just like what Keith just said a second ago, hearing the word of God from every perspective in his church had to be a powerful experience, because if you look at the disciples, you also had different perspectives. You had the tax collector, you had the physician, you had the fisherman, you had different perspectives. They weren't all pastors, and you were able to hear the gospel from a perspective that matched something of your own. So you as a pastor or a physician may not be able to reach the geek, but I can, because that's my language. Right. That's my perspective. You see what I'm saying? So it's far past time for folks to be able to use what God has given them, unique skills and talents. And we need to shift our thinking in terms of who is a minister. A good one of my students said to me the other day, he's like, Mr. Nugent, I just feel like you probably should have been a pastor, And I said to him, who says I'm not?
Right.
Right. Thank you.
And
Thank
he was
you.
like, you just answered all my questions that I've had about you in that one answer.
Wow.
Kurt, what I love that
hold on, Keith. Let me do this real quick, if you don't mind. I want to stop us for just 1 second, because we are on Central Standard Time, and the time now is New Year. But let me do this really quick. Let me do this. Hold on, Diana. I had this lined up. Ecamm, work for me, Ecamm. There we go.
There we
go. Oh, Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year.
I love it.
So, Keith, I know I interrupted you. I wanted to go ahead and play that and to get that out of the way. Happy New Year to all of you guys. And everybody that's watching right now. We're bringing in the new year a little different because, a lot of people, you can't really gather together. So we're gathering over the internet and over Ecamm.live through a lot of my channels, whether that's Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, through Periscope. And I have some people that's a part of the Let's Get Live crew led by Dot Rock and Diana Gladney. And Diana's on the top. My man Keith Pelzer, Lemuel, and then Kirk, and we got some more people that are going to add on in just a bit.
Oh, mercy.
But we want to definitely say Happy New Year to you guys. We're kind of ending a Vlogmas set where we, as creators and a collective group, decided to do content on a daily basis through the month of December, and it helped us to be better creators, better editors. Just better at our crafts, and also it helped us to build a community. So what you're seeing now is a community that was actually built in around, I would say, a little more than 30 days, because it was probably, we started this around November time frame, but this thing happened like in 2020, which for me makes the year a very powerful year for me. And I think Keith has already said it tonight, how it affected him through his journey. But man, you guys just don't know how it helped me even in figuring out for our church how we could do a better job of building a virtual community, because we can't gather right now. It still would be months before we will really be thinking about gathering again. But man, if you can really center in to what we built, and I can't say that it wasn't something God was doing. It may have been just for us individually, but there are some concepts that I think we could pull away that will be cross a board for all of us as we build groups and try to build our audiences. Being more engaging to people. I think all that can happen. That being said, Keith, I stopped you to be able to say Happy New Year, but I want you to have the floor again.
You hit it, and so I want to do just one or two things, and I'll be quick with it. I thought about Amazon today, and when I was talking to people about the success of Amazon and JD, which is a Japanese Chinese company, and Alibaba and a few others, I'm like, their success is because of internet. And so shopping, we're used to shopping at the mall in the store, but every store had to realize, Walmart, Target, all of that they needed to have an internet connection. So there's something akin to a spiritual realm where we're still shopping, but we don't actually have to go to the store to get the physical product. Now, with that being said, I take what we learned from Amazon and its success, that even though we order online, we still benefit from the delivery of the tangible product that still needs to come to us. So we don't have to be scared of the virtual realm, because the end result of the virtual realm still has a connection with our physicality. It's all a matter of the when. And so a lot of times what we don't do is we don't prepare for our win. And if I was going to take a text tonight and I did preach into this year, I would have talked about now is the time to prepare for your win. When you prepare for your win, you don't always understand what you're doing in the moment, but you have to trust that there's a win to it. Now, when you take the fact that Kurt started to preach on the net, I always preach from that piece talking about the networks. And when we talk about the networks, but Kurt said it best with his internet whole thing. I like that right here. He just dropped it. But here's what I like about that. When it all started with the boat and Jesus comes up to the homeboys with the boat, he says, launch out there real quick. And he takes a text and Jesus preaches. But when they're out there, a lot of people put the focus on the fact of whose boat it was. But what we learned is that when they put the net on the right side of the boat and they got the catch, the Bible says it was an overflow. What we learn about overflow is when you got the overflow, you can have an overflow, but if you don't partner with somebody, you can't get the overflow back to the shore. And so the thing with that boat was they weren't able to get that catch back to the shore unless the other boats were in the water. And so what I realized in this community is that God didn't send for it just to be me to be special, but he's got other boats in the water. And what I like about also, when you talk about Peter walking on the water, we emphasize, oh, you got to get out the boat. Well, I got some mercy and a grace and a shout for people if you didn't get out the boat like a Peter. Because even though Peter got out the boat, he got an upgrade. He still had to get back in the same boat that everybody else was in, and they all ended up on the shore in the same place. Now, the thing was, he had to upgrade, but at the same time, he was still with the same people. And so he got the assignment, and back to Kurt's point, he tried to go back to what he was doing, and that's most people's problems. They go back to their normalcy. The Bible never says that fishing was bad after Jesus took him off that assignment. It didn't say that they didn't eat fish no more. It was just that's not where the focus is. It's in a broader territory. He got him out of the water. And even when he was in the water, he said, put it on the right side of the boat. But they still messed it up. But now he has the assignment to go out and spread. So what do? We take the opportunity to do something that's not normal for us, but rather than cry about COVID, we learn to maximize in our moment for the bigger picture. And this is our season where I wouldn't have known none of y'all had this season and this year not been like it is. And so that's all I had to put on that piece.
I had to put my finger up because old school, Baptist or whatever. Lim, I need you to do me a favor. Doc did call in, and Ecamm is right. They're not going to let you have any more than 5 folks coming on. So if somebody could bring him on, Diana, even if you could bring him on.
Yeah, I can do it.
So that was weird because I had 5 guests in my broadcast the other night. Remember I was talking to you, Keith? I was like, this is strange. I had 5 people with me making 6 It was so strange. I don't know how that happened.
So when I hit it, a maximum number of guests. So this is Ecamm, popping up saying you have 4 connections. So I mean, it's doing what it's supposed to.
You can do it through Skype, but I can bring them in if you need.
Keith, I had 5 people. I had an empty
the interview
spot.
mode.
It was weird.
Keith,
through the interview
comment.
mode. It was very strange.
What, did I miss something?
No, I'm saying Juanito's like capacity. God is increasing your capacity. Capacity is the maximum amount something can carry. That's gold.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Kirk, for going to those comments as we work through this.
No, yeah. No, I mean, work through it. But I'm still locked into what Keith was talking about, man. Because at the end of the day, just the willingness to be able to. I thought you guys all knew one another. I thought I was coming in new. I've known Anthony for years and years and years. I'm really good friends with Anthony. So Anthony was like, yeah, come check out this, a couple of folks. I'm like, all right, cool, let's do that. But when we got on that live that night, that night that I'm talking about, where we had like 50 people on Ecamm, I thought, man, me and Anthony were like the new kids on the block. I didn't know you guys didn't know one another.
Nobody knew anybody.
Nobody knew anybody.
Serious?
Yeah, nobody.
The only one that probably knew each other were part of the Ecamm Council, which was Keith, myself, Elicio, because we've been chatting for a couple of weeks before that live. So we were the only ones that kind of knew each other in the private message space, but never like online the way we came on. But you know how we do, bro. You know how we do. We come in there where we just come and receive everybody.
Listen, y'all listen, DJ, can you say hi to my man, Pastor Colin Mashupi from South Africa? He is on here from Johannesburg.
Mashupi?
Yeah.
Did I pronounce that right?
Yeah, Colin Mashupi. Pastor Colin Mashupi.
Man, that's what's up. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. Happy New Year to you. I don't know what time it is there, but we're kind of celebrating tonight. And apparently I need to move some things around here so we can have a better view. So you guys, let me work on Diana and Doc right here real quick.
This is where that preview mode
This is the Elicio. This is the Elicio mode right now. We're about to
listen, let me say this.
Circle. It is now a circle. DJ Strick is now the Elicio. When he was once the onlooker, he is now the producer. All right.
Let me say this. Elicio would have been on tonight. He was doing work at the church. The reason why he's not here. But big shouts out to him.
I figured. He and I both our stories are very similar in that regard, where we are both doing that kind of work in the faith-based space. So I can't tell you how many live streams I've done for churches and houses of faith from all over, man. So it's been amazing.
Look at Doc. What is Doc? Looks so upset. Why is Doc looking like he's coming from the basement or closet?
Where's Doc at? Oh my gosh.
So Strick, if you get a thing with just me, or whatever, well, yeah, that's hard for you to do because I gotta
shout out to my man Pastor Marshall Mitchell. I see you in the comments there, bro. I see you in there.
To hit on what Keith was saying earlier, you know what? A lot of people, they move too slow on what God said to do today. And
say so.
The thing is that when you think about why we all got started doing different things, I did not start doing video stuff for fun or just because of the business or whatever. That was something that literally came from God, and it was just like, just start doing this. It's like, okay, I'm like, but why though? And it's just like I didn't get an answer, so I was just like, well, whatever, I'm gonna do it anyway. And it uncovered a passion of things to do that was like, okay, now take this into the church. The church didn't receive it. There was all these excuses and reasons whys and whatnots and whatever. I tried for the next 3-4 years, you know what I'm saying, trying to get them to catch the vision for the whatever, still moving forward. And so the whole purpose behind helping people move their vision forward with video is because of the need. If just more people could get what they were already doing, their good work, out into the world and got more exposure to it, the access and the attention is the like the number one most important commodities, 1 and 2 commodities that you can be doing right now in any industry. And the fact that you don't have like that whole, well, this is the best kept secret in town. No, it's not. It is just like, it's a secret for a reason because nobody knows about it. So it's just a secret.
About it.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, so that's a dumb phrase. So
Diana, that's gold.
It was birthed out of that. You know, so the fact that, you know what I'm saying, the stuff has grown now into what it has is simply out of being obedient. So when COVID hit, that was just like, it's like, I had no idea. Like, obviously you, again, his word will be a lamp unto your feet. That means just taking action on the step, the right next step in front of you. So
say something about that motion. Say something about that motion.
It's like, so, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, so the fact that literally taking that next right step meant that I was in position, ready, purposefully ready in position for when COVID happened to be able to help who needed to be helped. And then when I was praying at the end of last year, like, what should my focus be? Where should I be? He was just like connections and community. And I'm like, well, what does that mean? So again, it's like, I had no idea what that meant. I was just like, okay, well, whatever. So, but I was just like, okay, whatever you say, because clearly when I try to do things my way, we all know that goes to crap. When I do it your way, things work out well. So I'm just rolling with it, even if I don't know what's going on, and I'm fine with that. So I relinquish control of me needing to know the whys and the way. Like, I don't even care anymore. You say do it, okay, let's go with it. So in relinquishing control and literally just taking action on the thing that God was telling me to do, like literally since 2016, I've been better at it the last 2 years than when I first got started, but that getting started made a difference. And so, like, you know what I'm saying? People talk about, well, I don't know. I think I want to kind of whatever. And it's just like, okay, well, so what? Do you need to know the full answer, the full path, or the whatever? No. When you start the GPS only ever tell you what the next right step is, the very next one. It don't say all the different 23 different steps. Even when you're going out of town, it gives you just the next one. That's the most important one. And so in doing that, and like for COVID, just the very next one. So in doing that for COVID and like being in position allowed me to help so many more people that I probably never understand. You know what I'm saying? Like it's out of my control. And then stuff like with the community, it's just like, even then, like I didn't understand that this stuff was all going to happen because this is not me. Diana's going to be watching anime or someplace journaling or whatever. Usually the last, 60 days of the year, I'm into just kind of like a mental fasting mode. And so, you know what I'm saying? This ain't it. But again, checking back into taking action on the things of what God said when these opportunities come, connections and community. So the community and stuff like that is not by accident, at least not for me. You know what I'm saying? When it comes or whatever, it's just like when it came, it's just like, oh, who knew? Who knew? You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So we got Doc in the building.
Doc went to preach on power because his power ran out, but he had to tap into his help. He had to tap into his help.
Look at Doc. He's throwing shade, by the way. He's looking at you, Keith.
That's my brother, man. He know I love him. Me and Doc is tight, man. That's my dude, man.
Doc, your mic's not on.
Can we get you on there, Doc?
It's on. He's just not close. He getting it. He getting it.
Can you hear him, Diana?
Yeah, I got him all the way up in interview and all of that stuff.
Yeah, I can't hear him.
I don't hear him. It
Nah,
ain't coming through.
You gotta. There's a.
Let him say something else. Hold on.
We don't hear him.
It's the collection plate.
It's not low. It's not low. We can't hear him at all. I mean, we can't hear him
at all.
Oh, y'all can't hear Doc at all.
No.
Yeah, it's not low. We can't hear.
Okay. Yeah, I see the microphone even peaking.
I think
Let
you
me
have
go
to
and
loop
check
him back.
the Ecamm settings. Hold on. Pause for the
Do you have loop back, Diana?
No, I don't. Is that what
So
you
on
need
your
for
interface, what interface are you using, Ms. Diana?
I just have the Rodecaster Pro and Ecamm running right now.
No, the way that I don't have the Rodecaster, so I don't know that way. But for what I do with Zoom, like if I have a guest in Zoom and I want the folks in the Zoom to hear, I set up 2 different virtual mics for on loopback to make that happen.
Yep. Loopback does it.
Okay. Yeah.
But
that's not my life.
No, I know on my audio interface, the H6 Zoom H6 has its own loopback. So I'm assuming that because definitely this H6 is less than the Rodecaster Pro, I'm assuming there's a natural loopback on your area. It may be under the compression or under It's there someplace. I know it.
It is. I believe
There's
you.
no way.
However,
There's no way that the H6 Zoom H6 has a loopback and you don't, and Rodecaster Pro does not.
I believe
Almost
you. However,
impossible.
whether or not I'm going to get to it in the scope of this interview is beyond us. So,
all right, let me go.
So here's what we can do to get to resolution status. Somebody can bring in Doc that has the loop back and all the rest of the bells and whistles set up for that. Because I assume, like, if I can hear him, he's coming through the board and all that stuff. It's like y'all should be able to hear him. The same. Anyway, the assumption.
He's stuck in the basement. He got kicked out. He's stuck in the basement.
His old lady's like, you ain't going live today. And he's cheating. He's cheating in some closet someplace.
Let me tell y'all what this shout was. DJ, I don't know if you missed this or not.
Kurt, send him a link.
I'm going to send him a link.
Doc asked us, we were talking about church. Remember, Lynn, we were talking about church. And, you know, we recognize the safety. And I don't know if my brother Marshall Mitchell is still in my feed that I had over here. I did a watch party. And so I don't know if he's in here, but Marshall Mitchell is a pastor around here, a brother of mine. And one of the things that I love is that, you know, we were kind of on it for the safety of our congregations. And, you know, we were talking about, you know, the safety and not being in the building for the safety of the people. But some people would start to misread that, like we don't think that being together in church is necessary, or we're trying to get away from that. But it led me into where Lim and I and Doc and Philip and some others, we're all in this group and we're talking after the other night. And Doc had asked us, he said, because I'm comfortable with y'all, I'm asking y'all about church. And why is being in the church or being together so necessary? Yeah. And we basically just preached the Vlogmas group to him on how Ecamm was like the world where we gathered, right? Where people had something kind of in common. And we all started to fill each other out, get to know each other. And the influence started to peel off one from another. But then I said, Doc, you became the bishop that started a church called Let's Get Live. And in that Let's Get Live, people had a choice. And that's what I came in and Reverend Kurt was talking about, make a choice. I got a thing that I put on my screen on my show called Mad, Make a Decision. We got to be mad enough to make a decision. And so when you make that choice, and I'm not even Joshua 24 in it, but when you make that choice and you consciously do it, we said, hey, we're going to stay connected because we're not judging the people back in the Ecamm crew, but we're looking at people that we found some kind of commonality with and goals that we set. And so now that's the community that we're all in. And I said, but Doc, you're the pastor of that community of people. Yeah,
he is.
And we're here because of your leadership and influence on how to present ourselves. And the thing is, your heart is not about to try to make you like me, but to bring out the best in everybody. And I said, that's all we as good pastors basically are. We are to try to bring out the best in everybody because it's not us. It's what he put in us, what God put in us before we even knew ourselves. And so right now, leaders are sometimes punchers. And what I mean by that is the only way you bust something out, sometimes you got to hit it. And when you hit it, you start to bring out all that was squeezed into you, Jeremiah, that was squeezed into you. It has to come out. So if God squeezed it all into you, there's a lot that's about to come out of you. But a lot of times you're not in the right place for it to be pushed out of you. And so COVID-19 has squeezed the church. That's just my opinion. The church got squeezed in COVID-19 as well. And this is how we are all connected here. And as I said, this is the first time a New Year's kicked in and I'm not in my normal place.
I'm telling you, that's amazing. That's amazing.
All right,
Doc, we want to hear you now.
Battery.
Uh-oh. So y'all got to let Doc talk about the whole rest of the battery life.
Wait, is he talking?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I hear him.
No.
We hear you
now.
Not
going to work, Lim.
We hear you now, Doctor.
Yeah, but you know how everybody says that the guests can hear themselves echo?
Yeah.
And we tell them that the person that don't know what they're doing. Yeah. That.
Oh yeah, that's the same problem we had the last time. Yeah.
Click the link, Doc. Click the link I sent you.
I'm gonna work it out.
Click the link I sent you.
Y'all the disrespect for Lim. Lim some look, Lim said in the chat. Lim said in the chat, I'm taking the lemon that off.
All right, now go ahead. Go ahead.
Philip, did you preach and holler tonight?
He down in Atlanta. He probably was hollering tonight.
You can hear him. He got a hip hop church. You know that they're gonna go.
Oh yeah, okay. All right. He just had some black.
They can hear you.
I shall proceed.
Doc, are you good? We can't hear him now.
He ain't talking.
You're not talking.
No, he's talking.
Oh, Lamb said he was gonna fix it. I guess that meant mute.
Yo, Diana be sliding them in there.
Yeah, she will.
And nobody will believe you.
Look, let me clear this. Let me clear this. All right, so look, growing up, I'm a family of 6, right? Youngest of 6. 3 girls, 3 boys. My whole family was like this. So you had to be quick with it. You ain't got an opportunity. You didn't have an opportunity not to hit it.
It was 5 of us, Diana.
Yeah, man. Listen, you got to be ready.
It was 4 of us, and we were all jokesters. Like you had to tell the best joke.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
When my wife gets around me and my siblings, she's like, "Yo, y'all are crazy."
Lola.
It's just
Diana Lola them. She Lola them. She chopped you.
Hold on. All right,
Yo,
try
wait a minute.
Can you hear now?
Clubhouse, can you say something? No.
You don't hear nothing.
Yeah, we ain't getting you.
Yo,
Doc,
Lola was in
link,
Clubhouse. Hey, DJ, were you there when Lola was in Clubhouse? And Lola, she did a straight Black Baptist preacher. She said, she was like, so I have 3 things that I'm going to say. And she was on number 1 and 2 for quite a minute.
I was on that. I really was. So we're
fix all of this. Just bring Doc in using Skype. You can bring in more people. You just open up Skype.
That's all good. I'm going to everybody's house trying to get something to eat. That's what I'm doing.
We can hear him.
Okay.
We can hear him.
Yeah, you see, I should have just called a professional in the first place.
Oh,
he talked about calling a professional, yet he recorded in the closet. So
that's good, Diana. I love it. Boom, shakalaka.
To be honest with you, this room is massive. It's like 18 by 18, but you're at the in-laws house. There's 0 technology.
Yeah, right. Yeah. That's
the A6000. You know what I'm saying? Plus, I'm in Hawaii. I'm in third world nation. So I don't know what you guys talking about. Y'all are in the studios in comfort. I'm sitting over here getting skull face because I'm over here where everybody eating dinner.
Where'd Lem go?
Right.
I'm working on him. I gotta figure out where he went to.
Lem dropped.
I'm in the wilderness, y'all.
In the furnace room.
Oh, I can hear Lem. I'm
in the wilderness.
In the furnace room.
I'm at the bottom of the boat sleeping with Jesus.
Man, this is
I got no place. I got no place to lay my head. Foxes have holes and birds have nests. But Lem got no place in DJ Strick's live.
It's okay. It's okay because when you get off the boat, you're gonna have the best fish fry you ever had. That's what I be trying to tell you. When they used to have me teach teen church, I was like, "Listen, Jesus is a G." Let me tell you why. Let me tell you the origin story of Louisiana hot sauce. I was like, "Y'all ain't ready for this."
Come on.
2 fish and 5 loaves. I said, "It's a fish fry." I said, "Where you think we got it from?" Okay, I was like, "Ain't nobody other than the Lord." Okay, so hey man, let's go and get a fish fry. I said it was a sister working in her purpose that day. All right, I said, "You know what? Jesus said he coming, and I know he hang with a bunch of fishermen. Let me go and bring that sauce that I use." Boom, 2023 Louisiana hot sauce. Y'all ain't ready.
Jesus was Southern. People didn't know.
Exactly. They didn't know. Who else told us we're gonna do a fish fry before I teach real quick?
Say a word, girl. Say a word.
I know. All I know is the path of the righteous is set on all sides by the iniquities of the selfishness and tyranny of men. Blessed is he who comes to charity and goodwill, shepherds the weak through the valley of the darkness, for he truly is his brother keeper.
Wow.
Sorry, I was doing.
I told y'all.
That's
what it was in there. That's because he got on with Kurt. That's because he got on with Kurt. He in the same space.
And there you go. Right.
He felt that. Kurt got that anointing. He got that anointing.
Right.
Samuel L. Jackson. Okay, can y'all? Anyway, where are we going? What's the problem? I'm trying to eat. What's going
That's
on?
1 Samuel Jackson, chapter 2, verse 1.
Exactly.
Exactly. Pulp Fiction. I know some of you regular folks ain't seen such a thing because
Pulp Fiction, man.
Everybody familiar with Pulp Fiction.
Mm-hmm. Now, I said something.
I've been in church all my life.
Yeah, Lil World don't know all kind of things. Dude lives in the Shaolin, ain't never listened to Wu-Tang.
Oh wow.
It is true. I'm sorry.
Yo, Kevin Lyons said that's dope watching Doc Shade on Keith with 1 FPS.
That's funny.
Dang, Kevin.
Shout out to Kev. That was my dude, man.
Oh,
Kevin,
love
dropped it.
Oh my God, that's a shade if I've ever heard one.
One frame per second. Hey, that's the StreamYard quality. Shoot.
Oh, snap.
Quiet as kept. That is the StreamYard.
You guys will understand. I am tethered right now. When you go to an 80-year-old Japanese people's house, you expecting there to be like T1 up in here?
Nah, it's
I am tethered. I am tethered to this.
Oh, you serious?
I was like,
oh,
yeah.
snap.
I'm like, yo, mom, what's the internet password? Internet?
That's funny.
Y'all better let Doc talk before while he got 17% battery life left.
Let the bishop drop it.
While the blood is running warm in his veins, let him talk.
Y'all doing like we did
before his captives come in and turn off the lights on.
I know it, right?
The days is past and gone. The evening shade appear. Oh, we all be well. The night of death to our battery draw near.
Yo, the battery draw near.
Okay.
They say you on dialing up on AOL, Doc.
He's got AIDS.
Let me explain something to y'all. Losers make excuses. Winners make it happen.
Come on.
That's right.
I don't got no internet. I could have done all of that.
Yeah.
I could put my vanity and say, y'all used to seeing me in 4K, but I got a stream from the phone in the middle of the country. I could have put all of that. But I dropped my vanity to be a professional, to be here. My vanity is nothing. I'm here.
That's right.
Comebacks right there.
Put it on him.
Yeah, that put us all.
Yes,
we appreciate you coming through, Doc. I really do appreciate you coming through.
All the shade has just been lit right now. The shade has been lit.
No, you know what I suggest we do? Let him make his next YouTube video. And DJ, you need to give him the clip for his next YouTube video, right?
Yo,
Look
you
at
see
him
right there.
Time out, Anthony. I didn't send an invite because I was thinking about the baby, man. I apologize.
Look at him looking. He's so
wanted
mad.
the baby to be on here.
Look at his face.
Because of the baby.
Send an invite to the baby.
Look at his face.
I was thinking it's gonna be late. The man's got a baby. He's not gonna be up this late.
He's not even in studio right now.
Yo,
my wife right now saw him, she would ask for. She would say, "Ain't that the one with the baby? Where the baby at?"
Yo, what's funny is they can't see Doc and Anthony can't see
the Blair Witch.
Oh, they can't see us. They can just
hear
hear us.
They can see the three of us. Okay, yeah.
I'm cheating.
He's watching on the phone.
I got the confidence monitor.
Oh,
so we can't hear Anthony right now. He's talking, but we can't hear him.
Corns, you're muted, man. I don't have you muted in the system.
Yo, he cooking like the cookie looking up his nose.
Is Alicio still in church? He hasn't been in school. Is Alicio still in church?
I don't know. Alicio usually free at the 8 o'clock, so you know.
It's a New Year's Eve service, so I'm sure he's still got to wrap up or whatever.
They in Florida though.
So I guess it's an hour and a half. He was in for a second, chiming in with us.
They having Terry service problem.
Corns, man, you might have to disconnect and come back, bro.
Terry service.
I'm not hearing you at all.
What kind of service?
Oh, I can hear you now.
Terrian.
Oh. Anthony, I like those little small.
You gonna sit right here on the front row until the Holy Ghost come in. You ain't going nowhere. You
better fake it or something.
Yeah, you better find the Holy Ghost. If you ain't got him, you better go find him.
I'm hungry, Mama. You ain't gonna eat till you get the Holy Ghost.
Listen, it was so funny. My mama went someplace visiting somebody church or whatever, and he kept touching her on the head, and my mom just took a step back. She looking, my mama a real gangster. And he hit her on the head. She just took it. She's like, oh, I ain't going nowhere. What you doing? She's like, all right, go ahead now, sister. Go ahead now.
Yeah, I got pushed down one time. They got me off balance and they pushed me. Like I ain't like that.
Listen,
I ain't like that
got
at
somebody,
all.
got somebody crouched down behind you, or they foot right behind your foot to trip you, dog.
Right. Like,
no, he did that about a good 2 times. My daddy linked in, my mama looking sideways, and I'm like, we don't need no fights in church today. We don't need no fights. And this we supposed to be guests. We're supposed to be a guest. Let's not start nothing. Won't be nothing.
Oh my goodness, that's crazy.
Absolutely.
I'm just saying. When I was a baby and they dipped my head in that water, I peed on the Reverend's hand. So that was this is where I'm at today.
What in the world? I'm done.
Hey, when the Lord sent us to Hawaii, we are both. Hey, Kirk, you want to join in with us? We already said we're going to baptize. We baptizing Doc, right? But what we're going to do is we all going to take a text and preach a sermon all while he underwater. And not until we close.
Y'all not trying to baptize. Y'all not trying to baptize him. Y'all trying to kill him. Like,
we're trying to get everything out.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. It was this assistant pastor. He gonna tell me some. It was some dude. The assistant pastor tell me some. No, he all right. The dude's shaking.
We gonna go. It's gonna be. Look, here's Sean. Here's Doc. It's gonna be like we baptize you in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. He gonna go here. It's like, will y'all turn with me now? Will y'all turn with me? Hold him down for me.
Doc will pull us into the water. He'd be like, you ain't bringing me here without you coming down.
Right.
The problem is,
Anthony, what you got right there?
Great Kool-Aid.
Anthony got it.
Y'all want some Kool-Aid, red or grape?
Red.
It has devolved.
Yeah, that's exactly how you said red.
Has devolved.
What's
DJ
that?
Strick had control of this show, this live stream, about an hour ago until KP myself.
I lost. Listen. I lost control when Keith came on. Keith the first thing he wanted to do was talk about organs. Like we talking about 2020. What are you doing talking about organs, man? That's not what we're talking about.
Well, you know what? We did the most preaching messing around with Doc. I did more sermons after knowing Doc and Diana.
Why is that?
I don't know. It's something about their spirit, man. Meeting them, I can't help but remember when we were live, Diana? It was you and myself and Felicia. We had a whole 3-hour like sermon rundown. Like I wear the sermon topics on t-shirts now.
Oh yeah,
exactly. That's where the Learn and Do shirt came from.
Learn and Do. I got 4 sermons already for January. They all from the t-shirts.
Hey,
can we let Doc talk a little bit? He's on battery net.
Come on, Doc. He said he wants to explain something.
That's okay. I want to explain something to y'all. I don't know what happened or how it happened or whose fault it is, but we just got a text from Katie Gentry folks that said she is taking the LGL bishops and making all of y'all admins of the admin community. I mean, of the Ecamm community.
Hey.
Okay. Ecamm community?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Because everybody came and put their best feet forward and showed their ability to tutor and train and teach and, you know, eat their own dog food and, you know, test things out and just be committed to a process. But no, that's the thing. That's what we call it in the military.
Right.
Like, you can't have that sergeant that be telling you to do push-ups every time you do something wrong and he about 450. It doesn't work.
Go.
You know what I'm saying? You can't be like, hey, y'all, shovel that stuff. And you be like, yo, Sarge, pick up a shovel. And he'd be like, no, I'll rank you. He's the first dude to get shot with an accidental bullet spot.
Yeah.
Because you cannot tell somebody to do something you won't finna do. Woo! Period. So I am a strong believer in eating my own dog food. Hence the reason why, like I say, I can't tell people, hey, don't worry, just start what you got. You know, use whatever you got and get your content out. And I'm not afraid to come and sit in this 8x8 storage room in the middle of Kailua, Hawaii, in the forest, and on the 5G and holler at y'all.
A gecko running over his foot.
It is a gecko back there, though. He's in the air conditioning. You know, I'm on the 5G. I'm on that 5G control right now. But yeah, I mean, you talk about the trip that, you know, Lim sent me that, and like I was setting up, and I had to take a pause for the cause. I was like, whoa, bro, that's crazy. Like, she just decided that, you know, all of y'all are worthy. And I'm not saying that you're not, but you got to understand the mantle, you know, that they gave to us. Like, even when they first asked me to do it, it was kind of scary. That thing is almost 15,000 folk deep. But it goes to school to what Lim Well has been preaching on for the last 3 days about, you know, from the tree and giving and birds eating the fruit and dropping the turd and making another tree grow. That
was the word. That was the word.
Not quite how it went, but we got you.
Bird wasn't in there.
That's not how it goes, but we know what you're saying. That's like when my wife comes to me and tells me what I preached, and I'm like, that's not what I meant, but okay.
Okay, yeah.
Hey,
come on, Doc. Keep going, Doc.
She decided it the same way I did. Okay. But the main thing is does she know how to cook mofongo? Period. That's it. That's all you need to know. But no, it's just, I find it quite amazing that they trust in us to take their thing and keep sharing it out there. And Strick is zipping on some scissor. What you got in that container?
Oh boy. Oh boy.
It's water.
He said his water.
Right, we got, hold up. We got Jesus juice. Same thing. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Keith is drinking. I know.
Allegedly.
Hey, salute everybody.
Salute.
Deacon juice.
I'm proud of that.
Deacon juice.
Hey, I had to be in this thing for the long haul. I had to be in this thing for a long haul, so I had to get everything prepared in the office here so I can be ready, because I knew when I got Keith on, it was gonna go for a while.
Diana, obviously we didn't hear about the communion service that was about to happen tonight, but let us break bread. Let us all eat together.
You know what? I had my catfish fillet today and some water, and that's about the extent of it. So, you know.
You said that's clear liquid?
Yeah. Hey, if it was some Everclear or something, y'all know it'd be a whole nother setup or something.
Have mercy. Have mercy.
Okay, can we hear Anthony now? Like, if Anthony had a place where he could be heard, can you hear us, Anthony?
Look at his face. He looks like he's listening to his son call his name.
He said he can hear us. He said he can hear us.
It looked like that 2006 Facebook picture everybody used to have, thinking it's like, oh, this is it right here. This is it right here.
Diana.
This is it right here.
You're slicing.
Disconnect and come back. Because I think it's just the phone. Just disconnect and come back. All right, he's gonna do that.
That's hilarious.
You remember them old school Older Mills? You had like
Older Mills,
your
yes.
three brothers was in the same thing.
Yep.
and you use all three brothers was in the same picture, and y'all be like, "Oh shit."
Right.
That was perfect.
Keith, hold your
We can
hold
hear him
your
now.
drink,
Hey,
Pastor.
it sounds like we can hear him.
He put me right at the drink part, and before it moved and shifted from my mouth, I was about to laugh, man.
Keith, let me hear from Anthony, man. I know he probably only has a minute with us. Hey, dude, Happy New Year to you.
Man, it's 21, man. Y'all not gonna clown me about how I'm looking now.
You ain't family until you get roasted, anyway.
Hey, and Keith, he upload on my time, so we good.
Right.
Funny. That's funny.
As long as you upload before Doc, I ain't still posted today's. I'm like, as long as I get in before Doc, I'm all right.
I'm gonna get my video. I'm late. As long as I get my video in before Sean Doc, I'm all right.
Oh my goodness.
Yo, Reverend Cephas got clean for this interview. Look at him. He got a brooch, got his chain.
He's got a brooch.
Well, he had to do service today. He had to do a service today, Doc.
Doc said he got a brooch.
And Sean, I didn't preach tonight. I didn't do a sermon. This was the first time I didn't do a sermon. What? I let the people preach.
There you go. This is the first time in 35 years I'm not at the club. So there you go.
There you go.
Hey, I know I'm gonna be at the club right now.
That's a good way to bring the year, man.
No, I traded in being at the club with the drunk people to being on the panel with a bunch of pastors.
Don't you just feel better? Don't you just feel better?
He has no idea what's happening. He's looking at his grandmother up. He's looking at his grandma up in heaven and be like, Gramps, come on. Why'd you gotta pray this into existence right now? Why?
I just help the pastors. I just help the pastors.
Listen, Anthony's about as official as it gets. You may as well be a pastor.
Oh, come on.
I don't know why. Anthony, you're friends with Kirk. Didn't you just hear his sermon a few minutes ago? About him being a pastor.
I missed the sermon.
Well, you got to review it, man. Kurt dropped the word, man.
Listen, though, you missed the sermon. You still got to pay the offering.
Yeah. We're gonna pass the plate.
You gotta pass the plate, brother.
Completely on technology, and tie it in, and you just like, wow, it all just works together.
Yeah, man.
I can't walk past the motion light without thinking about Kurt preaching now.
You can't walk past what?
A motion light. Now, anytime I'm in darkness and I make a step and the light come on, I'm gonna think about Kurt's sermon.
Now you got to tell me what you spoke about.
Motion activated, man. Motion activated.
The light is not working until you make a step.
I'm in the same boat because Karen liked to order takeout in her name, and then I got to go pick it up.
Ooh. Hold up, Doc. Tell Diana what that's about. Tell her. Let's see if you remember. Tell her.
Keith ordered Starbucks for Miss T, and when Miss T went to go get it, they kept saying they had no drink for her, and she was like, "No, it's ordered and it's paid for," and they was like, "No, they had no drink for her," and I started to fear for the Starbucks workers because she's from around my way, South DC. Somebody was fit. Thank you. That's right, Kurt. No, he's from around the way too. And then he's like, "Keith, they got no coffee for me." And he goes, "No, I called in, I played it in." And then so she went back and they're like, "No, we don't have any coffee for you. It is about to get ugly." And they said, well, you have to ask for it in my name. I don't know what the heck that meant.
Mercy.
It meant something that had to do with
He know what that meant.
He knows what it means.
He knows what it means in Japanese. What are you talking about?
He knows exactly what it means. That was a whole word right there.
Shaking his head.
He could have said that story in Korean and Tagalog.
Hey, Kurt, she was at that counter mad. She's at Starbucks. She said, "Hun, so you ain't gonna order my drink?" I said, "The drink is ready, baby." I said, "I paid for it. You asked for it, and I paid for it. Your drink is there." I said, "I got the receipt." She said, "No, it ain't." And then it dawned on me. I said, "What are you asking them?" I said, "You asking for the drink?" She said, "I'm like, y'all got a drink for Tina?" And they said, "No." I said, "You know what? I got it." I said, "You got to ask for it in my name." And when she said, "Do you have a drink for Keith?" They said, "Here it is."
I'm done. I'm done.
Y'all missed.
You know what I'm saying? Like this with his hat.
In our own name.
And he was like,
that was an organ playing moment for real. Then
DJ Strick, remember that time we did a wrap up together, and we spent like 2 hours afterwards just chatting.
Mm-hmm. I do.
That was me. That was me, Doc, Phil, and Keith, and Robert Kennedy. We were there for like an hour and a half chatting afterwards. It was amazing.
You talking about the other night?
Yeah, it was so fulfilling.
Listen,
man,
tell the
it was
truth.
amazing.
It was not an hour and a half. It was till like 3 a.m.
Listen, I will tell you this. That's one thing about our community. As we know each other, hopefully we can spend not like less time, but a little less time together. Right?
A little less time.
Listen, have y'all seen pictures of my
got Blair Witch Project going on in the background?
Like I had to spend some time with my family, man, over the holidays. I'm like, what are we talking about? But it's been a great experience that I think that we all need to be mindful of. Number one, it was organic. So you don't want to take something that was organic and then plan something other than the conference that we need to do, Doc. But
I think we do need a conference. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Doc, we're on it. Gentlemen. We're on it.
Excellent.
And I think that will help all of us to stay connected.
I love it.
No, I second that, definitely.
And then, I mean, as soon as we get out of purgatory and we can travel someplace, I mean, I would get us. I know Larry Ellis, and he owned the whole island up the way. I'll be like, yo, Larry, I used to use your database. Let us use your island.
Wow.
I owns the whole island.
An island.
I'm about that life.
Yeah, Larry Ellison, you're too young to know about Oracle. He still think Photoshop started with CS. So,
did you see what Hector just said? Oh,
you really won't let that go, will you?
Can you imagine an in-person Ecamm con?
Oh, that would be sick.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is this. They better have some internet up there because everybody's gonna be going live.
Well, that's what it's about.
That hotel better have like 100 servers.
What's up, David? Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. Happy New Year to you, Jason. Happy New Year, sir.
Yep.
Hey, what's up, Hunty? Good to see you, fam. Yeah, normally
we're live?
Hotels we have
we're live
internet. We're live on Facebook.
Is Anthony asking us if we're live?
He thought he was on Zoom or something.
What in the world?
He said, wait, we're live.
This was practice?
I started with CS1. He don't even know internet exists.
Oh my gosh.
That's all good.
My bad, bro. I thought you knew we were live.
I had no idea. I thought y'all just did like a group thing.
Yeah, we're on the Strick City, dude. This is probably about 3 million viewers right now.
3 million.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not 3 million viewers.
Strick City is famous.
He was prophesying, DJ. He was prophesying.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Hey, Nolan said he coming to the conference, so we good. What's up, Haji? Good to see you.
My man Brent says he's down too. Listen, people will absolutely do this. Like when we could travel, people are not going to be at home anyway. Like everybody's trying to get away from the house. Like it'll be perfect.
Yeah.
I figured out what we can do. We can do it at Brent's house because he got like 43 acres. He out there in Arkansas.
Oh yeah, that'll do it.
That could work too.
Hey, we left it up to Kevin. We all have to rent Winnebagos and we be driving down the street somewhere.
Right, yeah.
Kevin,
I'm gonna rent a motorhome. I'm gonna rent a motorhome and catch up with Kevin.
Hey, you remember that big joint from what is that? Meet the Parents?
Oh yeah,
Robert De Niro. Kevin was one of them joints, and we all be with the one with the little silver egg on the back of the whip, the Airstream. Right. And Kevin be like, with license plate probably say Roar 1. He got 3 of them, Roar 2, Roar 3.
And we may have to with the social distancing.
Oh,
I know,
my bad.
I know some people that's doing that already. I'm like, hey, that's not bad right there. That's smart.
Dude,
Yeah,
what a way to
can't
bring
wait.
in the new year, right? Everybody, we're live
Yeah,
bringing in
yeah.
the new year. This is really cool, man. Hopefully we could figure out these next steps. Diana and Doc, have you guys been talking about like going into January, some ideas that you want to share with people about how to continue creating?
Yeah. So I think one of the first things everyone needs to do is get on this mission of generating your content plan. Like, even if you only can plan out the next 5 or 6 joints, you got to have a content plan.
Yeah.
And sort of what Diana posted in the very beginning with her Vlogmas sheet, you could kind of sort of use the same sheet, but it could be adjust topics, change the questions to stuff that matches what you're talking about, right? So whether that would be what Keith did was get a bunch of sermons from his people and then re-deliver those sermons, while he teaching about making coffee. I think that's a dope show. Like, he gets coffee from all over.
That's
he teaches
dope.
a word while he's making the cup. So he is, giving out the Lord's energy and the caffeinetic energy, and then explaining like here's comes from so and so.
That's the word.
Whatever.
Shareable.
And yes.
So good.
I think that's a good way to, like, because if you do pour over right or siphon right, you're looking at 10, 15 minutes to do it properly. With heating up the cup and then heating up the vessels and letting water come to temp, getting your grind on, letting the static out. It takes a little bit of time. So that's enough time to make a video. And, so just planning that content, like, seriously, get yourself any scratch paper, some index cards, or whatever, and just try to figure out your next 5 or 6 videos. And the battery went out.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I told y'all, y'all up in these streets playing. And then if it was Alicio, at least he had the cartoon of my face.
Exactly.
I don't think I have it.
Clubhouse right now.
Genetic.
Doc is on Clubhouse.
Right.
Well, we can hear you though, Doc.
Clubhouse is a dark hole that you can get sucked down really quick.
I just got the alert that Gary V was on.
Really, I don't mean to bag at you, Anthony, in any way, shape, or form, but I think it's for everybody that's listening that has that kind of feeling. So is the street around the way. So, like, just like we knew how to stay out of that trouble on the block, we know how to stay out of that trouble on Clubhouse, because right around the corner from where you went to go get that weight was the library. So you had 2 choices: stand on one corner and sell weight, or go down the other corner, slip into the library and get your Diana Gladney on. So in Clubhouse, there is a library, and then there's a dude selling weight. Which one you want to get? You got to get in where you fit in. So I'm suggesting you hit the reference section and get your Dewey Decimal on while you're up in there, because, like, when I'm in the room and Daryl Eves is like, Doc, why don't you come up and say? I'm like, Daryl, what? What'd you say, my man? You know what I'm saying? Like Daryl Eves, he might as well have invented YouTube. And when he invited you to talk on the stage, like, and Kurt was running the room, and Daryl was in the room, and then Kurt moderated Daryl, and Daryl just started dropping heat. I mean, bro, you know how much it would cost to sit in a class like that?
That's right. That's
It
right.
would cost about as much as Marshall charged for a logo.
Wow.
Impossible.
You know what I'm saying? So
impossible to get that.
Oh,
by the way, Doc, I got a picture up for you.
Caffeinetic. I see it. I can see it. This dude done bust up. Yeah. Keith be quick with the chyrons. Like, Keith's new name is Chiron.
Yeah.
So if you can figure out a way just to keep your juice flowing, like, don't let it slow down. If you have a problem with content planning, we got some heaters in the room. I suck at content planning, but I am not going to let that stop me. I'm doing everything I can to learn it. I had a dope coffee with Kelly and the girl who runs social media for StreamYard today, one of the Yardbirds. And, it was just sitting up in there talking story. Got to meet Kelly's husband or whatever. And, like, I'm going to just keep working on these content plans. So if I'm in my office trying to do it, and I don't know what I'm doing, but I'll do it anyway, I'll just make a Zoom or make a Facebook meeting room and just sit up in Clubhouse and content plan. We don't got to let nobody in. It could just be us, and we could just sit there and figure stuff out.
Oh, that's good, Doc.
I am not going to not plan this conference, and I'm not going to not plan this other thing, because we have the mo. We got major mo right now, and the worst thing that we can do is start doing dink and dunk passes for 3 yards. You know what I'm saying? When you got Tyreek Hill wide open 8 yards down, I just started a Chiefs reference. Damn it, Noble.
That's funny.
Noble, get out of my head, Noble Bowman. We got the same haircut, so it's okay.
Noble said he's down to help the conference as well. Yeah, we got some people. We got some people that even that's what they do, conferences. So it would be easy to kind of put together.
Right.
Make some assignments and go.
Yeah, I think
I've done at least like 100 virtual conferences since the pandemic started. So I definitely have my share.
Let's go. My sister
let's get live.
Oh.
Yo, said I am Dr. Rock.
Your question, Strict, is specifically around like what content plans for 2021?
Dan, I asked that question so long ago, I don't even know what I asked.
It was just like how you keep going. Like,
so how like in 20, like what are you telling people? Like what is your what are you planning to share with the people that you lead going into the new year for content creation?
The biggest thing that I'm going to be leading my community into for this next stage is I think sometimes because you can find a name for a fake disease, if you will, in the content creation space, you keep pulling that back out your pocket. Like, no, I can't read. See, there's a card that says I can't read. You know what I'm saying? Versus having a book to say, no, I'm learning to read, or I'm in the process of learning to read. You know what I'm saying? So, so when it comes to content creation, oh no, I got consistency issues. Okay. Or do you have consistency issues because you really don't care and you just want to keep saying that you want to create content, but you really don't because it's kind of popular? It's just like saying everybody's saying they're going to get the new Air Force Ones or whatever in school. You and your family have no money whatsoever, and like just getting food on the table is the work of the week. You know what I'm saying? Like, let alone some pair of shoes that literally would feed the family for you're never getting those shoes.
Right.
So it's just like he's saying, oh yeah, I'm working. Just like you're lying to yourself.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And because of that, it's just like, okay, let's leave that where you found it. And you don't have consistency issues. Either you don't care or you're just not committed to what you're doing.
Gotcha.
And so I feel like the last part of this month, a lot of that has been addressing that, because that's a very simple issue to deal with when you simply make a decision. It's just like decision. You know what I'm saying? Like you decide that you're going to make a cut in what you were previously doing.
This
and we're
girl.
going to move forward.
This
girl. It's just like,
Dana, when you do that, you have to stop and let it settle.
No.
You got to let that settle.
You give us the seconds right there.
You got to let it marinate. Yeah, I see that.
So, but here's the thing, y'all bishops, I don't be trying to be no bishop.
You don't have, you don't be trying. It just comes out.
You a bishoptress.
Bishop is. So it's like, so with that being said, though, it's like when people are trying to, it's like my thing is that I believe in my community, I've created a separation between the doers and the talkers.
Okay.
Because I'm fine with that, because there's content for both. And sometimes it's about building up the courage within yourself to just believe that what you have to offer and bring to the world is needed. And that in itself is its own journey. So like, again, I talked about this, I believe on Kirk's show. If I tried to push myself to the things that I do today, when I tried to do that stuff in 2016, just getting started, I physically hurt myself. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's just like, you have to know the season that you're in. So there's content on the channel for both. But for those that are moving forward, like my next step for my community is getting them into the video content masterclass that's getting ready to launch. And that, so like, it's going to walk them through specifically content creation for their business. It's going to be walking them through, like, clarity is a result of doing action. Doesn't mean that you have to know, like I want people to remove.
Come on, Diana, when you gotta let it settle. You gotta let it settle.
You know why she ain't a real preacher? Because she don't know how to say, y'all ain't hear me.
Y'all ain't hear me, but repeat it.
You know, say y'all ain't heard me. Let me say that again.
Let me say that again.
Say it for the people in the balcony. Say it for them.
Right.
You know, so that being said,
come on, say it one more time for me. Clarity is what now?
Clarity is a result of doing. Clarity is a result of doing. Most people want to have a whole bunch of this, planning this, all the journals, notebooks, and the da-da-da-da-da. That's cute. That is only going to be filled up, though. Those pages are blank for a reason. They get filled up by doing. That's why it's a new calendar page for every day. It's another set of doing. And so the fact that
you gotta let that settle.
If I let it settle, we're gonna be sitting here every 7 seconds.
Listen, the paper is empty because it needs what now?
Okay, so every new page is blank for a reason. It's just daily sets of doing. It's daily sets of doing. Yes.
See, Diana knows. Diana knows there's such thing as replay, so she just keeps going. You want to hear it again?
Exactly. You got there you go, Lim. And so that's the thing. It's like, so most people want to fill up the calendar, the journals that is literally mapped out for the entire year today. They want to do that today, and they're not willing to move forward on that until they feel like they can fill all those gaps in. And that's not even realistic. The leaders and people that people look up to, they don't even do that. They literally, at the most, maybe the week, they have an idea, but they're flexible and they're moldable with the vision, because it's always going to be subject to change. With that being in place, the first thing is going to be, like, for me with my community, is the video content masterclass. So created a wait list for that, so that when that launches, it's going to launch in beta. And then, like, that's going to be the core of, like, first quarter of 2021, or now for this year, where things are going to be going, at least for my community, is because it's like we dealt with a lot of things. I purposefully did not release a course last year for the intent, like, I want to fully address all these things. So any issues you have, it's a video to go and watch it. And then at that point, you must now make a decision to decide if you're going to make a decision or a cut from past behaviors into new behaviors. It's like
replay, hashtag replay.
So, you know what I'm saying? So that's my whole thing. It's like, I am always going to be the person that's going to empower my community, but I also want you to understand that the power comes from within. And so my guiding for 2021 with my community is simply to give you the steps to, like I say, help you to amplify your business using video. Again, the whole core promise, just keeping video simplified so that you can go and do. And so this year is going to be executing on a lot of those things. And like I said, so that's just going to start with that video content masterclass.
How do you make those so quick, Keith?
Decision. I'm going to tell y'all. I'm going to show it to y'all. That's going to be in one of these in group things. I'm going to tell the family how I do it. I'm going to tell y'all it's real quick. I'm laying it on y'all. On y'all. Let me say this real quick. Miss D. At the burning bush, Moses asked God.
Here it comes.
At the burning bush, Moses asked God, "Who should I tell them sent me?" Right, and God says, "Tell them I am." Right, tell them that I am the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. All right, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And oftentimes we overlook this one piece, and I'm a stickler for the small details. I'm a project manager, so I look at different things differently. And I saw that little thing there. And I'm saying to myself, now Moses is a very removed descendant of Jacob. And by this time, they're actually called the children of Israel. So why in the world would God, who changed his name from Jacob to Israel, say, I'm the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and not that God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel? Right? Is there anybody else? Does that bother anybody else? Okay, that bothers me.
You about to hurt somebody. Go ahead.
But I just believe that because we're trying to get things perfect. And I think God was just freeing somebody up to understand that I'm not the God of your Israel. I'm the God of Jacob. I'm the God of the liar. I'm the God of the cheat. I'm the God of the stealer. I'm the God of the person who we had to literally fight. And I had to knock his hip out of his socket to get him right. I'm the God of that guy. Right. I'm not the God of your perfection. I'm not the God of your Israel. I'm the God of your Jacob. And so somebody's out there who's like, man, I got to get this thing perfect. I can't move. Right. Analysis paralysis. I can't make a video because I don't have my plans right. I can't put my message out there because I don't have the right camera. Y'all need to be free from that. Right. God is saying, I've placed something on your heart. Right.
Listen, what's so crazy?
Dude,
while Kirk is saying about Jacob not being perfect, there is like an example of Doc, like
what
Israel
you say,
showing his Jacob. Wow. I'm watching Kirk talk about imperfection, how God talked about imperfection, even though Israel was already the new name. Here's Doc, who we understand as the teacher of the teachers, working out his imperfection in the middle of Kirk talking about the imperfection of Jacob. Wow. Yo.
Listen.
No, what I did was
and Kirk didn't even realize that. He didn't even realize that Israel was working out his Jacob right next to him.
Oh, come on, Lamb. Good
Let's
Lord.
go, Lamb.
Come on, Lamb.
Let's go, Lamb.
It was called DJI.
Oh my goodness.
That's all it is. DJI.
Mercy.
No, man. Listen.
If this is how 2021 is starting off,
make you follow me around.
Listen, this is how 2021 is starting out. Miss D, man. Listen, I'm telling you, folk need to be free. What you said was like 5 words, okay? Decision, all right? Decision. Make a decision. Folk just need to. Are you going to do this thing or not? At the end of the day, right?
Right. That's the thing. It's like, but it's like, I just refuse to. I am of the belief. I am so like, I promise you, until you almost like that whole death experience for real is just like, it changed me completely. I'm not the same person. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't breathe the same. I don't walk the same. I don't schedule meetings the same way. I don't spend time with my family the same way. Nothing is the same. You know what I'm saying? So when people's excuse is just like, why are you even using that word? Or is it because you heard it? It's like, yeah, that's what I have. Okay, so it's like, that's like saying, oh, I never deal with my headache, even though it's curable with a $1 or less, or even if you ask somebody, I don't know no black woman in the world that don't have a whole medicine cabinet in her purse. So you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's like what you want to deal with is curable, but because there is a definition to describe the temporary symptom of what you're dealing with, so that it's identifiable, and the identification of the disease, the dis-ease, is so that you can know what specific medicine you are supposed to take, so that you know what the specific solution is. The problem with a lot of people when video content comes into play is because they want to amplify and glorify the dis-ease that they have without actually understanding it's only to give a name to a thing so that you can actually go and find the right solution. So when somebody says, I need to learn how to use live streaming stuff, I can say, oh, go see Doc. And if somebody said, oh, I need to learn how to do some leadership stuff, oh, go see Kurt. Oh, I want to understand benevolence and go ahead and see Lim. Oh, I need to understand how to do connections. Oh, go see Alicia on DJ Strick. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That this ease in your life is so simply so that you can identify it, to say and find what the solution is. And I'm just kind of at the point to where, again, we are in a place where every solution that you want is here.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is.
It's right here. And so more people are more comfortable with their excuses and their conscious incompetence that they are choosing to change their first name to the dis-ease of whatever is current and present in their life. You know what I'm saying?
Replay.
I don't know. It's just like I said, I changed completely. So you know what I'm saying? It's just like, so it's hard to have those kinds of conversations. That's what the free content is for. because I'm not fin to give time and energy and effort to people that want to talk about it, but because there's people that are suffering because you won't take step one.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? And here's the thing. Here's the thing. When it comes to the people that are suffering, you're the first casualty. The other people in the world that you're supposed to help and impact, they aren't the first casualty. You are.
That's right.
Oh,
the people around you, your family is the second casualty.
Put the mask on you first.
Oh my gosh.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's exactly why the airplane tells you to put the mask on you first, so that you'll be able to take care of the next person. So
That's right.
And piggybacking on to what Miss D says, I tell my people all the time, everything you choose to do is, first of all, your choice. And what you really need to do is learn to accept responsibility. And they go, well, I didn't do this and I didn't do that. And because so-and-so did this. And I says, no. You don't understand. What's the definition of responsibility? Oh, it's my fault. And I'm like, no, that's not what I said. I said, you got to accept responsibility. I go, what is the definition of responsibility? And it's like, oh, well, to have the ability. Let me just stop you right now. Break down the word.
Exactly.
Are you able? If I told you move and you move, that means that you were able to respond.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, yeah. And I was like, that means that you are response able.
Woo!
So when something bad happens to you, how you respond to it is what it is. It's not that something bad happened. I'm black. Something bad been happening to me every day for 54 years. But I am able to respond to such a thing.
Yes, you are.
I am able to stand in the mirror and say, I am a creator. I am able to have a stroke at 41 and to be laying up in the bed and be like, I'm not finna die. I'm getting up. I got stuff to do. And I got my butt up and I got something to do. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So how you respond is what happens to the bad stuff in your world, not like bad stuff is happening to me. And so what it really is, it is your responsibility to deal with. And so all you have to do is be response able.
And
that was
and that's what you did tonight. That's what you did tonight.
Like, you have a lot of cultures in the world that have their language.
Here we go, D. Here you go, Miss D. Go ahead.
You have a lot of cultures where in their language, their subset of language, the word try is not even available for you to use. It does not exist. Just like Brent put up there, the Yodel code, do or do not do. There are whole cultures of people that literally do not have the word try in there. It is either you did this thing or you did not do this thing. And whether you chose to do it or whatever the result was, it still resulted in the choice of you. So you didn't actually take the chicken out the freezer, or you didn't actually do this, or you did decide that today is going to be the day where you stop accepting your own excuses. You know what I'm saying? And most people want to get to the point where it's like, well, I tried doing this and da-da-da-da-da. I'm sorry. I have no sympathy for that. And it's not like a new year. No, this has been since 2016. So there ain't nothing new. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have any sympathy for people that choose not to do anything.
Wow. Ms. D, can I say something? In Japanese, when you want to check something, it's tamashite mite kudasai, which means you're going to actually do it to see if it can be done. Not the half-ass try. You got to actually do it. You can't like, oh, I can't do that. Like, so, I mean, you're kind of right. Like, there is no direct translation to try in Japanese. Try in Japanese is tudai, because the actual definition is tamashite mite kudasai, which means go do it, see if it worked. That's it. So, yeah.
Wow.
So you're 100% correct.
Even with that, it's like
comments are lit.
Even in the attempt, though, you know what I'm saying? And you made a decision to press forward. With the result of it is removed from you. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, okay, you're doing the things, whether or not it's a success or failure is yet to be seen, but you're moving full force 100%. So you're still doing it. It's just like when we all at some point went to go take a driver's test. And for those that didn't pass on the first test, didn't mean you didn't go take the driver's test. The result is a whole other thing. And then you went back again and you did it again. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you do, and then you do again, and then you do again, and you keep doing. So it's just like that whole learn and do. I was so serious when I had said that initially, like on the Helpcast, where that came from. It's just like, yeah, go learn something and then go do something. Execution should be your best friend the rest of your life.
Wow.
Replay. Replay.
Yeah, Strick, did you see Brad's comment about fear? Forget everything and rise. That's what it is. Fear is forget everything and rise.
Did I miss that one?
All that stuff you've been no, he put fear and failure as judgment is why most people don't try. But we teach it as forget everything and rise. Some people say forget everything and run. Those guys are just being jerks. But the reality is forget everything and rise. Like no matter what somebody done said about you, or you this or you that, or you high yellow, so you're not black enough on one side, or you half breed, so you're not Puerto Rican on the other side. All right, screw y'all. I'm gonna leave and go to Hawaii where nobody cares, and then run that. So I mean, I could have just been low self-esteemic. But like, I don't even know how to spell that. So
listen, man,
just made that one up.
You just made that one up. I knew you were.
Low self-esteemic. Low self-esteemic is a real word. It's a person with low self-esteem.
Hey, you just made up the meaning.
Really? Add that to the dictionary.
Wow.
Brent Collins, keep it running, baby.
No, man,
keep
the comments
that
are lit.
word running.
The comments are lit.
Yeah, but that's you don't realize how much fear can take a hold of a person and limit them and prevent them from doing the thing that they were kind of, I guess, supposed to do.
Yeah.
I remember I for a long time I decided I'm not going to do a YouTube channel. I'm not going to do any videos because I hate the way I sound or I hate my voice. And I literally had a conversation with God, and God was like, who made man's mouth, bro?
Come on.
Did I not make your mouth?
Yeah.
Did I not? Am I not asking you to do this thing? I'm going to give you the words to say. All you got to do is start. So I just one day just started. That's all you got to do. You got to step. You got to step out. Started at least
now
you did something. You took effort and you started.
Now we know why Anthony's got a ton of mic.
Listen, the thing I like about the identity of Paul or Timothy, and we've heard it all our lives, and most church people will notice says, God has not given us the spirit of fear, right? And when we hear that, when I got into my theological studies, I started digging into, let's slow down on the word spirit of fear. Okay, when you think spirit, you don't think something you can actually see. It starts to go into a mindset. And then when we're transformed by the renewing of our minds, and we understand that transformation is about nature, we can think about a fish, and where a fish technically can't survive on land outside of its environment. A nature shift is to come out of your environment and be able to exist outside of your normal environment into something that wasn't before. So if you're in the same body, a transformation of the mind is to come out of, and as Diana just said, to walk in the execution of doing it. And so you can't do it if you have a phobia of can't do. When you have the phobia of can't do, you get stuck in it. But the thing we have to remember is that was not planted in you. That was not given to you. So let's go back to get mad enough. Make a choice. And if you don't decide to make a choice, what happens is you're operating in a spirit of fear that's actually not ordained for you. And so what starts to happen is when you talk to people outside of your normal environment, one of my favorite sayings is, I've been going to church all my life, but church wasn't going in me. And so the enemy problem was the enemy problem. So not the E-N enemy problem, but the I, the in me. So in me was the problem. And so when you start to think about what you were not given, but then there's a replacement, have not been given the spirit of fear, but of love and of a sound mind. So that means that something is in you that's positive to take you forward. But let's go back to what Doc wasn't even in my church Bible study. And I said to our people, I said, we're trying to help. First problem we have is we keep calling kids millennials, and they're not. We kind of missed the boat. We keep calling children millennials. Every child that's born in the past 20 years is not a millennial, but we say that anyway. But when you think about it, we can't help the next generation until we put the mask on ourselves. So that humble approach to everything that we're doing is being open-minded to learn. And I just love this community because we learning from each other, and it's not the normal people that you look for.
Yes.
It's the fact that everybody's respecting something in the other person, and we're sitting at the table. And I'm going to just say this 100 times. I like calling Doc Bishop. He's my bishop in this community because God has planted something in him that he has yet to own up to. He has yet to own up to, but it's there. Kurt knows it, Strick knows it, Diana knows it, Lim knows it, Ant knows it, and a whole bunch of other people know it. You better go ahead and speak in tongues in that house right now.
Okay. We are speaking Japanese and Korean.
He already got the gift of tongues.
Listen, I want to just add a little bit. I want to add a little bit because, Keith, you were saying about God has not given us the spirit of fear, but we understand also that the scripture tells us that the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. And so there are different types of fear, right? Because fear is a motivator, and other people are motivated by different things. And so if you fear the reaction of people, you should consider about fearing missing out on your potential. So different types of fear, because I'm fearing the outcome of my failure, let's say, but or my mistakes. But if you would turn around and say, you know what, I fear not reaching my potential. I fear not pulling in my purpose. I fear not meeting out the things that is before me. It's a different type of fear. That type of fear brings you wisdom. See, like Diana was saying, is she's working, even though she has her mental, not her physical health and things of that nature. She doesn't fear anybody else, but she is afraid that the potential that she has is not going to be achieved, and so she pulls through because it's a motivator for her. So there are people that are motivated by the fear of not being received. And so they never go out and give because they think somebody's going to take from them. And so they're motivated by the fear of the taker. But the problem is that if you're motivated by the taker, you will never reach the giver because you're afraid that every time you go up, you're going to get mooched on and somebody's going to latch on you and abuse you. And so you're going to say, I'm never coming out because there are robbers in the way. But the problem is there are more people that buy than there are that rob.
Wow.
That's true.
That's true.
That's true.
Right? Yeah, when you go to the store, there are less moments that store will be robbed than there are people that will pay for the things that they buy. But if you're motivated by the robber, you will never see how the store operates. So a lot of people are motivated by the taker when we should be motivated by finding the people that are givers. And so that's the reason why Diana and Doc, they're not motivated by the people I'm sure there are that will take from them. They're motivated by the Anthony Corns. They're motivated by the Kirks. They're motivated by the Keiths. They're motivated by the Stricks of the world because they know the seed that they're sowing, that the seed that they're trees, bro. And you know what I said about trees? The tree is not afraid of the next season. It just drops its fruit because it knows that if the season doesn't kill it, it will bear fruit the next year.
The fruit of the evergreen tree. Come on, brother. Jeez.
That's good stuff right there.
Yes, sir.
That's good stuff.
Part about the fruit, Glenn.
That's what I'm just saying. You can't be motivated by stuff because people are motivated by fear and they think, well, people are going to take from you. People are going to take from you. But they don't realize that when you bring in the gift, it will make room for you. The gift will only make room for you if you are a giver. There is no gift without a giver. And there is no room without the gift. And so you've got to give because you have a gift and the gift makes room. And so if you are a hoarder, there is no room for the hoarder. There's only isolation for the hoarder, but there is room for the giver. There is a chair for those that are giving. And so the givers will take over in 2021 because the space is for them. The people trust givers and givers give to givers. That's the reason why we want to give to Diana. That's the reason why when we hear she's creating a class, we are checking our bank account in our minds, going, we are ready to give to this woman. When Doc says, I'm putting together my course, we are saying, we don't care if it's a piece of paper with one word in it. I'm paying into that because the givers ignite givers. And if you're motivated by the takers, you will never find this group. This panel will not be here had Doc been motivated by the takers, had Diana been motivated by the takers. She would never be at a 2 a.m. New Year's Eve gathering into New Year's, because she understands my giving bears fruit, and the gift that I have brings room. That's all I'm saying.
Let's go, Bishop Lim. Bishop Lim in the house.
Bishop Lim.
Boy, did your collar get a little tighter as you was preaching? I can feel the
I got my Diana. I got my Diana mantle on me now. Come on.
Man, that's what's up.
And he's wearing his Manong Tagalog, so it's on like Donkey Kong, like he's actually got it. The crazy thing is, there's so many words that are currently misdefined because people have chose to take it as stuff that other people told them, and it misdefines so many words. And the quote unquote new meanings, while completely incorrect, goes to show you that words are powerful. So people are making changes to their lives by other people misdefining words. Like I said, responsibility doesn't mean it's on you. Responsibility means it's in you. You know what I'm saying?
Replay.
You know what I'm saying? When you go to some place, and
there you go. I was waiting for that. Where was that? Oh,
I needed it. Who triggered it? I needed it.
Okay.
Oh my God! There are 6 black people in there, and now the organ is just playing. Come on, man!
Say it again, Reverend. Say it again, Reverend. Say it again, Doc. Reverend Doc.
Low budget tech. I can't hear because I'm on low budget tech, so it's killing me. Anyway, the funny thing is,
no. Repeat what you said like a Black Baptist preacher. Just say y'all didn't hear me and repeat yourself.
Y'all ain't heard me now.
Y'all ain't listening to me.
Y'all ain't heard me.
You said it's not on, but it's where?
Okay. What?
Not on you, but in you.
It's
on you. But that's what Doc had said. Then you would have known before I said turn to a neighbor.
I'm gonna never visit my church. I'm gonna put him on blast.
Bring 3 flats and run it down, baby.
Okay, you better tell the sister next to you, change out her heels and put on the flats, cause we about to land the plane.
Turn to your neighbor. Y'all gonna get me in trouble.
Y'all know. Let me say this. I'm gonna let Doc jump back on. You know, I had to do a funeral, and it was a good member of mine, and so we were having a celebration. But I was starting to preach, and I said, nope, don't touch nobody, just elbow them. I said,
elbow your neighbor.
Don't touch nobody.
Don't touch nobody, but look at them real hard like this.
Look at them real hard. Look at them hard.
Look real hard to the left.
Look at 7 people and say amen.
Jason Hodge says, now dab the sweat off your forehead.
All right, Doc, come on. Let the doctor speak.
Listen.
I'm confused now. Whatever I had just went out the window.
It's all good.
No, you said in you. You said it's in you. That means you still got to bring it out. Bring it out. Bring it out. Bring it out.
Yeah, it's just too many people are so busy wrapped up in all of these unnecessary labels, and that's why I keep trying to harp on everybody, get away from the vanity metrics, because it doesn't do anything. You know, like if you're out here trying to be a creator, you're trying to spread a message, it's because you need to have it. And like I mentioned in my thing the other day, I said, you got to remember that just because the message may not be received doesn't mean it's not worth sending.
Come on.
And while there wasn't a path for us at some point, we have to create these paths. So like, I hate hearing people say, you know, I'm doing this thing, and when I look it up on YouTube, I can't find any people like me and blah, blah, blah. So I don't know what to do. And I'm like, build it. And they're like, but no, like how? I'm like, with a brick, dude, build that joint. Like there's no how. There's no rules. There's no regulation. If it doesn't exist and you want to run it, then you make it. You know what I'm saying? You find their way to make it. You hear some crazy stuff. Palmer Park, Maryland, right? Matthew Henson Elementary School. Didn't know who it was named after. I just went there. And then Rockville, Maryland, Robert E. Perry High School. Robert E. Perry, I was told in school, discovered the North Pole. Okay. When I got to college, we got to this point where we was talking about history, and they talked about Robert E. Perry going to the North Pole. And another person in the class said, Matthew Henson was the first person at the North Pole. I did not know that I went to both schools. I didn't know that they were connected.
Wow.
Turns out, Robert, hey, we was on this boat, and they was like, yeah, one. Tell that nigga to cross the ice and then go find the pole, because I'm not freezing out there.
Wow.
So turns out Matthew Henson was actually the first person.
Wow.
You know how DC is, they try to connect us. And so because Palmer Park, Maryland, Sugar Ray Leonard Gym right next door, they named the school after Matthew Henson, but they never told us what it meant or what he really did. We just didn't know. Plus we're little kids. We weren't thinking about who the school was named after. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So then to get older and end up in the Robert E. Perry High School and being told all of the greatness that he was because he discovered the North Pole, and then come to find out in college what he did was tell that dude to go do it. And most people in this country, number one, our education system, most people don't know that Robert E. Perry, quote unquote, discovered the North Pole. So they damn sure don't know Matthew Henson was actually the first one there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. That's
You know
amazing. That's amazing.
So it's on you. It's on you to go and you stop worrying about somebody waiting for somebody to teach you. You were given, like one of y'all reverend folks that say you was given this brain. And according to science, we only use like 30% of it. You know what I'm saying?
If
Most of
that.
you guys are running around with a 2011 MacBook, and your brain has the capabilities of like 15 M1s, but we running around with that old school like Motorola flip phone action.
Come on.
Right? So there's some of y'all that realize that you got that 2011 iMac in you, but you just tend to operate like a flip phone because, well, it's easy or it's cheap. And then there's the rest of us that's like, no, I'm going to flex this 2011 MacBook to the best of my ability. And then there's the rest of us that realize that's not even the beginning. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, the Great Wall of China was built brick by brick. So the only way you're going to get to 1 million subs is video by video.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Or the only way you're going to get the message that you was, anointed with or whatever is sermon by sermon. Like, you just can't sit up in there. I did 3 this week, so I'm
come on, Doc.
Who got stuff to say, then say it. You know what I'm saying? You just can't leave it all stuck up in there. You know what I'm saying? So at some point in time, you're going to hit a brick wall, and that brick wall is going to look mighty large. But the funny thing about brick walls, when you're looking up at them and you see how tall they are, nobody ever realizes to check to see how wide they are, because it's very possible to get around that brick wall. You do one of these. That's called letting it marinate.
There you go, brother.
Yes, sir. Yes,
there
sir.
You
yes,
go.
Sir.
Listen, man, I just think that
I can't get around it.
I think that people, like what Diana's saying and what Doc Rock is saying, it allows the folks that will take the intellect and that will do all they can to push themselves to get over whatever walls in front of them. It's going to be a great separation, like, of those people. Like, they give us space, to be honest, to be creators. Like, someone has got to watch the videos. So I would rather us be at a place to where we're all helping somebody and giving, but there's got to be somebody out there receiving it. And I think that for us, it's time for us to continue to push, time to continue to say whatever our thing is. Like with me, I just want people to press the button, make it really simple for I believe what we have together as a group, like all of us think the same way. I mean, we're Mac users, number one. That puts us in a class of people that wants things a certain way. Earlier, I talked to Kevin and Lyons, and we talked about how we got to Ecamm, like our progression. Like if everybody goes to their progressions to Ecamm, it's probably very similar. Like nobody really started with Ecamm. Most people probably started looking at OBS. You know, that's a general statement. But what got us to Ecamm? What were the features, and why did we say, like we got my man Keith here, like why go the extra mile in his set the way he does? All of us have that same mindset, is that we want to look good, we want to sound good, we want to have our right light, we want to make the best content that we can, and that is, for me, the thing that collects us all together, that mindset. And I think we have to continue to push that. And as we grow, like Doc just put out a message the other day, a post of how we got, 33 more people onto the group. Like the Let's Get Live group is 300 plus strong now. Continue to build on that, and we can continue to help people get what Doc says, their glow up, and we could do it all together.
Well, everybody, I need to be heading out. I love you all, and blessings to everybody. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too, man. I know we've been on for a while, and I don't want to hold anybody. I guess I kind of ended it. Thank each and every one of you. Happy New Year to you guys. Everybody that's watching this on the replay, please do Diana's stuff in slow motion.
Replay.
You want to be sure you get all of the notes that have come out from what Doc has said, what Kirk has said, what Keith has said, what Lemuel has said. And I have a whole list of people like Brent, like I had the Be Live girls on tonight. I had RK3 on tonight. I had I don't want to forget anybody. I had
Brent.
Noble on. I had Philip Edge on tonight. And man, it's just been a huge night. I am now officially a part of the 5-hour club. So I need people. I need people to send me some more interview time, because my interview time is down a little bit. But God bless y'all, like really, and get some rest. This is a great way to go into the new year, but get some sleep and enjoy yourself on your new year, okay?
Blessings, everybody.
God bless y'all.
Happy New Year, Diana, Anthony.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Hey, I'm hiding behind these words.
Thank you, sir. All right, bye-bye.
My pleasure.
Thank
My
you,
pleasure.
And June, say hamani baduseyo. And then Kim, akimaste o merito gozaimasu. There you go.
That's what's up.